building cyber forensic capacity in developing countries, uh, as peace and security perspective. So before jumping on to the first speaker of the day, let me introduce once again our organizing committee. In publicity, we have Priscilla, Charlie, Osiefu, and Roberta Ajete. In technical team, we have Louis, Ruth, and Safedin Irina. In moderation, we have Lucy, Puza, Kenue, and Samuel. And in media, we have Enoch, Isifu, Divine, Darko, and Samuel. So we still have few minutes remaining. So let us do breaking the ice once again. We can maybe raise our hands up, or we can maybe write in the chat however, like how was the first day and what we learned from it. We can make it the interactive session, and we can talk about what we learned from yesterday. Yes, please, Miss Lucy. She raised her hand.
Okay, good morning to everyone. As rightly said by Miss Pooja, I'm Lucy, part of the moderation team. So yesterday, as she said already, we learned a lot of things from our various keynote speakers and then our guest speakers as well. So, so some of the things that we learned include from one of our keynote speaker, Professor Christian K. Adoko. He enlightened us on some ways to curb the challenges that we are facing as forensic scientists in the various developing regions. And then some of the challenges he enlightened us on were education and training issues, whereby he made mention of re-offering scholarships and exchange programs in order to be able to curb these problems. And then data security challenges with some of the solutions being relaunching public awareness campaigns, promoting multi-agency collaborations between the developed regions and then we the developing regions, and then we enhancing cybersecurity protocols in our various developing regions. Also, some of the keynote speakers like Dr. Lydia Kwanzaa made mention of we being able to strengthen forensic science in Africa, requiring a multifaceted approach which involves three main approach, such as infrastructure and then capacity building, as well as we involving ourselves in collaboration. So with infrastructure, she made mention of rebuilding facilities that are well equipped with the current, you know, um, state of the art facilities, and then building capacities by training our forensic practitioners and then pairing them with already trained people who are in the field to better their experience. And then we collaborating with international countries to share expertise, and then they helping us with various logistics and then techniques that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Lucy. It was so nice to hear from your side. So, anybody else would like to share the lessons? Okay, let me start with let me continue with myself as well. I remember Mr. Ernest yesterday. We're talking about he was the emerging forensic scientist who took us through the history of forensic science. So he was talking about some of the pioneers of forensic science in different fields such as toxicology, forensic medicines, and fingerprinting. So he took us through some of the important cases that were solved in the past using forensic sciences, such as William West case and other things. So I really like that part. I really learned that lesson. So we can continue and make it interactive for a few more minutes before we really start with our first speaker. So we also see in the chat box, many people have greeted here. Mr. Nasser said, good morning, good afternoon all. And Ubaya said, good morning. And Mr. Munta said, joining day two from Ghana. Our another, okay, Miss Kenueri, she said she is from Lesotho. She is one of our moderator as well for today. And Samuel, he was the moderator for yesterday as well. He is one of our moderator from Ghana. Safedin Irina from Madagascar. He is the team handling all the technical part. And Mr. Abraham, he is from Ghana as well. Hello, everybody. Mr. Marcus joining from Nigeria. Hello, Mr. Marcus. Hello, Luis. He is from Madagascar. Mr. Lewis, hello, welcome. Mr. Lewis is handling the technical team as well. Hello, Awijoba from Togo. Nice to see you here. Hello, Nasser. He is from Zanzibar. Welcome to our conference. Hello, Sifu Blessing from Nigeria. Hello, Mr. Michael. He is from Zimbabwe. Hello. Hello, Mukutum. He is from Zanzibar, Tanzania. Welcome to the conference.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please, Mr. Samuel.
So I also like to talk about the presentation from Mr. Emin, who took us through the demonstrative session of the ARM software. He gave us a demonstration of how to verify the authenticity of video evidences. He demonstrated how to make um, the number plate of a vehicle more clearer using the ARM software. We also demonstrated how we can use the AMP GVR from the AMP 5, the AMP replay, and then the AMP authenticate. Yeah. And we also demonstrated how deepfake can be detected using generative adversarial networks. That's GAN. Yeah, it was an insightful session from him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. Yes, of course, it was really interesting demonstration that we were shown yesterday. We would like to acknowledge our collaborators one more time. We have the collaboration, we are in collaboration with Prima Due Diligence Council, PDDC, and we have partnership with Alumni Forensic, and we also have collaboration with POSAG UCC and GS Scientific and Invitec Global. So we have one good news that whoever is attending, all our participants who are attending this international conference, we have Invitec discount for all the attendees. We have it has unlocked up to 10% off training services as a special contribution to this event. Invitec Global is excited to offer attendees as an exclusive discount up to 10% on our tailored training services. So don't dismiss this opportunity to enhance your forensic and cyber expertise with programs designed specially for all of our participants. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Aslam and Brad Desire for joining us today. So without any delay, we will be jumping straight to our first speaker of the day, Mr. Abdul Mohsin Mohammad Sani. So we will be hearing the recording from his side on building cyber forensic capacity in developing countries. So a peace and security perspective. Mr. Sani, he is a dedicated advocate for youth development, peace, and security with 7 years of experience in conflict resolution, social justice, and human rights. His work focuses on addressing inequalities, preventing violent extremism, and fostering sustainable development for young people. He holds a master's in conflict management, peace, and security from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center and has multiple professional certifications in peace building, negotiation, and conflict management, and electoral violence prevention. So currently he serves as Colon District Director for National Youth Authority and is the founder and executive director of Empowerment Center from Peace Building and EMCEP Institute. Through his leadership, he builds a capacity of individuals and communities for sustainable livelihood and peace building. So without delay, let's start the recording. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Abdul. Regions. This topic aims to address these disparities by advocating for increased investment, capacity building, and international collaboration. By empowering these regions with the necessary tools, knowledge, and support, we can enhance the effectiveness of forensic investigations, ensure justice for victims, and build safer communities. This initiative is not just about catching up with the developed world. It is about creating a foundation for sustainable justice and equality in every corner of the globe. Together, we can bridge the gap and strengthen forensic science to ensure that truth and justice are accessible to all, regardless of geographical and economic constraints. Now, I want us to look at the growing importance of cyber forensics. The growing importance of cyber forensics. Cybercrime has become a major global issue, with a report by International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, estimating that the cost of cybercrime to the global economy exceed about $1 trillion annually. While cybercrime affects all nations, developing regions are particularly vulnerable due to lack of infrastructure, expertise, and resources to deal with these challenges effectively. These regions often lack advanced tools and trained personnel, in digital forensics, making it easier for cyber criminals to exploit weak defense. And in addition, the lack of robust legal frameworks complicates the investigation and prosecutions of cyber crimes, further enabling the activities of cyber criminals. As cyber threats continue to evolve, developing countries are at greater disadvantage in combating these crimes, which directly affects their national security and economic stability. Now, I want us to look at the challenges faced by developing regions. One of the most significant challenges for developing regions in building cyber forensic capacity is the lack of infrastructure. Many countries in the global south face difficulties in obtaining the evidence being lost or mishandled, which can undermine efforts to hold perpetrators accountable. Furthermore, the shortage of skilled personnel is a pressing issue. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, that's UNODC, more than 80% of law enforcement officers in developing nations have limited to no training in cyber forensics, limiting their ability to respond effectively to digital crime. Additionally, legal and regulatory challenges are prevalent. Many developing countries still lack comprehensive cybersecurity laws, which hampers their ability to investigate cyber crimes and engage in international cooperation. A study by Cybersecurity Ventures found that more than 100 countries still lack national cybersecurity strategy, further exacerbating the challenges developing regions face in addressing cyber threats. This legal gap also poses a problem for cross-border cooperation in tackling cyber crimes, as international treaties and protocols may not be fully implemented or enforced. I want us to look at the global impact of weak cyber forensic capacity, the global impact of weak cyber forensic capacity. The consequences of inadequate cyber forensic capacity in developing regions are not only limited to local security concerns, but also have a global impact. Cybercrimes is a transnational issue, and many developing countries are the targets or sources of global cyber attacks. For example, in 2016, the Bangladesh bank heist cyber criminals exploit the weak cybersecurity infrastructure of Bangladesh to steal about 81 million US dollars, which was routed through international banking system. This event underscored the potential for regional vulnerabilities to affect global financial system. Another example is the 2017 WannaCry ransomware attack, which affected over 150 countries and caused an estimated 4 billion US dollars damage globally. Developing regions were disproportionately affected by the attack due to their less strong cybersecurity frameworks. The attack exploited vulnerabilities in outdated software that had not been patched, often because many developing nations lack the resources or technical expertise to ensure timely updates to critical infrastructures. Okay, this highlights the need for stronger cyber forensic and cyber security capacity to prevent such widespread damage. Now let's talk about building cyber forensic capacity. Key strategies. Strengthening cyber forensic capacity in developing regions requires a multi-pronged approach that includes international collaboration, infrastructure development, education, and legal reform. One of the most effective ways to build capacity is through international partnership. Organizations such as Interpol, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. These organizations that I've mentioned, they have been working with developing nations to offer training programs, share best practices, and provide the necessary tools and resources for tackling cybercrime. For instance, the Interpol Cybercrime Directorate has facilitated specialized training for law enforcement officers in several African countries, enhancing their ability to investigate and prosecute cyber criminals. Infrastructure development is also critical. Governments in developing regions need to invest in technologies that will support digital investigation, such as secure data storage, forensic tools, and cloud-based platforms. Countries like Kenya have made significant strides by establishing the National Computer and Cybercrime Coordination Committee, simple they call it NC4, which helps in both capacity building and creating a coordinated national response to cyber attacks or cyber threats. Additionally, Kenya has partnered with international organizations to enhance the country's forensic capabilities, ensuring that it can properly investigate cyber crimes. Education and training are pivotal to building long-term capacity. Investing in specialized education for law enforcement, judges, and forensic experts is essential. For example, if you take Nigeria as a case study, Nigeria has partnered with EC Council, a global leader in cybersecurity training, to offer courses on ethical hacking and cybercrime investigation to local law enforcement agencies. This training equips officers with the skills needed to handle increasingly sophisticated cyber crimes. So as a peace and security expert, I want us to see or maybe have a view or look at the perspective of peace and security. See, the role of cyber forensics in maintaining peace and security cannot be overstated. Digital crimes such as cyber terrorism, hacking, and the use of the internet to spread extremism can destabilize governments and also lead to violent conflict. Strengthening cyber forensic capacity can contribute significantly to prevent these threats. The UNODC report from 2019 highlighted how enhancing cyber security and forensic capabilities in fragile states could mitigate the risk of what digital technologies being exploited by extremist groups by preventing the misuse of digital platforms for spreading radical ideologies or facilitating cyber terrorism. Countries can safeguard both their national security and regional peace. In conflict-affected regions, cyber forensic can also play a role in documenting and prosecuting war crimes. For instance, if you take Syria, investigators have used digital forensic techniques to track war crimes and document atrocities committed during the ongoing civil war. These digital traces, including videos, social media posts, and GPS data, are being used as evidence in international courts to hold perpetrators accountable and bring justice to victims. The use of cyber forensics in this context demonstrates its power in supporting the peace-building process by strengthening the rule of law and human rights. Now, I want us to look at these few cases. In Latin America, cybersecurity response. In Latin America, several countries have taken important steps to strengthen their cyber forensic capacity. Brazil, for example, has invested heavily in building cybersecurity infrastructure and creating specialized units within its federal police to handle cyber crimes. The Latin American Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics Forum, launched in 2013, has become an essential platform for knowledge sharing and capacity building efforts in the region. Through this forum, countries like Argentina, Colombia, and Peru have worked together to create a regional network for combating cybercrime and sharing information on emerging threats. These efforts have led to the creation of specialized cybercrime units within national police forces, and numerous successful investigations have resulted in arrest of cyber criminals operating across borders. The collaboration among Latin American countries illustrates the effectiveness of regional cooperation in addressing cyber threats, highlighting how shared knowledge and resources can help build strong defense against cybercrime. So in conclusion, building cyber forensic capacity in developing regions is critical for global peace and security. As the frequency and sophistication of cyber threats continue to rise, strengthening the ability of these regions to combat cybercrime would have far-reaching benefits, not just for countries involved, but for international stability as a whole. Key strategies, including international collaborations, infrastructure investment, education and training, and legal reform, are essential to overcoming the challenges faced by developing nations. With the proper investment and supports, developing regions can build the necessary cyber forensics capabilities to protect their citizens, secure their economies, and contribute to a more peaceful and secure global environment. I thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mr. Sani, for the wonderful presentation. And I hope we all listen attentively to the recording. And from Mr. Sani's presentation, I could understand when he said that we have challenges as developing countries. That is because of lack of infrastructure, because of lack of skilled people. We are not able to solve most of the cyber-related crimes. So let me appreciate Mr. Sani for sending the record, even though he wasn't able to show up for his presentation. We really appreciate the effort. So ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to take questions or to pass to the question and answer session.
And because Mr. Sunny is not here, I would really love for anyone who has a question to drop it in the chat box. And in the chat box, they should state the question and their email. Thank you so much. And we really apologize for the fact that the video wasn't able to be displayed, even though it was there. But I believe the most important part was the recording. We got the information, which is why we had this conference. So thank you so much. So please, guys, keep on sending your questions in the chat box. So without wasting any time, allow me to call our second presenter of day 2 of the first Forensic Science International Conference by the Forensic hosts. So I couldn't be more excited to introduce our next speaker, who is Ms. Kritika. Ms. Kritika will be discussing establishing the identity of mummified bodies via fingerprint analysis using scientific techniques. So Ms. Kritika has experience or has expertise in crime scene management, fingerprint sciences, question document analysis, biotechnology, immunotechnology. He has been working in the field of fingerprint sciences with interests varying from age and dating of the latent fingerprints, experimenting on various non-destructive and non-invasive procedures in fingerprint development, intensification and the enhancement of techniques, and developing fingerprints from unidentified bodies with humanitarian forensic perspectives. She has also worked in a collaboration with the Pondicherry Police Department in establishing the identity of the unidentified dead bodies. She has been working on a recent research for the last 4 years. She also has 6 years experience in research and 4+ evaluation, teaching and administration, works in various renowned universities such as NFSU, Karunya University, and has conducted and supervised various projects. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge thanks to Ms. Kritika. So please welcome her to give us her presentation. Ms. Kritika, welcome to the first Forensic Science International Conference.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Just give me a file. Just give me a second. I will share the screen. Could you please let me know if it is visible for you?
All right, I'll definitely do. Yes, it's visible.
All right. If it is okay, may I start with my presentation?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes. Very good morning to everyone present here. Before I proceed with this presentation, I would like to introduce myself as they have already given a small introduction about me. I'm Kritika. I'm currently Kritika Yu. I'm currently working as a lecturer in NFSU Tripura campus, and I'm also currently a PhD scholar in NFSU under Professor Dr. Rajesh Babu sir. So the research that I have been recently conducting, this is a still ongoing research. I thought like it would be better for me to take this research to the people so that it can create interest to the future forensic experts. Now, the topic I'm going to present in this conference is establishing the identity of the mummified bodies via fingerprint analysis using various scientific techniques and photography techniques. So taking you all to this presentation, as we all know, fingerprints is a very unique identity of an individual. It is also permanent. We can classify an individual based on the fingerprints, and it is quite difficult to imitate or create as a copy. And as we know, we have been using fingerprints for the criminal investigation and profiling for a long era. And with my perspective, I saw that there are few research problems we have with respect to the fingerprint sciences. One is we are still stuck with the older techniques that we have been that have been developed in the very older times. That is powder techniques and the chemicals that has been developed in the very older times. And the maximum development we had in fingerprint sciences is that AFIS, the automated fingerprint identification system. So my research was focused majorly on developing non-destructive techniques to analyze our fingerprint evidences without damaging our evidences, because evidence management is very essential for the forensic expert. For us, it is important to preserve the original state of the evidences till the case is completed. So that is what, with that perspective, I started researching on various developmental techniques that does not damage our fingerprint evidences. For example, age dating of fingerprint evidences and identifying individuals' donors' age from the fingerprint sciences and I was working on various techniques as such. Then I had an idea that we are always focused on the living people. And what about those individuals who are not alive and their identity is quite difficult to establish? As we know, fingerprint and DNA are the two solid evidences we have in the world, which can help us to lead to a person, to an individual, whether they are living or alive, whether they are living or dead. Now, as we know, developing a DNA from a biological evidence, it's going to take a time. It is going to consume time, and it is going to take a lot of cost for us. And one easy way to identify an individual is fingerprints. As we know, fingerprint is also a solid evidence. So I thought that why not we use a fingerprint to identify an individual who is not alive anymore. For example, mass disaster cases. With a humanitarian forensic perspective, we have a lot of cases where, for example, train accidents, flight crashes, we have a huge number of people in unalive condition. So in those cases, how to identify an individual? We have to do a DNA for every individual. It is going to take a lot of time. So with that perspective, I thought of developing techniques to identify the identity of an individual who are not alive anymore, with the techniques that is quite easy for us to access and quite easy to follow. So with this, I had a little bit of a review of literature, in which I found that there were few studies done on the deceased bodies. For example, they had worked on photography techniques. But the problem with the photography techniques that I found is that we have to first understand there are a lot of extreme conditions, for example, mummified bodies, charred bodies, and drowning conditions, where we have to focus on the ridges. If the ridges are not clearly captured in the photography, then there is no point in taking photography. In mummified condition, most of the times we find the ridges are folded. The skin is folded in this region. So there we cannot take a proper capture of the image. So in the next study that was done was to develop the fingerprints using the clay modeling. And the same condition, the same problem we have with the clay is that we have a lot of folds in the mummified conditions. And those folds cannot be captured in a precise manner in the clay modeling. So that is another problem I found in the review of literature. And there was another study done on the deceased bodies, that is liveness detection using the biometric security system, which is again the same problem we have. If the body is fresh dead in condition, that is within the 20 days or 30 days of condition, within 1 month of a period, then it is quite possible for us to use a liveness detection. But that is only to know that whether the skin is living or not. Apart from that, there is no further proceeding or there is no further progress in this research. So then with that perspective, I worked on different various extreme conditions, for example, mummified conditions and charred bodies and drowning conditions, in which the presentation that I'm going to show you now is on the mummified bodies. So first, the problem we have in the mummified bodies is that the skin is very rigid and they shrunk. So now the focus is that to rehydrate the skin, to bring the dried condition to the living, to the condition where it looks like a living person. So for that purpose, I worked on the certain chemicals, the combination of chemicals, which is already existing in the literature, and also the combination of new chemicals. The reagent that I used here is the mixture of ammonium hydroxide, sodium bicarbonate, and glycolic acid. And also I mixed it with the two things. One is with the distilled water and one is a deionized water. And distilled water gave the mixture, the reagent in a better manner. So I proceeded with the distilled water. So now, first thing we have to do is, most of the times, the body that we find in the mummified condition, they have their hands folded in condition. So we have to remove that, we have to open the fingers up. So I use the fingerprint cadaver finger straightener. It looked like a small screw. It looked like a screwdriver where we have to insert in the finger and we have to lift it open. Now, in cases, if the bones are very rigid, in that case, I went for the glycolic acid. Glycolic acid gives the smoothness to the skin, kind of a moisturizer. So I went for glycolic acid to give the smoothness, and then I used the cadaver straightener, the finger straightener, to open up the fingers. And then I cleaned it with phenol. And I applied a moisturizer, and I waited for a little bit of a time for the skin to absorb the moisturizer. And then I immersed the fingers in the reagent for varying time. And the minimum time it took for me to achieve the rehydration was 4 hours, and the maximum it took for 96 hours with the bodies that I've been working on. As you see, once the rehydration is achieved, then I went for the negative casting. So once the rehydration is done, once the bend, the curve of the the living person is achieved, then I went for the negative casting using alginate or a silica casting. With the negative casting, I went for the positive casting. That is the use of POP, that is plaster of Paris, or the dental stone. I use a type 3 dental stone here for getting a very precise information of the fingertips, because for footprints and other impressions, POP works better. Whereas with the fingerprints, where we have to study even the minute details of the pores and the skin ridge details. So dental stone is a better option for capturing the positive impression of the ridges. So with that, this is one request that is from my side. Please do not capture any photos that I'm going to show you for the ethical and moral reasons. So these are few photographs that I have taken. The first three images you are seeing in the screen is of a one case, and the second is of the second case. The last one is of the second case. The first condition, if you see, the body was extremely rigid. The body was, as you see, the skin is shrunk. So I had to remove them. I had to open up the skin to have this flexibility of the real person's skin, living person's skin. So I went for the rehydration process, and these images shows how the rehydration has been achieved. The first image shows that it was a mummification of 2 months of an older sample, and it was mummified for 2 months, and then we caught the sample from the police department after 2 months. So approximate age of the time of death was estimated to be 2 months. And the first image, if you see, it has been immersed in the sample, immersed in the reagent for 4 hours, where the skin was still rigid. We couldn't have the clay modeling or the silicone modeling in a better way. So I extended the time for 22 hours, 24 hours. And I could see the changes that is happening in the skin. And after 72 hours, the rehydration was achieved. Whereas the second case, it took me 74 hours to achieve the proper rehydration where I could clearly see the ridges. Before, it was in a condition where it was extremely shrunken. So it took me 72 hours to see the clear ridge details of this individual. So this is a table which shows what is the mummification duration of the cases that we got from the police department and how much of a time it took for us to achieve the rehydration process. The bodies that were within 2 months old, we could achieve the rehydration within 48 hours. Whereas the bodies that are more than 2 months old, we could achieve the rehydration after 72 hours. And there are some bodies which I worked after this. This I have showed the table is only for the 8 cases. I have worked for more cases where we had the body for 6 months of approximately 6 months of mummification period, which took us a lot of time, which took us like an entire week for the rehydration to be achieved. And we had to wait for the entire week and more. And this is a negative casting. Once the rehydration was achieved, we went for the negative casting using a silica gel, silica casting. And from the silica casting, we went for the positive casting using the dental stone. And as you see in this image, this is the casting that is done for these set of cases, these 4 images, and this is the casting that is done for those 4 images. The first 3 images, if you see, they belong to the same case. The first case, after the 4 hours of rehydration, I tried to cast it to see how much of a rehydration has been achieved, how much of the details I'm getting in the casting. So I couldn't find a lot of information in this. The ridges were a little bit clumsy and the skin was still folded. The impression, the material couldn't interfere with these folds. And then after 24 hours, I could see that the ridges were a little bit, it is like now visibly, I could see that visibly. And after 72 hours, I could see the ridge impressions and the depth clearly. And after the second case is for the 24 hours and then after 72 hours. Now these cases, if you have ever come across a dental stone, it is in a green color. Or sometimes if you use the POP, it is in white in color. So I couldn't capture the images in a detailed manner under photography when the sample was in white in color. So I had to dye it with a betadine, or iodine staining is also acceptable for in this condition, to give this shading so that I can capture the ridge depth, the valley and the furrow depth. So I went for the coloring agent where I used a betadine or iodine staining. And then I went for the microphotography techniques. So I had to study. The one problem we have in the photography technique is that we have to precisely know how much of a depth it is and how much of a shadow it is being casting. As we know, even though the ridges are little above the surface, it is still it is going to cast a shadow on the surface.
Hello. Hello, Miss Kritika, are you still there?
Oh, may I know where I got disconnected? Could you please guide me with this?
Your screen is not visible, ma'am.
Shall I proceed? Yes, may I know where I stopped so that I can proceed from there?
Yes, please, you can proceed. I think the screen is not visible.
Yes. The main reason why I wanted to take this research to all of you is that I'm open to going for the collaboration, because up to now in forensic fingerprint researches, we have been focusing on living identity, living individual, to develop the fingerprints in a 2D manner. That is the fingerprint that we get from the crime scene. Whereas my focus was in case of mass disaster cases where we have a huge number of unidentified bodies, or even there are like accidental cases where where identifying individuals' identity is going to be very difficult. In those cases, fingerprint is an easy manner to lead to an individual or to their family. As we have to, in the humanitarian perspective, it is always our focus to return the body back to the individual. Forensics is not always about identifying or the criminal. It is also about getting the family their bodies back, or to know the justice behind, to give justice to the individual. So my focus with respect to the humanitarian forensics is that to identify the individual in case if there is no other way or no other possibilities are available for us. As we know, in India alone, we have nearly 40,000 unidentified bodies. Now the statistic has been increased to 60,000 cases. Now we can imagine how much of an unidentified bodies are available all over the world. So now fingerprint, identifying the fingerprint, as we all know, fingerprint is an easy biometric data that every country has. Every country, they have their own biometric database. Fingerprint database, they all have. So if we are able to identify an individual based on their fingerprints, we can take these bodies back to the individual, to their family easily. So that is one main perspective of this research. But the problem is that this research was conducted in India, where it is very different from studying the fingerprints of the from the crime scene. As for the bodies, we have to identify what is the climatic condition, where the location where we found this body from, and what is the geographical location of this particular country. Based on all of this, we have to come up with the chemical formulas. So this is going to be different in each and every countries. So that is one perspective why I took this research to all of you. As I'm also open to collaborations, where I wanted to come up with a generalized protocol for this, so that we can apply this research to every countries. So we can have a collaboration study of the different countries, of how their geographical condition is, and what type of mummification bodies they are finding, and what type of mummification bodies that we are finding in our country. So we can come up with the chemical formulas that can be commonly applied, or we can have a protocol where we can come up with the formulas for each and every countries. That is one thing that I would like to take it to you all. So with respect to the acknowledgement, I would like to especially give my gratitude to the DGP of Pondicherry, because when I said this research, when I explained this research, they took a very good initiative, and they said that they will provide whatever the support they will be providing it to me. And all the unidentified bodies that has come to Pondicherry and in the Tamil Nadu border, they have informed me immediately to proceed with the research on that, with the perspective that I come up with a protocol to help them out in their investigation also. And I would also like to extend my thanks to Dr. Sunil. He was the head of forensic medicine department in Pondicherry Institute of Medical Sciences, who came forward to help me with this research. And I would, of course, without the help of the guidance of my supervisor, Dr. G. Rajesh Babu said, I wouldn't be able to proceed with this. And I'm also quite happy to say that this entire research was not only supported by the Pondicherry Police, but also by the entire team of ICRC, that is International Committee of Red Cross. And they have been funding this research entirely from my perspective of humanitarian forensics. And also, I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Thomas, because he's a reputed forensic photographer from Texas University. He took initiative to train me in photography techniques and the lighting setups and all of the types of filters we can use for the postmortem photography. So with this, I would like to conclude my research, and these are a few references that I used for the study. If you have any questions, if you have any idea or regarding this research, or you would like to have a collaboration, you can always email me through this email ID. And if you have any question, please put forward it. I am happy to respond to your questions.
A huge thank you to you, Ms. Kritika, for the insightful session. I really, really enjoyed this presentation. And this made me to remember the quote that says, even in death, our fingerprints remain as silent witnesses, unchanged, unique, and capable of revealing the truth across the country or the nation. So I really thank you for this presentation, because also in my country, that is Lesotho, we are experiencing the same thing. That is, we have a lot of unidentified bodies. So really, we need to give closure to the family members and friends. So ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen, we are now open for question and answer session. So please engage. Please ask Ms. Kritika about the mimified body identification. And for collaboration, like she said, you can also ask and also request such. Thank you so much. We may proceed to the question and answer session.
Yeah. Hello. Good day. Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
If you have questions, I'm always happy to respond to your questions.
All right. Please, my question is, during the analysis and comparison of the fingerprints, is it advisable to use AI or image enhancers during the analysis?
For me, I think that we are
Thank you.
advancing to the next stage of, yes, you're welcome. We are advanced to the next stage of next level of fingerprint analysis. As I said you in this presentation, in the starting itself, that with respect to the fingerprint sciences, we are still stuck with the older generation of investigation techniques. We are still going with the same method of powder techniques and chemical techniques, and the only upgrade we have is the AFIS. AFIS is the one of the model where we have a lot of algorithms, where we identify an individual, we compare with the existing database. But in future, if there is a possibility that we can use AI, yes, I appreciate if there is any kind of research inputs. I would also be happy to be a part of it. And I have been informing my students also to come up with the use of AI. But I personally think that yes, we can use the AI. This is, as we know, AI is the future of the entire science and technology. So if there is a way that we can use the AI for the fingerprint analysis and identification, then I think we have a good future in it. But up to now, we don't have any such techniques where we actually have AI involved in it with respect to the fingerprint sciences.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question? Please feel free to type your questions in the chat box or just ask it over the audio. So from the chat box, we have a contribution from Aja Kumar, and he or she says, "Thank you, ma'am, for this insightful session. Proud to be your student." Thank you so much, Ms. Kritika, for the presentation, and we really hope to have more discussion on this in future. Thank you.
Definitely. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Oh, before you leave, ma'am, we have another question that I've just dropped from Matthias. And he says, thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. I really enjoyed it, but I'm a bit curious. How and why did you come up with the chemical used?
I tested on various chemicals, and I also got the help from the existing literature, where I checked on what are the types of chemicals that can give the smoothness to the skin without damaging the skin condition. So, for testing all of those, I settled with these chemicals. And also, I selected few chemicals or the reagents that does not have any adverse effect on the skin, which does not damage the skin or speed up the putrefaction process. Because the moment it started to rehydrate, the moment you start to expose the body to the water or distilled water or anything, or the environment, it starts to absorb the moisture and it starts to putrefaction. It goes through the putrefaction process. So I had to select the reagents that does not give any adverse effect on the skin or does not cause any speed up the process of decomposition. So I got the help from the literature also, and I also studied on what are the types of chemicals or the materials that we have that does not cause any damage to the skin. So that is how I came up with these set of chemicals, which I worked on the skin.
So we have the last question, but before that, we have a comment from Blessing, and she says, thank you, madam. It's insightful. And the question is from Umukuntam. Thanks for the interesting presentation. Between those methods and technique, which one is the most accurate? And the chemicals you mentioned, are they the only ones used? So I think this will be our last question.
Yes, I have used the other set of chemicals also, which at the moment I do not have the list of it in the presentation. But if you'd like to learn more about this, I think we can have the conversation out of this conference also. I always welcome such discussions over my research from the students especially, or the research scholars or research, whoever is having interest in research. I have tested on various chemicals, and I have tested the chemicals that has been given in the literature also. So basically, all these chemicals, they work to their best. But what I saw with the chemicals that is in the literature is that they speed up the process. As I said, the reason why I chose these set of chemicals is because they little bit slows the decomposition process when I work on the bodies. Whereas the existing chemicals, they also gave the rehydration. They also achieved the rehydration. But the only difference between that chemical and mine is that the set of chemicals that I used, it little bit slows down the process of decomposition when I was working on the body. Because working on the body for like 72 hours, 92 hours, 96 hours is going to have a lot of temperature change in the body. So I wanted a set of chemicals or the set of reagents which does not speed up the process or does not damage the skin. So that is the reason why I worked on this. Basically, if you ask me which method is accurate, it depends upon how much of a time you have. If the body is fresh dead, as in the mummification is within 2 hours, 2 months or 1 month, then the existing chemicals in the literature works better. But in case if the body is it's been a long duration, then you need a better rehydration chemicals. And that is the major reason why I went for the glycolic acid, because it is a little bit good in giving the rehydration and the smoothness of the skin. It gives a moist, but not excessive moist that it will damage the skin. And it also preserves the skin condition. That is the reason why I went for these set of chemicals. But if you ask me what is accurate, I think everything is accurate. And maybe you may come up with a technique that is also going to be accurate.
All right, Ms. Kritika, thank you so much for the presentation. And this is
Thank
the
you
end
so
of
much.
our info now. Thank you. So I'm moving to our third speaker or presenter today. So today is extra special because I have the honor of introducing not just a brilliant researcher now, but also a former colleague from National Forensic Sciences University. So she will be sharing her expertise on the Ayurvedic, traditional medicine and toxicity, which is a critical appraisal. So Ms. Urvi Pancholi is the forensic analyst, toxicologist, and pharmacist with extensive expertise in forensic analysis, toxicology, and pharmacology. She is a research scholar at the National Forensic Sciences University, India, specializing in narcotics and psychotropic substances, as well as Indian traditional medicine and its toxicity. Ms. Uri has hands-on experience in forensic case handling and report preparation, having trained at both CFSL and FSL. She is also skilled in animal handling, dissection, and conducting animal studies for toxicological research. Her work contributes to advancing forensic science and to toxicology through research, practical casework, and expert analysis. Without wasting any time, please give a virtual round of applause for my esteemed colleague and a friend, Ms. Urvi. Ms. Urvi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, my friend. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Let me share my slide. Is my slide is visible to all of you?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome all of you. I'm delighted to have you join us for this session. My name is Urvi Pancholi. I'm a research scholar at the National Forensic Science University, and it's an honor to be speaking at this international conference. Today, I'm going to present the Ayurvedic traditional medicine and toxicity, a critical appraisal. My contents in introduction and background, methodology, key findings and impact, and references. The Ayurveda. The Ayurveda is the power of the nature with the contemporary science. The Ayurvedic Bhasma. Do you know, in today's world, more people are turning towards the Ayurveda and the herbal medicine because they are well and have fewer side effects. However, it's important to make sure they are safe and effective. This presentation focuses on understanding the toxicity of this Bhasma, including findings and right therapeutic doses, toxic doses, and toxicity levels. It is crucial to properly standardize and thoroughly examine the final product before it is available in the market. By combining traditional Ayurvedic practices with modern scientific method, we aim to ensure the safe use of Ayurvedic Bhasma in today's healthcare. Bhasma are the unique herbometallic preparation used in the Ayurveda, India's ancient system of medicine. They are produced through an elaborate process involving purification, incineration, and post-incineration treatment to render the metals and minerals bioavailable and therapeutic. Common bhasmas include Tamra Bhasma, Loha Bhasma, Hartala Bhasma, and etc. Here you can see the Bhasma preparation processes. Sodhan is a purification method process in which the physical, chemical, and biological impurities are eliminating with the different processes such as separation, washing, grinding, boiling under liquid media, and etc. Purpose of the Sodhan make metal minerals brittle form. Next is the Maran. Maran in which hard metal and mineral converted in the bodily absorbed form. In the process of Bhasma, therapeutic properties of liquid abide with metal, it's called Bhavna. Repeated this method, it's called Putta. Required Putta, it's based on the Bhasma preparation. Readily Bhasma's nanoparticle size enhance the bioavailability and efficacy. Bhasmas used in the treatment of Ayurveda. Ayurvedic treatment based on the three dosas. It's believed Vat, Pitta, and Kaph will balanced. When earth bind with air, it's made the Vat. And the fire and water bind, it's called Pitta. And water plus earth, it's called Kaph. Bhasma renowned for their therapeutic potential in chronic disease such as the cancer, neurological disorder, arthritis, diabetes, etc. The current challenges and key findings. Lack of standardization in preparation techniques across the manufacturers. Concerns regarding heavy metals toxicity due to improper purification process. limited scientific studies validating their safety and efficacy by modern parameters, regulatory hurdles in achieving global acceptance as safe medicinal agent. Key objectives. First is to bridge the gap between the traditional Ayurvedic wisdom and contemporary scientific standards. Conduct comprehensive toxicity profiling to ensure the safety in the modern applications. Develop standardized protocols for the production and testing of Basma to align with the international safety benchmarks. Now come to the methodological part. It contains the sample selection, characterization technique, toxicity profiling, and the regulatory alignment. Sample selection, how to collect the Basma and from where to collect a Basma. It's a different method. First one is based on brand selection. Select the sample from different brands to compare the content, contrast the quality and effectiveness of the drug and safety drugs they produce. This help in identifying the brand-specific variation and ensuring that all brands meet regulatory standard based on the number of heavy metal content. Collect the sample based on the level of heavy metal they contain. This method focuses on ensuring that the drug samples compile with safety regulations and do not pose any health risk to consumers due to the excessive heavy metal content. Based on the real cases, such a reported adverse effect or efficacy issues, this method aim to investigate and address the real world problem. And also based on the region, area, and state-wise, and based on dose. To analyze the various type of basma like Swarna basma, Tamra basma, Low basma, Hartala basma obtained from the reputed and authentic Ayurvedic pharmacies to ensure the quality and traceability. Here you can see the list of basmas like Swarna basma, Rajat basma, etc. Now come to the characterization technique. First one is the physicochemical analysis. Second is the elemental analysis, and third is molecular structure and compound identification. Physicochemical analysis by the X-ray diffraction to determine the crystalline structure and the phase composition. Scanning electron microscopy for surface morphology and the particle size analysis. Elemental analysis by ICP-MS to detecting the trace metal concentration. Atomic absorption spectroscopy for quantitative analysis of specific elements. Molecular structure and compound identification by NMR. Nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy used for the structural elucidation of organic compound, identification of active ingredients, and quality assessment of Ayurvedic formulation by detecting phytochemicals, metabolites, and contaminants. Now come to the toxicity profiling by in vitro and in vivo toxicity studies. The type of toxicity studies in which first is acute toxicity studies. It's defined the short-term exposure to a substance typically within 24 hours. Purpose to determine the immediate effect and the lethal dose of these substances. Duration generally lasts from a few hours to a few days. Method single high dose administration followed by the observation for sign of toxicity. Second one is acute pharmacokinetic studies. Purpose to study the absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion of drug. Duration short term, usually within 24 to 48 hours. Method blood sampling at the various time points to analyze the drug concentration. And third is acute efficacy study to evaluate the immediate therapeutic effect of a treatment. Its duration mainly short term, often within hours to a few days. Subacute study. This study is in that repeated exposure to a substance over a short period to evaluate the toxic effect of a repeated dose and to determine the no observable adverse effect level. It's typically lasts from 14 days to 28 days. Daily or frequent administration of the substance followed by the regular monitoring for signs of toxicity. Now come to the chronic toxicity study. Long-term exposure to a substance over an extended period to assess the cumulative toxic effect, potential carcinogenicity, and other long-term health impact, often lasts from the several months to years. Repeated administration of the substance over a prolonged period, followed by the regular monitoring for chronic toxicity and organ damage. Now, second is the chronic pharmacokinetic studies. To study the long-term ADME of the drug, extend the period, often the several month duration, the regular blood sampling to analyze the drug concentration over the time. The third is the chronic efficacy study. Its purpose to evaluate the long-term therapeutic effect and the benefit of a treatment. Its duration mainly long-term and often several months to years. Carcinogenicity studies to assess the potential of a substance to cause cancer. Its duration typically lasts 1 to 2 years. Fifth one is the reproductive and developmental toxicity study. Its purpose to evaluate the effect of a substances on reproduction and the development. Its duration can span multiple generations of taste subjects. Method: administering the substance to pregnant animals and the monitoring the effect on offspring. Now come to the subchronic toxicity study. Intermediate duration exposure to a substance longer than the subacute and shorter than the chronic. Its purpose to evaluate the toxic effect of a substance over a medium-term period and to identify the target organ and potential accumulation effect. Its duration typically lasts from 28 days to 90 days study. And now come to the key difference point. Its duration. Acute chronic toxicity is less than 24 hours. Subacute is 14 to 28 days. Subchronic is 28 days to 90 days study, and chronic study several months to years. Purpose: acute study focuses on the immediate effect. Subacute and subchronic studies are short to medium term effect, and the chronic study on the long term effect. Here, now come to the in vivo study. In vivo studies, there are in vivo studies are the experiment conducted within a living organism such as the animal, humans. These studies are essential for understanding the complex interactions and the effect of the treatment, drug, and other intervention in a real biological contents. In vivo studies provide the valuable insight into the overall physiological and the systematic effect that cannot be replicated in the control laboratory. A type of in vivo study, first is the animal study. It's a rodent model. Mice, rat, rabbits are commonly used in their genetic, biological, and behavior similarities to human. And in non-rodent model, larger animals like dog, pigs, and etc. Clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. Now, third is the toxicology study. In that, acute and chronic toxicity study. Fourth is pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic study. Fifth one is the behavioral studies. Cognitive test and assessing the impact of the treatment on the learning, memory, and other cognitive functions. And second one in that, motor activity, evaluating the effect on movement and the coordination. The sixth one is dose response studies, effective dose, determining the dose that produce the desired effect in a certain percentage of the population. In lethal dose, identifying the dose that cause death in a certain percentage of the population. Seventh is genetic and the genomic studies. In that, pharmacogenomics, investigating the how genetic variation affect the drug response. Gene therapy, evaluating the safety and the efficacy of the treatment that involve altering gene. In vivo studies are crucial for the advancing medical research and developing new treatments. They provide a comprehensive understanding of how interventions work in our living organisms, which is essential for ensuring their safety and efficacy in humans. Here, you can see the procedure for the acute and chronic toxicity studies with the animal trials. Next, in vitro studies. In vitro studies are the experiment conducted outside of the living organism. Typically, in a controlled laboratory environment, the studies use isolated cell, tissue, organs to investigate the biological processes, mechanisms, and effect of the treatment. In vitro studies are the valuable for initial screening and the understanding the specific interactions at a cellular or molecular level. Type of in vitro studies in that, first is the cell culture studies, primary cell culture using the cell directly isolated from the tissue. Second is cell line, using the immortalized cell that can proliferate identified. Second is cytotoxicity assay. Third is the drug screening. In that, the high throughput screening, testing larger number of the compound of the biological response. And in that also drug response curve, determining the potency and the efficacy of the drug. Fourth is tissue engineering. In that, 3D cell culture, or creating the three-dimensional model to mimic the tissue architecture. Fifth one is toxicology testing. And the hepatotoxicity study, assessing the liver toxicity using the liver cell or slice. Genotoxicity study, evaluating the DNA damage and the mutation. Sixth is receptor binding assay. And seventh is transport and the absorption studies. In that, blood-brain barrier models, studying the permissibility of the substances across the blood-brain barrier. Both in vivo and in vitro studies are crucial for the advancing medical research and developing new treatments. They complement and each other by providing comprehensive insight into biological processes and the effect of interventions at different level of complexity. Here you can see the chart of the cell culture vitro toxicity study. Now come to the regulatory alignment. Detailed comparison with the global safety guideline from the organization like the WHO and IUS to align the finding with the international standard, emphasizing on identifying the permissible limit of heavy metal and the other contaminants. Here you can see the permissible limit for the heavy metal like 10 ppm for lead, 3 ppm for arsenic, 0.3 ppm for cadmium, and mercury, 1 ppm for mercury by API. And in WHO gives the country-wide standard for Canada, China, Singapore, Thailand, etc. Now come to the key
Hello.
findings and impacts. Yes.
Hello, yes. Please wrap up in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Toxicity profiling. Safe concentration range were identified for commonly used BASMA, ensuring their therapeutic applications without adverse effect. Potential contaminants, including processed metals and the external impurities, were identified. Nanoparticle size of BASMA confirmed the ability to cross biological barrier and enhancing the efficacy, but necessitating the safety checks. Recommendation for safe use, implementation of advanced purification method, introduction of GMP to standardize the production process across the manufacturers. Here you can see the GDP standard by the WHO. Future implications, establishment of universal guideline of BASMA production and testing to achieve the global acceptance, integration of the BASMA into modern pharmacological framework, establishing their inclusion in complementary and the alternative medicine system worldwide. Potential for collaboration between the traditional medicine practitioner and modern scientists to advance research and the therapeutic applications. Conclusion. Combining traditional wisdom with the cutting-edge science ensure the safe and effective use of Ayurvedic BASMA in the 21st century. This integration fosters trust and the opens pathway for the global acceptance of these traditional remedies. Forensic aspect, the identification of toxic substances, adverse reactions, regulatory compliance in case studies, reviewing case studies of the toxicity incident related to the Ayurvedic medicines and their forensic investigations. And forensic approach, forensic toxicological evaluation, quality control, pharmacovigilance, research and development, and public awareness. And these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Urbi, for the wonderful presentation. And also, a take-home note is for every illness, nature has provided a cure. So please, let's start our question and answer session on Ms. Urbi's presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, in most cases, nature also has chemical. So won't it alter the, won't there be an alteration in whatever it's applied to? Thank you.
Pardon, will you ask again? Hello.
Hello, Blessing, may you please repeat your question?
I said, can you hear me, ma? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Please.
Okay. I said, wouldn't there be an alteration when you use this Ayurvedic means to try to treat something? Most times you hear they will cause cancer, they will cause this, they will cause that. So you should avoid such most times.
Yes, there is a treatment in the long-term Ayurvedic drugs using in the long-term treatment like cancer, like diabetes.
So when using Ayurvedic, it doesn't cause any harmful effects to the body.
Yes, it does. But when you uh, take for the in a disease like cancer, that's Ayurvedic drugs which contain the metal is also have some side effects. That's why we need to standardize and find out whether it's safe or not.
That means we can't completely say it's better than other means, right?
Pardon?
Then that means we can't completely justify it being the best
Yes,
means.
yes.
Okay.
Everyone says Ayurveda has no side effect, but this type of part of Ayurveda in that bhasma related the drug, they have some metals, heavy metals content. It's cause the side effects. That's why. Hello, are you satisfied?
Yes, ma. Thank you, ma.
Oh, thank you.
Any other question for Ms. Urbi? Thank you so much, Ms. Urvi, for the wonderful presentation. We have come to the end of your presentation session, so thank you.
Thank you, Forensic Post, and thank and team for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, without wasting any time, we are moving on to our fourth presenter of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and cybersecurity enthusiasts, it is my absolute honor to introduce our next speaker, someone I deeply respect and adore. He's my senior from NFSU, and I had a privilege of witnessing his commitment to research and excellence. Today, Mr. Ahmad Leby will be sharing insights on cyber forensic in developing nations, challenges and opportunities. Mr. Leby is a seasoned cybersecurity expert with extensive experience in securing critical ICT systems. As the head of cybersecurity at Sierra Leone Parliament, he leads efforts in vulnerability assessment, penetrating testing, and crafting robust security policies to protect sensitive digital assets. He holds an MTech in cybersecurity and incident response from NFSU India and BSc in information systems from the University of Sierra Leone. His expertise extends to malware analysis, risk assessment, and deploying advanced threat detection systems. Previously, Mr. Leby served as an information security officer at Currency Trust Bank and contributed to the projects like malware analysis labs and threat intelligence using deep learning during his denature in India. A certified ethical hacker and a hacker lab finalist, He is dedicated to fostering cybersecurity awareness, mentoring talent, and advancing Sierra Leone cybersecurity resilience in an increasingly digital world. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Leby. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. Mr. Leby, are you there? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Leby few minutes, maybe 1 or 2, for him to start the presentation.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank God. Sorry about that. Just some technical glitch. Thank you for having me. I'm Mohamed Leby, Head of Cybersecurity Sierra Leone Parliament. I think I would start with sharing my slide right away since we are behind time. So let me share my screen. Okay. Is my screen up?
Not yet, sir.
Can you see my screen now?
No, Oh yeah, let's wait for a minute. I think it might show, but not yet.
Can you see my screen now?
No. Oh, so Sarah, while you work on the sharing of screen, can we please move to the next presenter? Is that okay with you?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So while we give Mr. Levy some time to sort the technical aspect from his end, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our fifth presenter, who is now the fourth for today's session. So Ms. Neha Jan is a forensic professional with over 7 years of experience in teaching, training, research, and module development. She specializes in forensic chemistry and toxicology with expertise in analytical methods for drug, poison, and chemical substance analysis. She has served as a senior scientific officer at the Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, India, and as a junior research follower on LNJN and ICFS, which is now NFSU Delhi campus, for 4 years. She has also been a guest facility at institutions like Delhi University, Maharashtra National Law University, Lucknow University, and has delivered keynote addresses at various national and international events. Ms. Nia is a member of an editorial board for the Journal of My apologies, everyone. For our fourth speaker, we shall have Venica, not Neha. So, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Veronica Mehta, who is an assistant professor at the School of Forensic Science, National Forensic Sciences University, with over 4 years of teaching and industrial experience in multimedia forensics, a UGC NITE qualified scholar, and a silver medalist in her master's program. She has published impactful research and book chapters, earning awards for best oral presentation at international conferences. Notably, she has played a key role in the Delhi Metro's 2015 Wind to Electricity project, received global recognition and media coverage. Ms. Mehta has conducted training for law enforcement agencies, including the Anti-Corruption Bureau, officials, crime scene officers, and IPS officers, significantly contributing to professional development. A lifetime member of the International Association of Scientists and Researchers. She is dedicated to advancing forensic science. Through social media, she mentors aspiring professionals, fostering education and awareness. Her passion for teaching and mentorship continues to inspire the next generation of forensic experts. So without wasting any time, allow me to welcome Ms. Neha. Ms. Neha. Hello. Allow me to welcome Ms. Veronica. Hello.
Hello, yeah, I'm audible.
Apologies for that, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Give me a moment to share my screen, please. Kindly let me know if my screen is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
All right, thank you so much. So, good evening, everyone. Here in India, right now it is 5:34 p.m. And thank you so much, Munta, for inviting me in this first international conference on forensic science. And I actually love the theme that you have decided for bridging the gap between developed and developing countries. So I really like this concept. And in this today's talk, I'm going to discuss about the multimedia forensics in the developing regions. What are the challenges and what are the potential solutions that I can provide being in a country which is also known as a developing country as of now. So what are the challenges we are facing and what are the potential solutions we can take out in the multimedia forensics domain? So that's the talk of today. Before starting this presentation, I would like you all to hold on the question, how many cases remain unsolved in the forensic labs in our country? If I talk about India, there are a lot of cases. The question is on to you. What do you think, how many cases are still remain unsolved in the forensic lab? And what are the reasons? I really want you all to just put this thing in the chat box. You really think that, yeah, the cases are, much of the cases are still unsolved and it is still to be solved. And this issue is not just in one country. This issue is, I guess, I believe this issue belongs to all the country, that major of the cases remain unsolved. Now, coming up onto this thing, what is the reason why the cases are unsolved? Am I not able to share? Just a minute, please. I'm not able to move the screen next. Is it moving on your end? Are you able to see the next slide?
I think we are still on slide number 1.
Okay. Just a minute. Let me know now. Is it now moving?
Yes.
All right. So the question is, how many cases remain unsolved now? The major reason of not being solved of the cases could be the social media. Currently, in today's life, everybody is using social media, and it is a factor which is influencing everybody of our life. Do you think whatever case running in your country or whichever country you belong to, the social media make a huge impact on what type of news could be created out of that particular case? And if you're putting something on social media, there could be hate comments, there could be a viral content which could provide you a huge appreciation, there could be data on the cloud which can make you fall into the trap, there could be some fake news, and there are lot many data which gets impacted because of the social media, which creates the echo chambers. Now, this thing actually impacts the solution of the cases. For example, you want to solve the cases, but the things which is happening on the social media will directly impact your case, and this is going to hamper your solution. Now, coming up onto the very important three terms which we use in our daily life, that is MDM: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Americans estimate that 39% of the news that they see on the TV or read on the newspaper or even hear on the radio is misinformation. And they view 65% of news on the social media as misinformation. Now, what is this MDM? Misinformation refers to the false information that is not intended to cause any harm. Whereas if I talk about disinformation, it refers to the false information that is intended to manipulate and cause damage or guide any organization and country in the wrong direction. And if I talk about the malinformation, it refers to the information that stems from the truth, but is often exaggerated in a way that misleads and causes potential harm. Now, why I am telling you this thing in the multimedia? Because whatever we are seeing on the social media nowadays are directly impacted by these three terminologies, that is MDM: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Now, here comes the multimedia forensics. The multimedia forensics here comes into the picture, where again I'm not able to move my screen. Can you see my screen? Is it moving?
No, ma'am.
Is it changing? Please let me know if my slides are changing.
Yes, it's changing now.
All right, all right. Now, since I talked about the MDM, we need to understand that women are disproportionately targeted subjects of these MDM. Most probably, either the women or the people who are in the political spheres are going to be affected by this MDM. And here, now we talk about the deepfakes, which are impacting our daily life in, at a higher pace. It is a piece of technology that leverages AI to alter a person's appearance, voice, or actions in a way that can be realistic and challenging to discern from authentic or unaltered content. Now, here you can see two pictures. One is original and one is deepfake. This deepfake is created of a social media influencer, a Bollywood actress, and something has been shown in the video which was quite inappropriate. So that's why I'm saying either women or the people who are a major social influencer, or the person who are in the political spheres, they are going to be directly impacted by the deepfakes. It is basically the synthetic content that has been digitally manipulated or is intended to deceive. It includes AI generated images, and it could be audio as well as the video. Now, here comes the multimedia forensics. Why do we need multimedia forensics? What is multimedia forensics? Multimedia forensic is basically a branch of forensic science which deals with the identification, analysis, and validation of multimedia content, which could be image, which could be audio, it could be video, or it could be any digital document as well. It involves the application of scientific techniques to examine the digital media to determine its authenticity, origin, and integrity. For example, if something has been circulated and is a viral content on social media, we need to check what is the source, who has created that content. If that content is disguised, if that content is derogatory comment on someone, or if that content is causing defamation to someone, we need to check its authenticity, we need to check its origin. So that is what multimedia plays a role in. Now, what are the type of multimedia evidence? It could be image, audio, video. Images could be any photos, and it could be any screenshot. It could be any scanned documents. And in the audio recording, whatever voice recordings we have, intercepted calls that we have, surveillance footage, video recordings. Basically, we majorly get the cases from Anti-Corruption Bureau, where the bureau officials go and do a sting operation on the person who are taking bribe or who are doing the white collar crimes. So those type of footages we receive and we do the examination on that particular things. Now, what is the purpose of this multimedia forensics? Basically, the authentication of any evidence, analysis of any evidence, evidence collection is also important, tampering detection is important, and the one because it is supporting the investigation. So the purpose of multimedia forensics belong to all these points which I have mentioned in the bullet form, to confirming whether the multimedia content is original or it has been manipulated. So basically authentication. And if we have any suspected person and we feel like the kidnapping call has been made by the suspected person, so we will be receiving the audio and we do the comparison to prove that yes, the kidnapper is that suspected person only. So speaker comparison. So these are the things where the purpose of the multimedia forensics lies in. Importance. If I talk about the importance, we can really understand, since the use of digital media is on high, everybody, even a child, is having a mobile phone in their hand and they are using the social media. So increasing use of digital media in daily life is creating a lot of crime, and there comes the multimedia forensics for the examination of that particular crime related to digital media, because it is essential in legal investigation and court proceedings. It also helps in identifying the tampering, the forgery, or it could be help in verifying the authenticity of any particular digital media file. And we could understand that it is highly significant, it is growing significantly it is helpful in combating the digital crime globally, not in single country. I would talk about the global level. It is highly impacting the lives of the people, because social media right now, digital, it is we are currently living in a digital world. Everything belongs to a digital media. So we understand that crime is also directly related to digital media nowadays. AI, which everybody is using nowadays, creating a lot of crime. So detecting those things is really important, and that's how it is very significant to combat the digital crime at a global level. Since we know that digital crimes are increasing, it is become mandatory to be adopted by the developing regions and the developed regions of the multimedia forensics. Now, here we can see for the defect detection, we have many tools, but these which I have mentioned here are the paid tools. You can look out on the names of these tools: Mandate, we use Embed Authenticate, we use Medex, we use Kinesense. But in today's talk, I am going to discuss about some open source tools which a developing country can use, since it is very highly paid tools, very sophisticated tools. And if some country is not able to purchase those tools, which are the alternative tools we can use for the detection of these deepfake videos or images? Now see, since AI facilitates the creation of MDM, misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, it is also an integral tool to help detect false information. Now, with the help of this particular, let me just show you screen, and I will now show you how this particular website is going to help us in detecting whether the image or the video is authentic or not. I am copying this website. Now I will paste this website into my browser. I hope you all are able to see what I am doing right now. Okay, now this website is deepware.ai. What I can do, I need to put a video link, or I need to upload a video to check whether it is authentic or not, or if it is a deepfake video or not. So what I can do, I can find out the deepfake video of Barack Obama, and I will place a video link, and let us check whether the site is actually telling whether the video is tampered or not. So what I can do here, I can copy the link and I can go to the browser and I can paste it here. Now let's scan it. It is still in the beta version, but it can give you some good results. It is an open source tool. Now see, it is said that deepfake detected 97%. So if you have any video where you can feel like it is a deepfake video, you can use this deepware.ai site. It is an open source to check whether it is a deepfake detected video or not. Coming back to my slide, I hope my screens are visible to you. Please let me know. Somebody please let me know if it is visible to you.
Yes, it's visible.
All right. Now, the way I've shown you the defect detection using AI, I can also talk about the voice cloning. Nowadays, there are so many cases where your voice is getting cloned. In India, we have a lot of cases where the voice cloning is being done. What is voice cloning now? Exactly replica of your voice will be created and it will be used for some malpractice. Like nowadays, people are, making the clone of student's voice and they're calling their parents and they are telling that we have kidnapped your child, give us this much amount of money or else we will kill your daughter or son. And what voice cloning, when they create a clone of their voice, in the voice cloning the child of that parent is crying, and this is not the original crying, this is actually the cloned voice where the student is crying. Now we have one more site, Speechify, which can be used to create any cloned audio. Now I'll click on that and I'll show you how we can create the cloned of any voice. Now see, what you can do, you need to import any voice. Let me choose a file for which I have to create a, let's say I have opened that particular audio. Let's listen to.
कल शाम को मुझे बहुत जबरदस्त भूख लगी थी तो मैंने अपने एक दोस्त से ऑनलाइन फूड ऑर्डर करने को कहा.
Okay, now this is a Hindi language I have imported. Now what I can do, I can just provide it a script and it will read the script in the person's voice, which I have imported here. Now voice has been cloned. Let's see how does the cloned voice will appear.
उसने बिना कुछ सोचे
just a minute. Now see, voice will be imported and now see how the exact replica of this voice will be created. This is a script. Now, whatever script you want to get read by the software, you have to just put in the words and it will generate the audio for you in the cloned voice. Let's see.
Vanessa?
Yeah.
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Revolutionize my productivity with this custom
Sorry.
text-to-speech voices. Partnering with...
You have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes.
The
All
yes,
right.
please.
All right. Okay. So I guess you all have seen how we can create a cloned voice of somebody. Now, talking about the OSINT. What is OSINT? See, we need to understand this is an open source intelligence where it is very helpful for the developing countries, because nowadays if you want any digital data to be retrieved from anywhere, you can use the open source intelligence wherever, whichever data you are putting on any digital space, any cloud, it will be available on social media intelligence. So if you want to track somebody, you will have a lot of impressions, digital prints everywhere. Whatever social media you are using, that is called as OSINT. OSINT can be used. It is a cost-effective solution. Everybody can use it. It could be used for audio analysis. It could be used for social media forensics. And in the blue, dark blue color box, these are the names of the tools which you can use. And if you want to find out the geolocation and timeline analysis of the particular location, that also you can do. And the OSINT can also be used an image and video verification. Like we have Google Lens, which can use to trace the origin of manipulated or deepfake media. What the tools which I have mentioned in this particular slide, you can either take a screenshot. It is going to help you a lot, because these are all open source tool, which is going to help you a lot. I'm coming on to the challenges and the potential solution. If I talk about the developing regions, we have lack of advanced technologies. We have a high cost of proprietary forensic tools is there. That's why we are lacking in. We have limited access to AI and machine learning. We have outdated manual method of analysis, and we have limited training. And what are the potential solution? What we can do, we can do the investment in affordable and open source forensic tools. We can do some international collaboration to provide subsidized or free access to forensic software. We can provide the training programs and workshop to bridge the forensic skill gap, and we can provide some government and academic partnerships to develop the locally tailored forensic solutions. Just a minute. I'm sorry, some issue is there. Okay. Now, there are some absence of robust legal frameworks, and the potential solution is, again, we can train the legal professional, we can implement some international best practices, we can ensure human right protection while strengthening the legal oversight on digital forensic investigation. Complexity of multimedia evidence analysis, for that we can again collaborate with some international forensic institution, and we can develop some open access training program using the Coursera, Udemy, Interpol. We can do that. Now here is the very important slide, which you can either take a screenshot. These are the open source and affordable forensic softwares which you can use. Some autopsy we have, it is a free open source tool which you can use for disk analysis and for file recovery. We have photo forensic, it is again a free software. Gyro we have embed authenticate lite, which is a low cost version available at the sites. We have Audacity, Pratt, Embed V-Verify, which is for deepfake detection of videos and manipulated media. It is again a free software. And if I talk about hardware solution, we again have cost effective and low cost and free hardware solution. So these are the name of the tools which you can use as a free solution for the developing region. It is going to be very helpful to use the free or low cost software. These are the free training programs. You can use Interpol's digital forensic training. It is again free of cost. Udemy and Coursera forensic courses are free or low cost. You can do that as well. Digital Forensic Research Conference is free. You can take the access of research paper and forensic toolkits from there. So thank you so much. My motto of today's talk was to only discuss about the open source tools which you can use as a developing country, which is going to help you a lot. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate your attention. Thank you so much. If you have any queries, you can put it down in the comment section, in the chat box, or you can contact me on my YouTube and my Instagram channel, Forensics with VM. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Vanika, for the wonderful presentation. And I really love the fact that you talked about AI facilitating creation of MDM, and the fact that the multimedia forensics can help us to identify, analyze, and even validate the content, either from images, audios, and videos. That was an insightful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions. Please feel free to ask Vanika.
I think there's no question. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vanika. So moving on to our last presenter before the lunch break, Ms. Neha Jan. Ms. Neha is a forensic science professional with over 7 years of experience in teaching, training, research, and module development. She specializes in forensic chemistry and toxicology with expertise in analytical methods for drug, poison, and chemical substance analysis. She has served as a senior scientific officer at the Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, India, and a junior research fellow at LNJN and ICFS, which is now NFSU Delhi campus, for 4 years. She has also been a guest She has also been a guest faculty at institutions like Delhi University, Maharashtra National Law University, and the Lucknow University, and has delivered keynote addresses at various national and international events. Ms. Neha is a member of editorial board for the Journal of Forensic Chemistry and Toxicology, and has published research in reputed national and international journals. She holds a master's in forensic science from NFSU Delhi campus, a postgraduate diploma in forensic science, and has qualified UGC NET in forensic science. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ms. Neha to the virtual stage. Ms. Neha?
Very good evening, everyone. Like in India, it's evening, and I would really thankful for the organizers, the Forensic Post, to giving me this opportunity to be a speaker for this conference today. And I'll be really enlightened with the theme, like you are doing this conference to bridge the gap, and like you're trying to strengthening the forensic science in certain regions which are like which are not have that much of importance in forensic science. So I would be very happy to become a part of this conference. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay, so I would again like to thank the organizers and speakers for welcoming me as one of the speakers for this conference. And without doing any delay, I would like to share my screen. Okay, is it visible? Would you please confirm?
Not yet,
Yes.
ma'am.
It is visible.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So shall I start with my topic?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so as per my expert area, I am only concerning with that I am going to present a topic related with forensic toxicology, and particularly in forensic toxicology, I'd be more interested in talking about forensic pharmacognosy. So as the term suggests, firstly, we'll discuss about forensic toxicology. As if I say toxicology, so toxicology is basically the science that involves the study of different chemicals, different substances which are harmful to the living organisms. So we can say toxicology is a science that involves the adverse effects when we are studying adverse effects of certain chemicals, certain substances onto the living organisms, which can be the plants, which can be humans, which can be animals. So that makes toxicology. And it is basically the science that we focus on the knowledge from the source from where these chemicals came from, their fatal effect, their lethal dose, how we're going to analyze them. So all these aspects, they come under toxicology. And this toxicology is a Greek word that is coming from the word toxicon, that means some sort of a poisonous substance. Like in the earlier times, we used to have those arrow poisons. Those arrow needs to be dipped in some sort of solution before they are being like thrown to someone. So that solution is a kind of poisonous substance. From there, the word comes toxicon, that is toxicology. And the father of toxicology is Matthew Orfila. So this toxicology has different branches. Like if we simply concerned with the effects of some toxic substances, some toxins, like we have certain fruit, certain plant products, like the if I chalk off the floral bud, or if I chalk off any sort of roots, any sort of seeds which are properly or completely a plant product. So these are sometimes contain some of the toxic compounds, and we call them as toxins. So if suppose these sort of chemicals, these sort of alkaloids or these toxins, they are being consumed by the person and they are causing some sort of toxic effects. But these effects are not that much lethal. They are not as such that the person dies due to the exposure of these chemicals or the effects of these chemicals. So that branch comes under clinical toxicology, because the person has undergone some sort of clinical treatment. And if suppose the person has dies due to such effects, then it becomes the angle of forensic toxicology. So toxicology is itself I can say a bigger field which is having different branches. But as per the forensic concern, forensic toxicology is the science that involves the application of these toxicological principles, these aspects of knowledge from where that toxic substance come, and when we apply it for the purpose of law, for the medical legal context, then it becomes forensic toxicology. So basically, we deal with the effects of different poisons, different drugs. So poison can be like anything which is taken in excess amount, anything which is causing harmful effects to the person, anything which is causing deleterious effects to the person's body, which affects a person's health, that leads to some sort of impairment, some sort of inflammation, okay, or affect the major functioning of any organ. So that will act as poison to our body. So the effects of those substances, which can be poison, which can be drug, then how these substances enter our body, how these substances like shows these sort of symptoms, how they get metabolized inside our body, what are the fatal dose, what is the time period, or we say fatal period, and what all methods we opt for the analysis of these substances. So forensic toxicology is like includes all these aspects. So we have different areas. When we talk of forensic toxicology, we have some substances like poison, that can be those poisons, they can be any particular drug, like the cases of drug overdose are there. If suppose the person is abusing heroin, the person is abusing morphine, fentanyl, or opium and its analogs, cannabis, hallucinogens, then we have another sort of substances which also act as poison, like heavy metals, Like the person is consuming some sort of food which is being mixed with arsenic, so the person may be having arsenic poisoning, or the person may be having lead poisoning. So we have those heavy metals as one of the poison. Then we have pesticides or insecticides, or these substances which are used to kill the agricultural crop and weeds. Then the substances which are used to enhance the performance, like the doping substances, which makes the person more energetic and to enhance the sports performance. Then the persons also used to do some sort of addiction with certain substances, like the person is fond of some sort of petrol smell, so he is continuously abusing that. Or if the person is like habitual of having the smell of fevicol or any sort of like nail paint removers, thinners, alcohols for that matter, so they all come under our toxic substances or forensic toxicology. And also we have these chemical warfare agents, like the agents which are generally used by the terrorist group to cause mass level destruction, like our gases, mustard gas, tear gas, sarin, nerve agents, like those. So these are forensic toxicological aspects. And one of the aspect, if we talk of, that my presentation is more related to, is forensic pharmacognosy. So when I use the term pharmacognosy, that is when we are studying the natural products, okay, from different sources, like which are obtained from the plant, which are obtained from some sort of bacteria, fungus, marine organisms. So the study of the physical, chemical, the biological properties of certain drugs, or the certain we can say products which are obtained from these sources, although these are considered for some sort of benefit, for like to give us more energy, but we are not aware with the fact that these substances, because they are coming from the natural source, so they might act as poisonous to us. They might maybe like harmful for our body. They are causing some sort of harmful effects to us. So we have different research in pharmacognosy that also includes phytochemistry as one of the branch, microbial chemistry, where these microbes which are coming from the natural source, some of the like materials, some of the toxins, I would say, which are coming from the natural plant source, like if we are consuming some sort of fruit but it is bitter in taste, so that might be acting as poison to our body. Then we have some sort of biotransformations which are being done to change the structure, to change the like properties of that substance. So this involves pharmacognosy. But we don't have that provision that we can link forensic with pharmacognosy in India. But there are cases of poisoning, there are cases of deaths due to the consumption of some of the natural juice, some of the natural fruit, and the person is not aware of these things, that these substances may act as poison to our body. So poisonous plants are there that contain different biologically active phytochemicals, because they are harmful to the living organisms when they come in contact with that organism. There are a number of toxicological significant phytochemicals, like we have certain plant, we can say like fruit, we can have seeds, we can have like floral parts from where these toxic phytochemicals can be obtained. And these are like, we have categorized them. They are some sort of proteins, some sort of oxalates, some glycosides are there. Like if I talk of cyanogenic glycoside, that is present in apple seeds, which are considered to be somewhat bitter. So they contains amygdalin, which is the major cyanogenic glycoside. Then we have like, if I talk of ricin, that is considered to be a toxalbumin. So we have these sort of substances which are acting as poison to our body. But this aspect of forensic is remain like under nurtured, I can say, because the person is not having that much of knowledge, that instead of only focusing on the synthetic drugs, synthetic substances, these are also some sort of substances that may act as poison to our body. So we have these terpenes, triterpenes, which I'm mainly focusing on, phenolics, alkaloids. So these are the plant derivatives which consider to be a naturally occurring biological bioweapons, because they have the potential to kill us. They have the potential to destroy our life. So these are also considered to be poisonous substance, because if I define poison, poison is nothing but any substance which will administer to our body, even in this small amount, even in this small quantity, it is capable of producing that much adverse and deleterious effect to the body. So poison can be anything. We cannot able to simply categorize it that only alcohol is coming under poison, only this much drug is coming under poison. Any substance can act as poison for that matter, be it any pharmaceutical preparation, be it any metal, be it any plant product, be it any pesticide, food supplement, each and everything may act as poison. It is the right dose, like in which amount we have taken that. This is the basic thing. So because of like so much of variation among poison, we try to categorize them, we try to classify them based on their chemical nature, based on their mode of action. Okay, so like this, we have the plant poison in this one of the category, where we came across plant poison depending on to the mode of action. We have these irritants, and in irritants we have a category of organic poisons where we can categorize them plant poisons. So these phytochemicals, these pharmacognostic aspect is coming under these plant poisons. Then these are some of the terms we should be aware of when we are dealing with forensic toxicology and poisons, like LD50, the half which is the half of the population is going to kill by this much of concentration, and the fatal dose that leads to short death of the population of the person. So we have these sort of terms: fatal period, the period that is required to cause a death, and we have acute poisoning, means the single dose, the small amount, or like the sufficient amount but in small doses, and the death may occur in a short time span. And on the other hand, we have chronic poisoning, where we require the small doses at regular interval of time, and the person will take like some of the days, couple of days, like few months and up to years to show these deleterious effects over the body. So these are some of the poisons, their fatal dose and fatal period. And we have these routes of administration of common poisons, like orally ingested. They can be inhaled, they can be injected, they can be applied transdermally. And the effects they are causing is like some poisons are capable of causing local effect over the tissue, over the surface, which they are coming in contact, like our irritants, corrosives. Then some of them, they have the tendency to cause remote effects, like they get absorbed inside the body and they attack the target organ. They have specific target organs. And some are causing both local and remote effects. So basically, these are some of the factors which are affecting the intensity of poisoning, the how much amount the poison has been taken, what is the tolerance level of the person, whether the person is allergic to some, like the persons are there who are allergic to pollens, who are allergic to mushrooms. So they are having some sort of allergy. So that will make them different towards the act of poison. So these phytochemicals, which are more concerning, is basically these are the triterpenes. They are kind of phytochemicals which contains C5 isoprene units. They are triterpenes and they are having cyclic structures. The basic class is cucurbitacins. So these are the oxygenated compounds, tetracyclic triterpenes, which are highly unsaturated. They contains, if I talk of their chemistry, they contains hydroxy, keto, and acetoxy groups. These are the cucurbitaceae family. The product of cucurbitaceae family is our bottle gourd, bitter gourd, zucchini, cucumber, pumpkin. So basically, we used to hear that these fruits are sometimes bitter and we should not consume. But because persons are not aware with these things, they are continuously consuming them in spite of their bitterness. The persons are used to taking the fresh bottle gourd juice. In spite of its bitterness, the person used to consume that. And because of such consumption and because of that unawareness, the people, they are suffering with death because of the consumption of these bitter compounds, these bitter cucurbitacins. So this cucurbitaceae family includes our bottle gourd, cucumber, bitter gourd, zucchini, and the level of cucurbitacins which these plant products or which these phytochemicals has, it is not exceeding, it is only just 130 ppm. But because these compounds are present inside the fruits, inside the juice of these cucurbitaceae fruits and these cucurbitaceae family fruits, so we have these cucurbitacins in a wide range. We have A, B, C, D, E up to T, and this D is considered to enhance the capillary permeability. It is associated with when the person is suppose consuming a bitter fruit, after like 1 hour or after few minutes, after ingestion of that, few minutes, the person may suffering a fall in blood pressure. The person may start showing symptoms like accumulation of the fluid in the thoracic and abdominal cavities. So these are the two most common toxic cucurbitacins, we can say, B and E. And E is not that much toxic, but up to some extent, it is also toxic. It is present in cucumber. If we cut a cucumber and if we find that it is having some sort of bitter taste, that is due to cucurbitacin E. So if we find it bitter, we should not swallow it. These are some of the cucurbitacins which are present along with their structure. So these are highly toxic compounds, and basically they almost 900 species of these cucurbitaceae they exist. The fruits of these family, like cucumber, squash, they are sometimes they are normal. We cannot say that each and every fruit is toxic, each and every fruit is bitter, but yes, some of them they are considered to be bitter, although they are being cultured to be free of these cucurbitacins. But they, some of the mutations, some of the modifications, they occur with the passage of time in the environment, and they, instead of those mutations, they are containing that toxic or bitter fruits. So they are having a peak season, like up to after the spring season in the month of these March and April, we might have these fruits which are so much bitter in taste. So these cucurbitacins are extremely bitter, like because of the presence of cucurbitacin E glycoside, because of the presence of cucurbitacin B, because of the presence of cucurbitacin D as well. So they are recognized up to the level of only 2 ppm, as you can say 2 mg per kg, which is present in the squash pulp. Then we have bottle gourd. Bottle gourd also contains these toxic tetracyclic uh, triterpenoid cucurbitacins, and the vegetable becomes quite bitter because of the presence of these cucurbitacins. These
Hello, ma'am.
bottle gourd juice is yes,
Hello.
please.
Yes, you
Yes, I'm
have
just
to wrap up the presentation.
yeah. Yeah, I'm just doing that. So these juices, they contains the cucurbitacins in very much high amount, and they may also have some sort of hepatoprotective antioxidant properties as well. But because of some environmental stress, pH and soil effects and other like vegetation effect, they might act as toxins to the person. They may cause tissue irritation, they may cause like affect the cellular processes, sometimes they may cause necrosis. So they are causing some sort of poisoning. These are some of the toxicity cases of cucurbitacin, where a 54-year-old man that is having some sort of symptoms or toxic symptoms because of the consumption of the this toxic squash. She is having these symptoms. The person is showing the medical history, the doctors. The thing is, like, the person is showing the symptoms, the person has been taken to the hospital, but no one able to clearly diagnose that the poisoning is there. They simply show that might be the person has consumed that, and because of that the effects arise. So we know this thing, we like from the clinical point of view, but exactly like the, if the sample, if we try to take the samples and we do the analysis, we might able to find from the stomach wash, from the blood sample, that yes, how we can extract them and whether we are getting these cucurbitacins in the like visceral samples, I would say, or the samples which we usually collect for examining the cases of poisoning. So this zucchini, we have this case study, like zucchini can kill the persons up to 95% of patient, they show the mild poisoning of zucchini. Then bitter bottle gourd toxicity is also there. The person is supplied with some sort of intravenous fluid, proton pump, resuscitation measures are being applied. Then bottle gourd, which is also known as Loki in the Indian system, like this 35-year-old man who consumed the concentrated bottle gourd juice and show multiple episodes of vomiting, bloody diarrhea. The person becomes fainted, fall in the blood pressure. So this 50 ml of juice can produce the complications, and up to about 200 to 300 ml can be considered fatal. Then again, it is another case of bottle gourd poisoning. This is another case where we have this bottle gourd juice poisoning. Then gastrointestinal toxicity among the 15 cases because of the consumption of this bottle gourd juice only. Then there's zucchini and squash juice toxicity. So it's like this cucurbitacin, it gets absorbed inside the body, it gets distributed. The simply how the any poison or drug will go and react inside our body, in the same way these are acting. But the thing is, like, we are not aware that why these effects are coming. And if we are aware but we don't even think of that, we should go and try to examine, and we should have this forensic pharmacognostic angle also to find out whether these plant products, they are also sometimes toxic to us. Because like during COVID-19, each and everyone is going towards health boosters and those natural immunity things. So person are more consuming these natural sources, and nowadays also the persons, they are more prone, like they are more influenced by these things. Like the person is a dietitian or like any sort of nutritionist, so they prefer to take natural sources, natural food, but they are not aware that they may also act as poison to us. So we have these cucurbitacins, like B, D, G, and H, which is C has been identified as the major cucurbitacin of bitter cucumber. Cooking sometimes might denatures the toxic effects if we try to cook it, like if we prepare the bottle guard kind of preparation, which is called as normally a vegetable or veggies. So it might kill, it might destroy that. But if we are taking it in the raw form, if we are taking it in the juice form, so it will be toxic to us. So the level should not exceed 130 ppm. Bitter flavor usually impart toxicity. So we should prefer, like we should must have these sort of dialogues to obtain the information, what is the condition of the disease, how, what all the symptoms he is having, whether he is thirsty. These are some of the questions we can ask to get the result. So the on the conclusion note, I can say, like, this bottle guard juice especially, it should never be consumed if it seems to be bitter. And second thing is, avoid eating bitter fruits, veggies, taking bitter juice. And lastly, like, prevention is better than cure. So we should be more have that cure type of attitude, like prevention type of attitude, rather than after affecting with these things and taking the treatment from the hospital, from uh, from the medical professional. So it's better to be, prevention is better than cure, to follow that thing. And if suppose we try to analyze them from the routine toxicological procedure, if we are we can think of analyzing these things, so we can apply. I think what according to me is, we can extract them, we can have certain tests to check them, check their presence using TLC or any sort of preliminary test, and then we can confirm it with other instrumental techniques. So this was all about from my side, and these are the references where I have taken the case studies from.
Thank you so much, Ms. Neha, for that insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Your expertise and deep understanding of forensic toxicology has truly given us a lot to think about. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions. Please feel free to ask Ms. Neha. So we still have other presentations to come. So if you think of a question along the way for Ms. Neha, please make sure you type it in the chat, and you reference her name also, and leave your mail.
Yes, please. If you feel like you have any questions or any queries, you can drop in the chat box, and I'll definitely love to answer them.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me as one of the speaker, and to share my knowledge of this aspect of forensic toxicology. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your kind attention.
Appreciate it. So we have come to the end of the morning session, I'd say, that is before lunch break. And thank you all for your cooperation, engagement, and valuable time during these presentations. Your participation really made the session truly meaningful, and I appreciate the insightful discussions we had. So we have reached the lunch break time, which is about 30 minutes. So yes. So that means 30 minutes from now, we'll come back for more presentations. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Levy, are you ready for the test?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you.
I had to move quickly home where I'm having another systems and then switch over. So let's try this and see. So can I try sharing?
Yes, please.
Let me see. Okay, I think it's working now. I guess so. Yes, perfect. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Ah, good. Okay, I think it's good for now. Okay, I would stop sharing for now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Samuel, you're the one presenting, right? Hello.
Hello?
I want to know who's presenting. Is it Samuel?
I think his
We are
screen is on.
currently are we on break?
Yes, we are on break.
In case you're wondering, there's no sound coming from the video you're sharing. So I suggest before you share it, there's actually a checkbox at the bottom left of the window that is popping up. Then there you can check join sound, I think so. If not, share sound. Then you can check that, and then afterwards you can share the video. Then it will come with the audio. Because for now we cannot hear anything from this one.
in general. And
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And I hope you had a refreshing break and are ready to dive into the next part of our conference. We have already had some incredible insights and there is so much more to explore. So let's re-energize, focus and dive right back. So next up, we have Mr. Levy. And Mr. Levy will be sharing insights on cyber forensic in developing nations, challenges and opportunities, which I believe is an incredible topic relevant in the ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats and digital security. So, Mr. Levy, welcome to the first Forensic Science National Conference. So,
Thank you for having me. So let's move straight. Hi, everyone. I'm Mohamed Leby, Head of Cybersecurity. And today I would be talking on cyber forensics in developing nations, their challenges and the opportunity it brings. So briefly, I would run down to some introduction, some cyber threats landscape that these developing countries are facing. What are the key factors of success? And some notable cyber forensic cases within these nations, and then the challenges and solutions, and then I will end. So moving straight to it. So what is this cyber forensics? So cyber forensics basically is that practice of collecting, preserving, and presenting digital evidence for cybercrime investigation. These evidence are collected, processed, and preserved so that they can be presented in the court of law for possible prosecutions, because we want this evidence to be as transparent as they could be. So cyber forensics tells us or teaches us through that process in which we can gather this evidence without any altercation or any tampered issues with it. So why is it important in modern law enforcement? So as cyber threats continues to evolve, identifying perpetrators are key when it comes to cyber threats, and preventing these cyber crimes from happening and making possible prosecution in the court of law is key for us all, for investigators like us, professionals, cyber professionals like us. These are key things we do look into. And over the years, we've noticed a rapid growth in cyber crimes within these developed nations. You know, this has made us see the fact and the need. This has made us see the fact and need. Let me just get this off my screen. Good. So this has made us see the fact and the need for cyber forensics within this developing nation. But unfortunately, there are challenges that it comes up with, which I would definitely talk in as we move along. So now for the cyber threats landscape in this developing nation. As I told you earlier on, we've saw increase in cybercrime incidents. There are lots going on. In countries like Nigeria, we have them. Even in my own country, Sierra Leone, talk of Ghana, there are lots of cyber crimes going on. And the need to put an end to that has come to the notice of the public and also government officials and law enforcement officials. So we've noticed a rise in cyber crimes like such as phishing, which has mostly been done through social engineering. Recently, we've seen a large campaign of WhatsApp takeover through social engineering, and which in turn leads to other sensitive information harvesting. We've seen attacks like ransom attacks in government agencies, in financial institutions. We've seen financial fraud and that of data breach, many of them in these developing nations. It has spiked, the need for an urgent look into how we can put a stop to this and better mitigate its reoccurrence. We all know that the expansion of internet to most of these developed nations, the expansion of internet to their least regions, the expansion of internet facilities to remote areas and the access to internet facilities to most of these citizens living or dwelling in these developing nations has opened more doors to vulnerabilities and have given more attack landscape to the cyber criminals. So they prey on these weaknesses of the security infrastructures in these developing nations. They prey on the outdated softwares that they do use. Most of these developing nations can't afford to actually buy license or legitimate softwares. So most times they go in for the crack softwares or the pirated softwares, which in turn has some sort of vulnerabilities hidden within them. So it exposes them to lots of cyber threats. But see, there we go again. Most of them don't have the capacity to actually purchase those softwares and they want to use them. So they turn into the free version or the pirated version, which leaves them vulnerable to cyber criminals and cyber attacks. And another thing is most of these countries don't have a robust cybersecurity policies, and some don't even have at all. Some don't even have at all. Whilst others do have, but they are outdated and they are not regularly updated to meet the industrial best practice. So we've also seen lack of awareness and expertise. So in most of those countries, there is either no knowledge of or no professionals with cybersecurity or cyber forensic background, unless they have to outsource experts from other developed countries to help them. So most times before these experts do come in to even assist them, the damages has already been done. And sometimes even noticing these damages, noticing these attacks, because they lack the awareness and expertise, they might not even know that they are under attack or their data is being harvested. They would not know. They would be at peace doing their normal business when actually there is a whole team within their infrastructure harvesting information, harvesting data. So because they lack the awareness and expertise, they find themselves in a vulnerable situation wherein even to identify that they are being attacked, they can't. We've seen issues like that. We've seen scenarios. We've seen we've seen live attacks do go on, and countries cannot even detect that they are under attack. They are under cyber attack until another country could come in and step in saying, We've noticed a large data being moved from your country. Are you aware of it? We've known nations that have experienced such an attack like that. So lack of awareness and expertise are not the critical issues within the developing nation. Another thing is we are challenged with digital evidence collections. How is that? Most of the tools used for digital evidence collection are not available in these countries. And some of these countries, it's not that they are not able to purchase them, but these tools are not sold to them due to one or two reasons of political injustice and that of you. I was fortunate to speak with the head of cyber defense for West Africa, and we shared some valuable insights with regards to why these tools are not available. Sometimes they do want to help developing nations like us with these tools, but they are having issues with the companies providing these tools. Most times they say these tools would be used for political gains instead of actually having them do the job that they are supposed to do, which is the forensic, preventing these crimes and helping investigators find out how these crimes were done. So this is a big challenge for developing nations. They are not able to get the tools to enable them properly do their investigation and come out with evidences that could help prosecute these crimes. Judiciary challenges is also a key. Cross-border cyber crimes and data encryption further complicates evidence collection and legal proceedings. Imagine not having the correct your investigation, and then encryption is added as another security, preventing you from actually accessing what you're looking for within your investigation, actually accessing the data that you need to process when collecting your evidence. It makes it just difficult as it goes. So some of the key factors we've looked at, the key factors of success. One is the capacity building and training, getting these developed and developing nations skilled with forensic analysts, malware analysts, and digital evidence handling professionals, and also partnering with international organizations and university that can help them groom these experts locally. You know, an example is with National Forensic Science University. I see now they are established in Uganda, I guess. So that is one way of capacity building and training. They have the expertise in training cyber forensic professionals on how to handle digital evidence and how to find this evidence using the tools, using the industrial recognized tools. So partnering with institutes like that, bringing them locally, and other institutions overseas that could help, would foster expertise locally. And that would add as an advantage instead of now going out to seek out help from international experts. You would have people locally that can help with the forensic analysis and forensic evidence gathering. Another thing is the legal and regulatory framework. Strong cybercrime law aligned with international standards. You know, an example is the Budapest Convention, which Sierra Leone is also part of it. I think Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire. These are countries that are also part of this the Budapest Convention, which help collaborate with international partners and other countries in the fight against cybercrime. Partnering or being part of a bloc like that helps in information sharing and the fight against the cybercrime. A cross-border collaboration is also a key. We can now see we have things of Interpol, ECOWAS Cybersecurity Center. These are all organizations or entities that are developed to help the cross-border collaborations in the fight of cybercrime. Of course, we have lots of countries that are part of the Interpol. And of course, for us at the West African Bloc, we have our ECOWAS Cybersecurity Center, which is also there, which helps in the collaboration with the fight against cyber crimes within the West African Bloc. And another key thing, again, we look at is the public-private partnership. Of course, in some countries, or let me don't say some, in fact, most of the countries, the governments do rely on the private sector for most of its security handlings. Relying them in the sense is that the private sector do have lots of engagement with the public and that of external factors. So the private sector can help with information gathering and help in cybersecurity alert sharing. The private sector can help a lot with regards to technical support and that of collaboration with national institutions that are set up for the fight against cybercrime. So partnering with the private sector is also a key factor in the success with the fight against cybercrime. And then finally, the access to digital forensic tools, which I spoke on prior to now. Access to those tools can soften or ease the work of the forensic analyst or the forensic expert, because having these tools enable us to actually do our job with ease and also with clarity at its par. So if we do have access to forensic tools, I believe it can ease the process of investigation, the process of processing digital evidence and presenting them to the court of law for further justification or for the courts to decide or to preside over it. So let's talk on some of the notable cases across some of these developing countries that we've seen cyber forensics professionals successfully investigating and catching the culprits. One from Nigeria is the crackdown on cybercrime, online fraud. So the EFCC, Economic for Financial Crime Commission, successfully traced and prosecuted multiple online fraud cases using digital forensics. This was reported early in 2022. We saw that there was a rapid hunt for these online cyber criminals that were fraudulently taking money, data, and that of you from citizens all around the world. It was not just limited to Nigeria. It went cross-border. So we were having lots of reports like that. So of course, EFCC had to partner with its international partners to fight those crimes, and successfully they were able to crack down on these criminals and then prosecuted them to the court and then presented their evidence where most of them, I think it was all of them, none of them were sent free. All of them were sent to prison and with financial charges on top of it. Another scam that went viral was that which has to do with Kenya's mobile money fraud. It was also a thing of the talk. It went viral, and we saw the authorities also coming together with international partners with the fight, and they were able to crack down on the criminals, and then they were identified and prosecuted. Another with our own sister country. I normally like to call them sister country because, most of the time when Sierra Leone have any issue with regards to cyber crime, most times our first contact is the Ghanaians. We do first contact them. And if with no success, or if we see the need, then we call in for our bigger brothers, which are the Nigerians. So they also were struggling with with issues that has to do with dark web. But fortunately, with the help of ECOWAS cybersecurity team, and that which has to do with Interpol and the other agencies responsible for cybercrime, they were able to crack down on the dark web investigation, and with the help of their forensic tools, which was not actually these tools were actually brought in by the experts that came to help. As I told you before, we always have the issue of trust with regarding the use of the tools. But good enough, they were able to work together, collaborated, and they were able to investigate this dark web and came out with a successful story of tracing a Bitcoin transaction, and then they were able to reclaim it. So another is this our own Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone itself. Yes, we were challenged with the electronic, the
Hello?
election. Yes.
Yes, you wrap up in 2 minutes.
Sure, definitely. Definitely. So Sierra Leone had its own challenges when it regards to our past elections, and then forensic experts investigated and they came up with their analysis, and it was presented to the court, and so we were able to solve our elections claim with the help of forensics at the core of it. So for the Bangladesh bank heist, although Bangladesh is not a developing country, they are already developed, but their own is key. Most times we always bring it because it's almost crippled the entire country. The Bangladesh bank heist almost crippled the economy of Bangladesh. So that's why most of the times we also want to bring this to the notice of people that these are serious issues and we should look into them and see how we can help these developing countries stand and how they can also do these investigations without the help of external factors. So some of the challenges. I narrowed these challenges into these 4 critical ones because these are shared challenges in all the various countries I did my investigation in or I did my research over. So most times they're challenged with limited forensic resources. So the solutions the solutions we recommended were for them to leverage on open source tools and see how they can use cloud-based solutions to better help with the forensics analysis and forensics and digital forensic evidence gathering. Another is the legal process. We noticed that there is the legal process for this cybercrime is pretty much slow compared to other cases. So we recommended that the cybercrime courts, we recommended training for the cybercrime courts, and to enlighten the judges with how to handle cyber evidences and how to preside over cyber crimes. And of course, the lack of awareness. So we recommended more public education and cyber awareness campaigns to be conducted across these nations. So another is the digital privacy concern. Strong data protection laws should be written, passed into law, and should be enforced to better protect the privacy of citizens and and those in charge. So to wrap it up, because these that I've mentioned are just a scratch of what we are having in this developing nation, because I know time cannot permit me to go deep down into all. If you need to ask any questions or you feel like you would want an in-depth discussion on this, always feel free to reach out to me on these contacts. You can reach out to me directly by mail or LinkedIn or through X. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we walked away with a new perspective on cyber forensic in developing nations. And a huge thank you to Mr. Levy for sharing such an insightful presentation. And I think we can all agree on the fact that real price of cracked software isn't zero. It's your privacy, security, and peace of mind. So I think that is why we have conferences like this one to share knowledge. So in a minute, can I please take one or two questions for Mr. Levy? And remember, anytime when you feel like you have a question, you can share in our chat box. Please write the presenter's name and also the question and your email address so that he or she can answer your question anytime. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we are moving on to our next presenter. And please, Miss Lucy, may you please proceed?
Okay, thank you very
Next
much,
speaker.
Miss Ken. We thank God for how far He has brought us. Before I proceed with our next speaker, let me kindly acknowledge our sponsors for this very conference. We have Primer Due Diligence Consult, Delamy Forensics, FUSAC, UCC, GH Scientific, and Inverted Global, who have made it a point to sponsor this very conference. Also, let me kindly remind you of the discount that has been given to all participants who are interested in any training program with Invertech. If you are interested in undertaking any training program, Invertech is giving us a 10% of training services as a special contribution to this event. Thank you very much. So our next speaker for this conference is Evans Kiprop, and I'm highly honored to introduce to you um, a criminology graduate, award-winning researcher, and a published author with expertise in criminal justice, forensics, and victimization studies. He is coming to talk about interrogation and interview in criminal investigation. Actually, he is a certified researcher in environmental crimes from the Envy Crime Academy and has contributed significantly to research in criminology and criminal justice. With his strong written and verbal communication skills, Evans Kiprop thrives on challenges and is known for his diligence, organization, and self-driven approach. He worked as His work has delivered impactful results, contributing to the success of various projects and organizations. He is passionate about advancing forensics and criminal justice practices. He actively engages in research that enhances law enforcement and crime prevention strategies. Let's kindly welcome our speaker, Evans Keprop, on the floor. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Evans.
Yes, am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, yes. Am I audible? Okay. Thanks for the introduction. So my name's Evans Kiprop. After that brief introduction, so let me share my screen. Is the screen visible? Hello, is the screen visible?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. A bit. A minute. Then. Is it now okay? Okay.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen.
Okay. So I'll be presenting on interrogation and interviewing in criminal investigations. So before I deal with the issue of presentation, I've had many speakers talking about the issue now, which the main theme of forensic science. So before I deal with my presentation, I wish I could have highlighted some of the principles of forensic science. Then I continue. So one is there's these principles of forensic science. So one is the activity, the presence, the issue of traces that are fundamentals and factors of information. We have number two is the scene investigation in scientific and diagnostic, which requires scientific expertise. We have number three is that forensic science relies on investigative knowledge, investigative methodology, and logical reasoning. We have number four is that forensic science is an assessment of the findings in context due to the time asymmetry. And then number five, we have the forensic science is the continuum of uncertainties. Then number six, we have forensic science is the multidimensional purposes and contribution. And then we have number seven, forensic science findings require meaning in context. So those are the basic principles of forensic science. So let me go straight to the presentation. I was laying the background of the principles of forensic science. So I have the introduction here. So introduction, this presentation focuses on the philosophy of interrogation and interviewing, methodological approaches to interrogation and interviewing. We have the principles of interrogation and interviewing, which is formally known as the Mendes principles, named after a scholar known as Mendes, which he founded these principles in the year 2021. Then we have another concept, which is the achieving best evidence for victims and witnesses. Then we have the last theme, which is the future of interrogation and interviewing. All these topics brings out the nexus between what you call the forensic science and disciplines, like, for example, criminal justice, criminology, psychology. So then we have the third slide. So we have the division of key concepts. We have what you call as criminal investigation. It is the applied science used by law enforcement officers and forensic persons to unravel the cause of different types of criminal offenses. We have another concept, forensics. It's a Latin word from forensics, meaning of the forum, in reference to place where the law courts of ancient Rome were held. Then we have another concept, which is now the forensic science, this discipline we are discussing now. The first, the application of science to legal matters in trying to address particular concerns that arise in a legal setting. Then we have the interrogation stroke interviewing. It is used interchangeably. It are concepts which are related of establishing the facts stroke evidence from suspects and witnesses in relation to commission and omission of different types of offenses. Then we have interview. The Mendes principles define it as a structured conversation where one person, the interviewer, seeks to gather information from the interview as part of any information or intelligence. So most of you are practitioners in this field, the criminologists, the lawyers, law enforcement officers know these concepts because they are very important concepts when using, for example, if you want to extract evidence, analysis of evidence, doing research, doing evaluation of research. So all these concepts are very important. So the first domain is the philosophy of interviewing and interrogation. So we have the first domain, which is scientific philosophy, because now every discipline nowadays it shifts to science. If you are talking about philosophy, you must integrate with science. If you are talking about criminology, you integrate with science. Forensic science, you'd integrate, for example, criminology and forensic science. So we are talking about scientific philosophy. This is now the historical concept. The 19th century philosopher and scientist Charles Peirce proposed 4 ways that people acquire knowledge or beliefs, which is now the tenacity, authority, reason, and science. Science involves the following. So most of you are researchers in this field. For example, you are a criminologist, forensic science, you are doing forensic science research, psychological research. You know, these are the main concepts you are using. So one is developing an hypothesis. It can be two. You can talk of the null hypothesis, then the alternate hypothesis when you are testing the variables. For example, the independent or the dependent variables in your study. Another concept here is determining the research methodology. Design a study that manipulates the variable of interest. Determine what population they will draw their sample participants from. Collect and analyze data. You can use different tools of analysis of data. Compare the results of your hypothesis. If the results, if you get for example, if you are comparing, for example, the two variables, if it produces similar results to the hypothesis you are testing in your study, then you can compare that, then draw objective conclusions when acknowledging the limitation of the study. We know about, we are conducting a research in a certain area, then you must acknowledge the limitation. For example, if you are dealing with the scope of the study, if you are, for example, if you are dealing with a climate change study, or for example, if you are conducting, for example, in a laboratory, so you must acknowledge your limitations of that study, because it is very important. You cannot skip this in research, be it, for example, quantitative or qualitative research, or if you are doing both, the mixed method research. Yes, so that is the scientific philosophy. Then so we have the continuation here, the domains of scientific research, which is the continuation of it. So we have these components. We have what you call the internal validity. What does it mean? It involves experimental control to the extent which the researcher conduct cause and effect conclusion of the study. Then number two, we have what you call external validity. It refers to the extrapolation of the results of the study beyond the scientific confines of the contours, or what you call the confines of the study. Then we have what you call ecological validity. It involves a generalization of the results of the study to the real world. One is trying to understand, for example, mundane realism. What does this mean? Experience in natural setting. And what you call psychological realism, understanding the psychological processes. Then we have peer review and publication. It involves the rigorous creation of the standard of a research paper manuscript by separating of quality and junk science. That's why, for example, in forensic science, there is this concept of what you call the issue of cognitive biases. Then we have what you call confirmation biases, the errors. So when you are doing what you call peer review and publication, you are trying to separate what you call quality of that research and the junk science. So which now junk science, it contains a lot of errors, biases, it's of low quality. So that is what you call
Recording in progress.
Can I continue?
Yes, please. You can continue.
Yes. So there's this another historical development of interrogation, which you call the peace model philosophy. I can run through very fast. It is very clear. It is the development of peace model is linked with Police and Evidence Act, what you call the PAC, Act of England and Wales, and was introduced in response to the growing perception that the public has lost confidence in the criminal justice system. So there's one of the case study here, which is called Republic versus Latimer. It raised similar issues about convention alleged to have been extracted by oppressive behavior and violence during police behaviors with suspects. For example, those practitioners who are in the field of interrogation and interview knows that, for example, if you use this technique, there's what you call the rate technique of obtaining information from suspects and victims. So that technique is it is connected with what you call torture when you are extracting, for example, information from a suspect. So that concept of what you call the rate technique is considered as being a torturous concept. That's why there is now the shift from what you call the interrogation to what we call investigative interviewing. For example, on extraction of what you call evidence from suspects and victims. So there is that linear model. We have what we call the flow of events, the peace model. From the Second World War, we are talking about the 1940s to the Mendes principles, which is now the 2021 principles, which is now applicable, the applicable principles of interviewing and interrogation. So there is that flow of events from 1972. We have the Fisher Report 77. We have the Royal Commission on Criminal Procedures 81, and that Peace Act of 1984. Then you have the peace model acronym. Now, before we go to, we go to the peace model acronym. What does it mean? This is the famous model used in interrogation and interviewing. So if you are an expert in law enforcement or a practitioner or a researcher, so you must utilize this peace model. So what does it mean? So we have P, what is called planning and preparation, vital part in investigative interviewing, whether the victim, witness, or suspect or interviewing must consider. I've highlighted there for you to get to conceptualize what does planning and preparation means. Must first consider how the interview might contribute to the overall investigation. Then we have E, meaning engage and explain. This is the main phase of the actual interview and involve the opening of the interview and building rapport with the interview. What you call you utilize what you call the OPIT method. How do you establish the rapport with a suspect or a victim? And then we have what you call account clarification and challenge. So if you must clarify that account because you must utilize what you call why. Why are you conducting that interview? And then there's this concept called the why, which method are you preferring to use in that interview? How do you conduct interviews? So there's what you call account clarification and challenge. What is the essence of this or the relevance? It helps increase accuracy and consistency. Then we have what you call closure, involve the interview summarizing what has occurred during the interview to ensure that there is mutual understanding. What does it mean? This is an ideal opportunity to verify that all the suspects have been sufficiently covered with the interview and the second interviewer, if appropriate. Then we have the last acronym, which is evaluation. What does evaluation means? It includes evaluation of the performance, including question asked, information obtained, whether sufficient rapport was obtained, whether empathy was used, and whether all suspects of the model were upheld. So these are a very important part of peace model acronym, what you call evaluation. You evaluate your findings at the end. So if you have gotten the proper response or the wrong results as a result of that interview. So what we call evaluation. In research, there's what you call evaluation on research. So, but here, we're talking about evaluation of, we are talking about evaluation of your results as a result of getting information, extracting information from suspects and interview. So another slide here, it talk about the evolution of suspect interview in the United States, federal law enforcement. So this now the procedural aspect. How do you conduct interview or interrogation? So the step one is what introduction. Step two, maintain the rapport. Step three, questioning. Step four, summary, and then you do what you call closure. So here we are talking about planning prior to the interview, examine case and suspect information, prepare a purpose statement prior to the interview, develop a team based on case and suspect. Two, establish rapport, establish common ground to build rapport, observe baseline behavior, components of effective in communication, on self-awareness, clarity of expression, and active listening. Then we have step 3, we're talking about questioning. If you're talking about you use different approaches, the open-ended and closed-ended questions. Then step 4, summarize information, follow-up request, a written statement. Then step 5, we explain forthcoming processes. Then another concept there is acknowledge cooperation, leave door to open for additional questions. So that is another model. So we come to the main principles of interviewing and interrogation. The same case I talked earlier about the principles of forensic science. So they are linked. So you will get from this presentation that the principle of forensic science and even the principle of interviewing and interrogation, they are almost similar. So this is what you call the Mendes principles of effective interviewing and information gathering, represent a crucial achievement in the evolution of non-coercive interviewing and interrogation. It was published in May 2021, and what is the aim? To propose concrete alternative to interrogation method. That shift there. Is that transition from what we call interrogation to what we call investigative interviewing methods. What does it rely? It relies on what we call coercion to extract confession. I did that at the first stage of this presentation. So what is the essence? They provide guidance on obtaining accurate and reliable information in full respect of human rights and dignity of all, including through the implementation of legal and procedural safeguard in the first hours of police custody. Like, for example, these standards, the issue of what you call observing or what you call Miranda rights. Those of you who know what Miranda law deals about, the right to remain silent, right to be presented by an advocate. So these concepts explain that. They provide guidance on obtaining accurate and reliable information in full respect of human rights. Different constitutions around the globe, they respect human rights. For example, in Kenya, we talk about Article 49 of our Kenyan constitution. The same case to other countries like Ghana, Africa. There's this aspect of respect of human rights. You derive from what you call the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. So we go to another slides. Mendes principles in the evolution of interview practice. What are these principles? So quickly, it is foundations. Number 2 is what you call on practice. Number 3 is called vulnerabilities. For example, you do what before you conduct any interview or interrogation process, you must conduct what you call risk assessment throughout the process. You must understand the risk and the threats of that interview or that. Then we have training, building on the realization of the kinds of specialist skills. So, for example, you want to extract information from a victim, so you must know which type of victim I'm dealing with. If the primary victim is a tertiary victim, is a secondary victim. Those of you who study victimization knows about this. Then we are talking about accountability. Transparency and accountability are values which lie in the act of promoting an organizational culture for its action. Then we have the last, which you call implementation. So these are the key principles. They are tied to the principles of forensic science. So you will have a look at later. Then we have the common research methodological approaches. One is called laboratory studies. For example, in forensic science, we do many, for example, issues of DNA, fingerprinting. So we go to the lab. So even in investigative interviewing, we do what we call laboratory studies. This is the most common methodology utilized by researchers studying interviewing. One of the hallmark features of the laboratory experience that researchers systematically controls and manipulates what occurs during the study. Then we have what we call self-report studies. Then we have what we call the list now, which is called field studies. So I think even if you study what you call field study, the anecdotal evidence show that is the least common methodology employed to studying interviewing. In this area, nearly all observations have been conducted using an official record of an interview, primarily transcripts, but researchers are increasingly receiving access to audio and video recordings. There's what we call in research a transcription. If you were to convert, for example, audio to text, so what you call a transcription. So that is what you call the common research methodological approaches. Then another slide is what you call achieving best evidence from victim and witness. Which approach do you use? So the evidence from victims and witnesses is pivotal for successful criminal prosecution. The quality of evidence is often relied upon by the prosecution in proving their case. So in reality, many vulnerable persons such as children, for example, which protocol do you use when interviewing children? Because children and, for example, age people, so there are different different approaches when you are investigating a child, or when you are extracting information from a child. Which protocol, which procedures, standard operating procedures do you use? For example, there is the protocol called the NHICD protocol. It is usually use in UK, but other countries, for example, around the globe, for example, UK, France, US, France has adopted that protocol. So it is an essential protocol. For example, when you extract information from children, and so there's this concept in England and Wales, the interviewing of children and vulnerable is underpinned by guidance produced by the UK Ministry of Justice. So then we have the continuation of it, the overview of the AB, Achieving Best Evidence Framework. We have what we call the planning and preparation. Then we have initial contact with witnesses, yeah, and planning information. So that is the overview. So there's a chart here, there's a linear chart here. We go to assessment of conducting the ABE interview. What do you do?
Hello, sir.
Yes?
Please, you have 5 minutes to wrap up.
Yes. So that's why I want to deal it with. So we have rapport, engage and explain, free narrative account, questioning and clarification, and then you do what you call a closure. So then we come to the future of interviewing and interrogation. So as discussed in various section of it, anthological presentation, has been much debate by academic researchers and practitioners around the world concerning the terms interrogation, interview, but they are used interchangeably in various fields of study. But regardless of the term used, the outcome should reflect the full exercise of legal rights by a person at each stage of contact with public information, regardless of whether such encounters are labeled as conversation, interrogation, interviews, or question. So what are the key focal areas to look when you are considering the future of interrogation interview? For example, there is what we call the future of forensic science. That's now what we are dealing with now. So we have the psychology of rapport, which is now the OPIC method, so which is family used. There's what we call the challenges of advancing science and practice. So, and then we have the pitfalls of using non-scientific methods. So that is now the future lies here, the three concepts here. So because now the interviewing and interrogation, we must use what we call the scientific methods. Then if there is a misalignment between science and practice, we need to do that realignment between science and practice. That we call the psychology of rapport. We use what we call the OPIT method. So we must utilize that. Then before I wrap up, we have that's my references now. So interviewing and interrogation, these are text. It's a review of research and practice. Then we have the principles here. Then we have the European Registry of Exonerations. So you get them via LinkedIn. Then we have some case studies there. And then we have, that's my, if you have a question or whatever, you can reach out to me. Then you want to do research on interviewing interrogation, we can link up. So that's my WhatsApp. So that's my presentation. And thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I can take some questions.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation, Mr. Kepo. The floor is open for 1 or 2 questions. If you have any questions for Mr. Kepo, he's ready to answer them for you. And then you can as well drop them in the chat box for him to address it for you. Any question? All right. If there are no questions, I think Mr. Evans Keprop, thanks for being our guest for this special event. And then thanks for the time and then the knowledge shared on investigation and then interrogation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So fast forward, we'll proceed to our next guest speaker for the day, who is Mr. Nyonyo Henry. He is coming to talk about network forensics. Um, he is currently an instructor at Inverted Global Limited, serving as a national service personnel where he educates others in cybersecurity and digital forensics. He holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and computer science. With over a year of hands-on experience in the field, Mr. Henry specializes in using tools such as Wireshark, EXIF2, and various Linux utilities for network traffic analysis and digital investigations. His background also includes expertise in web development and cryptography, which enhances his ability to understand and address security vulnerabilities. Mr. Henry is actively involved in training and mentoring aspiring cybersecurity professionals at Invitech Global Limited. Driven by a passion for understanding cyber threats and strengthening organizational security, he aims to share practical insights on network forensics and the application of forensic tools in real-world scenarios at the conference. Audience, let's kindly welcome Mr. Nyonyo Henry to the page. Mr. Nyonyo, you are kindly welcome. You may proceed. Hello, Mr. Henry. Hello, Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry, please recontinue. Hello. Hello. Hello, Mr. Henry. Hello.
Hello, please, can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Sure. Sorry. So I would like to share my screen. I think I did that earlier on. Please, is my screen visible to you all?
Yes, please, it's visible, but I think something is coming.
Sure.
All right, it's okay now. It's okay.
Yeah. So thank you once again for inviting me to the first Forensic Science International Conference themed Bridging the Gap, Strengthening Forensic Science in Developing Regions. Thank you very much, the Forensic Post. So today I'll be speaking about digital forensics, which is an aspect of um, forensic science, precisely network forensics. But before that, who am I? So as you already know, I'm Nyonyo Henry, currently an instructor at inviterglobal.com or Inviter Global, and then also a cybersecurity engineer, a CTF, and then also a mobile and then web developer. So if you want to link up, these are my social media handles for Instagram and then LinkedIn. So moving on, I would like to throw a little insight on what digital forensics is. So digital forensics has to do with the identification, acquisition, processing, analyzing, and reporting of what data stored electronically. So it has to do with electronic data. So currently we are having a meeting over Zoom. It has to do with what network, because network can enhance people to share information and resources from one location to another remotely. And then there are lots of branches within the digital forensics. We have computer forensics, which has to do with devices. We have database forensics, which has to do with databases. We have IoT forensics, cloud forensics, mobile forensics. We also have network forensics and many more. But today I'll be focusing mine on network forensics. So without much ado, the outline for today is going to be what network forensics is, the concepts in network forensic, some tools that aid in network forensics, the importance of network forensics, best practices for network forensics, the drawbacks, and then how to overcome some challenges. After that, I'll show a live demo on how to use some of the network forensic tools for an investigation. So when we talk of network forensic, what do we actually mean by what a network forensic is? So it is a sub-branch of digital forensic relating to the monitoring, logging, capturing, storing, and the analysis of computer networks, since you are dealing with network. So the basic concept within the network forensics. So if you talk of network traffic, it is the amount of data which is transmitted through a computer network at a given time. So if you are communicating with somebody on any social media platform, you are making use of what network, and then the amount of data you send across or you send from one device to another is what you mean by what the network traffic. And then the next one is network traffic analysis. This has to do with the method of monitoring network activities and availability to identify anomalies and including cybersecurity operational issues. So when we talk of network analysis, this has to do with investigating all the activities that are going on within a network infrastructure to determine network activities which are out of the normal. And then also with this, you can actually identify security issues that may arise in the organization. The next one is packet capture. So packet capture, also known as the pickup, is the process of intercepting and then storing data packets that travel across a network. So if you talk, these are the concepts I just want to introduce you guys to. And then after that, there are lots of tools for network forensics. However, I've selected a few to actually show you. They're actually free to use and then can be used by individuals and then also organizations who want to have a good grip on their network infrastructure or monitor any activity going on in their network. So the first one I would like to introduce you to is Wireshark. So Wireshark is a full network traffic capture tool. It can be used for network traffic analysis, can be used to detect malicious activity on a network. It can be used for security auditing. It can be used for forensic evidence collection and then also network monitoring. We also have the network miners, which is very good for network traffic analysis and then forensic evidence because multimedia any multimedia data you send across a network is actually being displayed. So suppose you are sending an image from your device to an organization's device, they will be able to view the image you are sending across with what the network miners. We also have the TCP dump, which is a network traffic capture and analysis tool. We also have SNOT. So SNOT is a network traffic capture tool, which is very good for intrusion and then intrusion prevention. It's very good for intrusion detection and then intrusion prevention. So this is very good for the organizational level. And then also it can be used for network analysis. Can also be used for network analysis. So any organization looking to get a software or a tool for monitoring any activity on their network, these are the four main ones I've actually used before. And then I know their capabilities. That's why I'm presenting on this and then actually mentioning them. Yeah, so now we'll head over to the importance of network forensics. So the first point is that it detects what threats at their early stages. So before a cyber crime even occurs, with the help of network forensics, you can actually identify the threat and then what mitigate it. That's the first point. And then the second one, investigating cybersecurity incidents. So if there's been a security incident, you can use your skills in network forensics to actually know how the attack went about. So for this, you used to gather information and then investigate how the attack came about. And then the next one, digital evidence collection. So collecting digital evidence, such as the source of the attack and then everything, how the person went about the attack, and then malwares and then everything. You're able to capture it within what the pickup, if I may say. And then the next one is what incident response planning. So if there's a cyber attack, how do you or how did the organization go about to mitigate the attack? So with the help of network forensics, the organization can actually bring up a proper response plan so that it will help them in the course of what a cyber attack. And then the next point is for troubleshooting. So network forensic does not only deal with digital evidence collection, but then it also helps organizations and individuals to actually troubleshoot their network. Then the last point is network anomalies detection. So if there are any network behaviors which are out of the normal, you can use your skills in network forensics to do what? To detect those behaviors and then actually mitigate it. So these are the importance of network forensics. Yeah, so what are the best practices for network forensics? So for capturing traffic. So the best practices to do that is to do what? To capture traffic continuously. Because you can't afford to lose even one traffic, be the most important information you're actually missing out. So it's very good to continuously capture traffic. The next point is deploy a solution that captures traffic reliably. So you're supposed to choose softwares and tools that you can actually rely on without any errors. So I actually introduced you to a few tools you can actually use. So you can also set up filters to catch anomalies or anomalies. Yeah. So if they are, you can actually, how should I put it? Yeah. So you can filter out your packet captures to actually detect network activities that are out of the normal. So you can set up a filter that does that for you automatically without you having to investigate it on your own. So this has to do with the AI and machine learning. This has to do with AI and machine learning. So they all come as a feature in those tools I mentioned earlier on. The next point is what? Storing traffic. The next point is storing traffic. So after capturing the traffic, probably you would want to store the traffic for what? Later investigations. So what are the best ways to do it, to store traffic? The first and the most important one is allocating sufficient storage for what? The volume of data collected. So as you are capturing the traffic and doing that continuously, you will be required to use what? A huge sum of what? Storage to actually store all those information you're actually capturing and then storing. And then the last point is adjust file sizes for desired performance and optimization. So you have to adjust the file format for what? Good performance. You have to adjust the file size for good performance. Yeah. So how do we overcome these drawbacks, or what are the drawbacks in network forensics? Sorry. So the first drawback is what? Human errors due to inadequate training and then pressure to produce results. So sometimes there's a forensic investigation going on, but then due to pressure from the higher ups, there could be what? Human errors, and then also due to the lack of training, there could be human errors. And then the next one is what? Storage space. So if you don't have sufficient storage space, you'll be lacking in what? Network funds, because all it has to do is what? Capturing traffic and then storing that traffic for what? Future uses. But then if you don't have the storage to store all these traffics, how do you do that? So that can be a drawback. The next one is what? Data integrity. So data integrity has to do with manipulating data along the way. So suppose I'm sending an information to another person, and then that data has been captured by a malicious actor. He can modify it and then forward it to whoever it's supposed to go to. So that's also an issue in the network forensics. And then the next one is encryption and anonymity. So Mr. Levy actually made mention of this. So encryption is actually a good practice if you are trying to communicate with somebody online, because it keeps your privacy. It makes your connection really secured. Yeah. But however, this poses a significant challenge towards network forensics experts, because since your connection is encrypted, it means all the data you're sending across a network is what? Is encrypted. So after we get the data, because it has been encrypted, we find difficulties in revealing what? The actual data within that. And then this might serve as what? A drawback. This might serve as a drawback. The next one is insider threat. So sometimes there's somebody in the organization who deletes all the evidences. That might aid in what? The investigation. So this can also be a drawback in network forensics. So next off, I would like to talk of how to overcome these challenges. The first one, use AI and machine learning for automated anomaly detection. So AI and machine learning. So currently, AI is actually emerging and is being used in many aspects of our lives. That does not exclude network forensics. It actually helps us to make our investigations easier and then faster. And then the next one is deploy advanced packet capture tools with deep packet inspection. So the Wireshark, for instance, is a very good tool for packet captures, because it takes record of every activity going on your network without leaving out any single detail. The next one is implementing strong login policies and centralized log management. So you have to implement strong login policies. All right. So suppose you're an organization. So actually, login is just keeping record of everything going on the network. But for this, it's on a higher level, meaning it doesn't give a detailed report of whatever is going on the network. So you're supposed to use a strong policy, which means the security team who is actually taking care of the organization's infrastructure is supposed to adhere to what these strong policies, and then it should be centralized so that it can't be tampered with. And then the next one is strengthen collaboration between international cybersecurity agencies. So collaborating with cybersecurity agencies actually improve in the skills of what the experts. So for instance, we know the Europeans are actually having sophisticated tools to actually aid in network forensics or forensic science. So if we're able to collaborate with them, we'll actually get the opportunity to learn about most of the sophisticated ways they've been using to do what their investigations. And then lastly, it's about the training of personnel in what forensic best practices and then incident response. So currently, this is what we are lacking. But then I know in the near future we would get a lot of experts in this particular field. So without much ado, I would like to hop to the demonstration. Without much ado, I'd like to hop to the demonstration. Yeah, so I made mention of Wireshark. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Right, sure. Yeah. So this is a packet capture. So these are all the activities that has been going on an individual's computer. So currently, it says his computer has been acting weird lately because probably it might be the cause of a virus or a malware, but we don't know that yet. So we'll use our knowledge in network forensics to actually find out how he was able to contract a virus or a malware onto his device. So for this particular example, I'm using Wireshark, as you can see, and then this I've already loaded the pickup file, which contains all the data I need for what my investigation. So to start off, mostly what we do is to identify the victims the victim devices what details. So I have to get the person's IP address, the host name of his computer, and then also his MAC address. With that, I can proceed to find out the real cause of what his computer acting weird. So first, we use the dynamic host configuration protocol. So the dynamic host configuration protocol, it actually contains information about any individual's computer, the IP address, the MAC address, and then also the host name. So these are all the DHCP protocol requests which has been made so far in the packet capture. I just filtered that out. So I would have to go through all of this to figure out which one is the host or the victim's IP address. So mostly, if you look to the bottom left of my screen, you can see we have something like dynamic host configuration protocol. That's where the information lies. So I just click on this. So I can minimize this. Yeah. So I just click on this and then scroll down to the options. So for the options, you can see we're having different options. We have an option 53, which is for what DHCP message type. We also have option 61, which is for what client identifier. And then we have option 12, which is actually what we are looking for. It contains the host name, which is what we are looking for. So I'll just click on that to expand that. So you can see we have the host name to what Mike-PC. This is how mostly we name our PCs. This is how mostly we name our PCs. So now I know the name of the PC is what Mac PC, but then I have to get Mac's IP address. Since this host, the option 12 is making reference to Mac's PC, I can just head up and then click on the Internet Protocol version 4 or the Ethernet 2, which are this. So the Ethernet 2 actually gives us information about the MAC address, and then the Internet Protocol version 4 gives us information about what the IP addresses. So you can see the MAC address. So the source of this particular request is Mac's PC, because it's from there that we were able to get information about what his hostname being what Mike PC. So now we know the IP address for Mike is 172.616.137.40, and then the host name is what, or the MAC address is this particular one you see here. So the source MAC address is this. So from there, we know MAC's IP address to be what? 172.168.16.137.40. So from that, we can go ahead and then find out the reason why his computer was infected. So with that, I'll just filter out this and then use the HTTP protocol or the hypertext transfer protocol, which has to do with your web browsing. So as you can see, he actually made a number of requests. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So about 9 requests. So we'll go through all these requests and then investigate how he contracted a malware. So the first request he made using the HTTP protocol was to this particular site. So check IP. So yeah, hold on. Yeah. So the first request is towards this particular site, http://checkip.dyndns.org. So mostly what we do is we just copy this IP address and then we check if the IP address is legitimate or not. Because some sites you visit are actually what? Malicious sites. They tend to infect your computer. So we check to see if indeed it is a malware or not. So with that, I'll just head over to my browser. And then there's one site everyone can use. So before you visit any URL or before you click on any URL, there's a site, Virus Total, which I'm displaying currently on my screen. You can use it to verify if the URL is legit or not. It helps you determine if it is malicious or not. Also, after downloading a software from online, you can upload it to this particular site and then it will determine if it has a malware or not. So yeah, for today, we are just dealing with the URL. So I'll just click on the URL and then paste the URL here, as you can all see. So now I just have to hit the enter button to see if it is malicious or not. So you can see no security vendor flagged this URL as malicious, meaning it's not malicious. So you can see all the security vendors flagged it as what? Clean, meaning it's not malicious. So now we can be certain that that particular URL is not the cause of what? The infection. So we can move on to the next one. So this is the response he had after making a request to that particular site. So he had a response code of what? 200, which means the request he made was what? Successful. So this is just a reply from the destination. Yeah. So I'll move on to the next request, which is to this particular URL.
Mr. Henry.
Which is to this particular URL.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Please, kindly wrap up in the
Yeah, please, can you hear me?
Yeah, please try and
All right.
kindly wrap up within the next minutes for us.
All right, sure. Yeah. So you can see he visited this particular URL next, which is actually like getting this and then go back to the virus total to check if URL here, hit enter and see what happens. Yeah, so you can see 2 vendors has actually flagged this as what? Malicious. So now we know this might be the source of what? His computer acting weird. So I'll just go to the details tab to see what it actually means. So these are the 2 vendors who has flagged it as what? Malicious. The first one flagged it as what? A malicious site, and then the second one flagged it as what? A bot network. So bot network simply is a network of what? Computers which are connected to what? The internet, and then being controlled by what? A malicious actor. So meaning somebody has actually taken control of what? His computer for malicious activity. So now we know this is the source of what? His computer acting weird, because the subsequent requests were made to the same site. So we can actually conclude on that. Yeah. So for the sake of time, I would like to end it here. And then there's a popular saying that network traffic is like a conversation. You should learn to do what? To listen carefully, because anything that goes on within a network, any click you make is actually being listened to, or is actually being logged, and then can be viewed by any other person. So as a network forensics expert, you're supposed to take notes of what? Every details. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Mr. Henry. Thank you for the wonderful presentation about network forensics.
and then for helping us to understand that there is a difference between network traffic analysis, and then packet capture, and then for your insights on the various network forensic tools we have, such as Wireshark, um, and those ones. Please, if there are any questions, kindly raise up your hand and then unmute yourself and then ask your question for Mr. Henry to answer your question for you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sally Fatau, kindly proceed with your question.
Please, my question is about the virus total. When we were going through, I
All
saw
right.
something like Sophos. The laptop I'm currently using is it's an agricultural laptop, so they give it to students. We have that Sophos installed on our laptop. I learned that's what they used to control the laptop.
All right.
So I don't know how it is. I want you to explain this one.
So you want to know what the Sophos
The
is?
Sophos is yes, please.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, please.
So it can actually be used. Yeah, the Sophos. Yeah. So Sophos is a cybersecurity software. Um, it helps in network security. So it helps in handling this network security issues, and then also server protection, and then end user protection. So actually, if your computer is being controlled by the Sophos, it means the person who gave you this computer is actually controlling it from what their end. Meaning anything you do is actually being seen by them, and then everything you do is locked at their end. So the Sophos is like, how should I put it? They have control over the computer indirectly. They control whatever you do on the computer. So you remember, sometimes you try to visit certain sites, you are not able to visit the sites. So the Sophos has to do with that. They are controlling your computer, but then indirectly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Um, Miss Philippa, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Edley, for excellent presentation. And my question is about the application of AI. And technology has always been a factor in forensic practice and advancement. And as we move on to the future, AI will be probably taking more and more forensic roles. In your perspective, what are the potential benefits and problems associated with this new factor? Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. So to answer your question, so with the AI, it actually has advantages and then disadvantages. Um, when they are building up the AI, probably the actual motive behind that is for to help humans to actually make our work easier for us. But then people are taking advantage of what the AI to do what to take to perform malicious activity. So the previous presenters, most of them spoke about how AI impacts cybersecurity forensics or digital forensics. So the good aspect is that it helps make your work easier and faster. But then the bad side of it is that people can actually take advantage, find a vulnerability within that to actually help in performing malicious activities. Me, for instance, mostly if I place it here, so mostly if I'm having a challenge or having a challenge understanding a particular topic on that particular CTF I'm playing. So I just give it to AI, and then indirectly it doesn't know what it is doing, but then I can leverage that to do what to perform a hack on what a target device. So I can actually leverage AI only AI without any knowledge about what a target system. I can leverage only AI to do what to hack into a system without any knowledge about what the system. So for AI, it's actually good and bad. But then so heading into the future, I know everything is actually moving towards AI. AI. Currently, the big organizations, Meta, we have a lot of them, Apple, Google, all of them are using what AI is currently. So in the long run, I think AI is good, but then we humans ourselves are actually making it what malicious. Yeah, because I think the initiative for the AI is actually a good initiative, but then we're actually exploiting it to do what bad things. That's what I can say about that.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll call upon Mr. Mutawakilu. I saw your answer.
Okay, so just my last question before we move on to the next session. We are far behind time, and unfortunately, we'll not be able to have that our 5 minutes coffee break. So after this presentation, we'll move on to another wonderful cybersecurity expert who will also be coming on board to share with us his knowledge and expertise. But before that, I would like to say it again. Henry is from Invitech Global, and you could see from his presentation that he's very good. He's one of the instructors at Invitech Global. Invitech Global is one of the supporters of this event. They help us in organizing and putting this event all together so they can share knowledge to all forensic scientists, no matter the level of your proficiency in computing. When you go to Invitech Global, they will get you a tailored course that will meet your demands. And I can assure you that if you join them within 3 months, you will see a lot of difference in your how like knowledge and expertise in terms of cybersecurity. I recommend you all to check on Invitech Global after this session and then try to get a course in cybersecurity, especially if you are interested to go into computing and cybersecurity. They are offering a 10% discount for all attendees. So in case you see a course that you want to that you would like to take and you want to enjoy the discount, kindly DM or reach out to us at the Forensic Post through any of our social media handles, or you can email us. I believe that most of the attendees we've been emailing or having conversations with you, so you have our email already. So kindly reach out to us if you want to enjoy the discount. So Henry, can you just re-say this again? I want to tell us if it is possible for someone without knowledge in cybersecurity or computing, someone who, in case that person wants to come and learn, how do people go with that? Are you able to train them, or they need some level of expertise before they can come in to take your courses?
Okay, to answer that, we've had a number of students who were not having any knowledge about computing, but then when they came, so for all our students, we have time for them 247 because a hacker does not sleep actually. So anytime you're having a problem, we make sure we attend to resolve all those issues. So without any IT background, there's no issue with that. But then if you're having an IT background, it's a plus for you. But doesn't mean if you're not having an IT background, it doesn't work. It works because you're having students, even females, who are not having any IT background, who has made it in the cybersecurity world.
All
All
right.
right, great, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Henry, for having you. Actually, there's one question in the chat box, so if you can kindly answer it in the chat box for us, we'll be happy for that. So let's proceed.
Okay, sure.
As we are far behind time, to our next guest speaker for the day, Mr. Guarav, as said by our director, that he's a security engineer at Qualis and he holds a PhD. Um, he's a research scholar at National Forensic Science University. He has a 4-year plus experience in DevSecOps, virtual patching, forensics, and reverse engineering. He loves conducting and discussing research around security and forensics. He has published 5 research papers and spoken in conferences like DevCon, that's NELCON, and then besides GDG, more of that. He has also taught, hello. He has also taught university students as a guest lecturer in the National Forensic Science University. When he's not exploring security, he can be found typing out new food cuisines, reading fictions, or playing video games. So he's actually coming to talk about something interesting titled Someone Was Here I can see the shadows. I've been anticipating for this section. So, Mr. Gaurav, you are kindly welcome. The floor is open for you within the next 25 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, hi. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I suppose I have a little bit less time considering the current time that we're at. But it's okay. I'll try to consider a time limit, and I'll try to complete my session within time. Um, and I'll share my screen. Please let me know when it's visible. Yes. Is my screen
Yeah,
visible?
yeah, it's visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So I understand that the title does not give away a lot of details, so I'll give you a very short, very brief overview. And this session is going to be about deleted files and specifically how you can understand that someone has used some anti-forensic techniques to delete the files. We'll start with the very beginning, very basics. What does it mean when a file is deleted? How does an anti for how does an as a how does a professional cyber criminal delete the file with anti-forensic tools? We call them file sharing tools. And how we can identify that in a computer file sharing tools were used, so that if you are in a forensic investigation scenario, you're looking at some suspect, at a person of interest, and they claim that they have not deleted any files, and that and you're trying to find, you'll be able to identify that a person was trying to hide some evidence. They were attempting to delete the files using anti-forensic techniques. So we'll start with that. So as I said, the agenda is discussing some how file deletion works. Then we'll move on to file shredders. File shredders are specialized tools, anti-forensic tools, and then we'll understand how file shredders can be caught. This is in no way foolproof technique. File shredders are not foolproof, and catching file shredders again is not foolproof. It's a catch and mouse game. Um, Anti-forensic techniques evolve to deceive the forensic investigators, and similarly for forensic investigators, they try to find newer techniques to catch or counter the anti-forensic techniques. Okay, so we'll start simply by understanding how file deletion works. Now, when we delete a file, it doesn't really remove the file from the hard drive or or the solid state drive or the storage device that you have. It simply removes a pointer that is pointing to that specific file that hey, this is a file. This is where it is, and we don't delete the contents. We only remove the index. File shredding is a process that deletes the actual contents of the file. Now, how does it do it? We'll move forward with that and I'll be able to explain how does it do it. Please feel free to ask any questions, of course, in between. Feel free to pause me, feel free to ask any questions at any time. And we can also take questions after this talk as well. Now, file deletion works by removing now the pointer. Think of it like removing the chapter from the index. You have a nice book and it has maybe 5 or 10 chapters. So if you remove the name of a chapter, maybe chapter 4 or 5 or something, from the index of the book, it is not removing the chapter itself. It's just that the name of the chapter has been removed from the index, but the chapter is actually there. The contents are there. You just need to find them. And forensic tools like Autopsy, SleuthKit, NK, FTK, they're able to easily find these contents from the disk, even if the file is deleted, because of course file is not really deleted. It's just a pointer that has been removed. Now, file shredders are specialized software that are used for deleting files. And these file shredders are specifically used by anti-forensic specialists, uh, by cyber criminals who need to remove all the content. So these specialized software file shredders, what they do is they open the file and then they overwrite all the contents of the file. And some shredders will also overwrite the names of the file. So let's say if the name of the file was abc.txt, then it will rewrite the name to xyz abc123 many times, and then after that they will delete the actual file. So because they have modified the contents of the file and they have overwritten it multiple times, the original content is no longer available. This is a more effective method of deleting the file rather than simply deleting the file itself. But then again, this is not a perfect technique either. There's some more nuance to it, because the file systems are more complex these days and they contain a lot of metadata. And we'll see how these file shaders sometimes miss out on certain locations, certain areas, and how we can detect and maybe even reconstruct some parts of data that was lost originally. Now, before I move forward, I wanted to show some tools that you might want to familiarize with yourself if you want to run some experiments on your own. These are free and easy to use tools. You can easily download them like CCleaner, File Shader, Eraser, etc., etc. And these tools have already been heavily researched. So if you want to run an experiment on your own, it will be pretty easy for you to download them and run them. And I'll also explain a scenario how you can create your experimental test bed, experimental situation on your end. Now, file shaders aren't perfect. File shaders leave behind traces of the fact that they were used. You'll be able to identify that in a certain software in a certain computer, a file system that has a certain file shader were used. Metadata can be found in file system specific files, and these metadata files contain certain amount of data which we call digital tool markers, which we'll be using to identify that a file shader was used. And we'll also be able to in some cases we'll also be able to identify that a specific type of file shader was used. Now these metadata files can be the log file, MFT file, or the USN journal. Right now I'm specifically talking about FAT32 and NTFS file systems. Other file systems like exFAT, ext4, ZFS, BTRFS, they might have other kind of metadata files that you can use to identify digital tool markers. This is an open research problem, by the way. If someone is thinking about writing a research paper, then you can study about digital tool markers and the experiments that have been performed already and how you can extend it. Right now, for this talk, I'm discussing NTFS and FAT32 file systems and where you can find the metadata files. Most of the time, this log file, MFT, and USN journal, they are not modified by the shredders, because to reach these files, you need a very higher privilege, and you'll need the capability to modify these files, which is generally not possible, and you have to introduce some kind of very malicious code in order to modify these files. So it is very difficult to effectively change the digital tool markers, or regardless of what kind of file shader tool you use, there will be digital tool markers. However, of course, there are ways we can discuss different ways later in question answer session, that how you could potentially make a file shader which can confuse the investigators, because again it's a cat and mouse game. Um, Anti-forensic techniques evolve, and so do the investigation techniques. So what were those strange files? Those strange files were created by the file system to keep a record of your files or folders in the storage device effectively. What kind of files do you have? How are they being modified? Whether they have been accessed or not, modified timestamp, access timestamp, etc. When was the file created? What was the name of the file? How many times was the file name changed? Which is something you can count by following that file name was XYZ before, ABC later, 123 later. All this information is usually available in these metadata files. Also, the log file will also contain small chunks of modified data. So let's say if there's an abc.txt file, then if you change the contents of the file, it will be visible or available in the log file, this $log file, if to make it clear. Now, moving forward, if you want to create a test scenario, you can create a virtual machine, create a new virtual hard drive, and then attach this new virtual hard drive to the virtual machine, format it to either FAT32 or NTFS. Of course, you can use something else. It's just that if you want to follow along with this specific scenario, with this specific experiment, you can use FAT32 or NTFS. Now, with the test bed created, we are ready to perform the experiment. And for the experiment, simply install any file sharing tool and create files in the VHD, and then run the file sharing tool, and you will be able to see what changes were made, and you'll be able to run your own investigation using Autopsy. Autopsy is a free and open source digital forensic software, and all you need to do is, after shredding the files, you need to find these specific files and see what changes were made. If you see notice some changes, you'll be able to identify that a file shredder tool was used. What are those changes? What exactly are we looking for here? I'll go to that slide. I'll go to that slide now. Now, to cache file shredders, we need to identify certain digital tool markers. These digital tool markers are some traces left behind by file shredders. These traces give away the fact that a file shredder was used, and these traces can be used to attribute to a specific file shredder. I'm saying they can be used. It's not 100% guarantee. Now, to give you some example, some example of some digital tool markers, you might see several entries in the log file. It might be related to a specific file, that certain file was changed, some contents were changed, file name was changed, timestamp was changed, or maybe you might see some temporary files left behind. So let's say if there's a Microsoft Office file, document file, PowerPoint file, Excel file. If you run if you run some kind of if you run some kind of file sharing software on top of it, then you will notice that a lot of times these file sharing software, they only delete the original document file. They do not delete the temporary file that was generated by the document file. So every time you open a Microsoft Office file or a PowerPoint file, Microsoft will create a temporary file. It's like a copy, it's like a shadow copy, which is later committed on the disk. So even though the original file was deleted by the file shredder, the temporary file still exists and can be used to not only find out the fact that the file was deleted intentionally, but also it can be used to potentially recover the original contents to some extent. Then file timestamps are often changed, modified by the file shredders. However, the original timestamps are very difficult to modify, and the original timestamps that you see in the MFT table can be found, and those timestamps can be compared with the file timestamps to identify that a file shredder tool was used. Now, these file shredder tools are going to change the name of a file with a certain pattern. So if I go back to the tools, the list of the tools, so I'll be able to tell you that this move shredder changes the name of the file multiple times in the format of MOO, MOOO, MOOO, something around those lines. And then you'll be able to identify that a move shredder software was used by the suspect, and then you will be able to come to a decision that yes, and anti-forensic techniques were used, and the evidence was and someone attempted to delete the evidence permanently or tamper with the evidence. So again, we can have a different set of digital tool markers depending upon the tool that we are using, and those can point us into a direction which tool was effectively associated with which set of digital tool markers. So for move, you might be looking at the pattern in which the file names were modified. And this is pretty much the end of my presentation. I hope I did not take too much time, and I'll be happy to take any questions right now. Yes, please.
Please.
Please go ahead.
Please, and this is Fatah Saleh. My question is about the file shredders. Can it be used on networks or is only used on hard drives and hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm saying that the file shredders, is it only used on storage medias or it can be used on social media handles like the networks, Facebook, Instagrams, and the rest?
Right now, they can only be used on the files on your computer. They cannot be used on social media. So a file shader has to be a software that is installed on your computer or on your mobile phone. So it will not erase any network activity. It will not, well, it will not affect. It will not remove any content that's on the internet. Just the content that's on your computer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gurav, my question is, with the file shredders, um, I learned something that's HDD, and then HDD, when you delete something from it, you can actually recover it. But with SDD, they actually have data wiping features. So are they also using this file shredding?
Yes. So the question is totally valid. Thank you. And yes, so when you say that, when you mention the tool SDD, I believe it is deleting the file in such a way that you're not able to recover it. So it is using a similar technique, because in order to make sure that the file cannot be recovered, it must be overwritten with some kind of junk data, some kind of random data. If the data is not overwritten, or if the space effectively where the file was residing is not occupied by something else, then we can extract the file back. However, if it is overwritten, just like file shredders do or some other tool does, then it becomes very difficult to recover the file.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, is there any other question from any one of you? And then you can as well drop your questions in the chat box for Mr. Garab to address it as well.
Okay, Mr. Brian, I'd like to know if there are any open source softwares or tools that can be used to recover deleted items. Like the ones we can use, we are not experts. If there are any tools that we can use to recover our deleted items, I will be glad if you can point to those tools for us.
Your question is about the tools to recover the files. Is this correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can use Autopsy, the Sleuth, Git, Ncase, FTK. You can use these tools to recover deleted files. Again, they're not perfect because it depends on how the file was deleted, but most of the time you're able to recover the file. Now, if you ask me whether you can recover a file that was deleted using the anti-forensic techniques or using file shredding tools, then I'll say it's not a perfect recovery. It might work, but it's a totally different session. It's like a whole workshop altogether. It's an open research problem because it depends on how the file was shredded specifically. But most of the time, if the file was simply deleted and not shredded, then it should be fairly simple to recover those files, carve out those files, and for that you can use the tools that I've sent in chat. Autopsy is the free one. It's free and open source. For Ncase and FTK, I believe you need to purchase a license.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions, thank you, Mr. Garab, for the insights on um, this section. And then we thank you for letting us understand that file shredders, even though they are what delete the file, they actually leaves traces behind, which actually confirms Lucas' exchange of principle. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for it.
Just one more thing. Gaurav, one of the audience or speakers wants me to extend his regards to you, Erasmus Mpojo. Erasmus, he was a colleague at National Forensic Science University. So he extends his regards to you, and he said he really enjoyed your session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm glad that you enjoyed my session. Thanks. Thanks, Erasmus.
Thank you too. So we move on to our next guest speaker for the day, with an interesting section. He's Mr. Madonna Matthew. He is coming to talk about a very interesting topic, from maggot to murder, how insects help solve crime. So, Mr. Matthew Madonna is an accomplished forensic scientist and academic with extensive expertise in forensic entomology, toxicology, and criminology. Currently, he is a PhD holder at a PhD scholar at BIT Mesra, Ranchi, and assistant professor in the Department of Forensic Science, Usha Martin University, Jharkhand, India. She has he has served as an assistant professor in multiple esteemed institutions and has professional experience as a forensic analyst. Mr. Madone's contribution include award-winning research papers and keynote speeches on topics like forensic entomology and victimology. He has published is it she? Okay. She has published extensively in in-depth journals and presented her work at international conferences. Her achievements include being honored as resource person and receiving accolades for her research innovations. With a passion for educating future forensic professionals, Madonna combines academic rigor with practical insights. Her commitment to advancing forensic science continues to impact the field significantly. So, audience, kindly let us welcome Miss Matthew Madonna on the platform. Miss Matthew, you are welcome.
Yes, so I hope I'm clearly visible and audible.
Yeah, you are audible and visible as well.
Yes, and you were right. Yeah, it's a she and not a he. So,
All
can
right.
I begin the session? Yeah, can I start the session?
Yes, please, you can start.
Okay, all right. So here it's night, guys. I'm from India. I hope it's an afternoon there. So we'll stick to a good evening. Okay, I hope that's fine.
That's fine.
So good evening, everyone. So my name is Madonna Matthew, and currently I am working as an assistant professor in the Department of Forensic Science, Usha Martin University, and also I'm pursuing my PhD in the Department of Bioengineering and Biotechnology from BIT Mishra, Jharkhand, where my topic of research is deeply related to forensic toxicology. So again, it's an honor to be here today to discuss an intriguing aspect of forensic science, which is forensic entomology. So the title of my presentation is From Maggots to Murder, the World of Forensic Entomology. Is my screen clearly visible? Should I like enlarge it or maybe keep it on full screen mode, or is it fine? Should I do like this? Is it okay now? Visible now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah. Just a second. Okay, I can share. I can see. Oh, just a second, guys. I'm setting my screen. Yeah. All right. So what basically forensic entomology is? Okay, the definition goes like forensic entomology is the application of insects to legal issues. Insects means evidence to legal issues. Okay, it is particular using the insect evidence so that we can get so much of clues regarding the investigation, let it be post-mortem interval, let it be how the crime was conducted, or is it the secondary location, is it the primary location, or are toxins involved? A lot of details that insects can particularly give. Okay, so insects also help forensic experts determine like whether a body has been moved, the environmental situations at the crime scene, and whatever the causes of death will be. So today I'll particularly take you through the role of insects in forensics, their life cycle, their applications, etc., etc. Also, the applications involves criminal cases, civil cases, and even administrative cases as well. Okay, my slide is not moving. 1 second. Just a second, guys. I have some.
Okay.
Okay, I'll keep in this mode. I'm not able to change in the other mode. Okay. So this is a basic life cycle of an insect. We all know it already, but I wanted to have a quick introduction before going into so much of detail. So let's start with the egg stage, where we all know insects begin as eggs. Okay, so they lay eggs usually in clusters. Okay, then the next stage is the larval stage, which is also known as the maggot stage. Okay, this stage they feed and grow. Okay, then there is the pupal stage, where you might have already seen some cocoons or like pupal shells like structures. Okay, where the larvae literally turns into pupae. Okay, this is basically a transition stage. And the last stage is the adult stage. Adult stage is what we see around. Okay, the insect that is flying, that is having food, or that is reproducing at exactly the adult insect stage. Okay, so one of the main creatures that play a very good role in the total procedure of decomposition are the blowflies. These are the first people, these are the first insects, flora, fauna to reach the crime scene, reach the dead body, the corpse, the cadaver there. Okay, so blowflies are the first to reach, and they are attracted to the dead body with the odors that the decomposition produce. Okay, now you will have a doubt. Okay, we get the odor after so long, so how are they reaching the dead body within like seconds of death? Okay, so humans have a limited sensation, or that adaptability to have the strong smells. Okay, we can't actually sense very light smells. Okay, so right after the death, we are at our fresh stage of decomposition, which is the first stage. And basically we can't sense, the body is still fresh, and it has not started to decompose externally, but still all the internal functions have like stopped, and the body is actually decomposing internally. So these but provide some clues, or give out some clues in order that we may not smell or experience, but the fauna can, the insects, the animals can get the smell even like miles apart. They can be kilometers apart, but still they can sense and reach the crime scene on spot. Okay, so these basically reach the crime scene, then they lay eggs in natural openings. Natural openings means we all have natural openings. Okay, we have our nostrils, we have our ears, we have our genitals. So apart from these natural openings, these people can even lay eggs on the wounds. Okay, it can be a stab mark, it can be a bullet entry point, a bullet exit point, any natural openings, because they literally want our blood, our flesh, or whatever internal proteins or food content our body can give them for their food purposes. They need that basically. So from these openings and wounds, they can literally get the straight access to our body, and they don't have to tear our skin and work so hard to get in there. All right, their presence and the stage help to estimate the time of death. As we said earlier, the life cycle of the insect, if studied in detail, okay, the forensic entomologist and the entomologist give a lot of importance to in which stage of development is the fly is. Okay, so these stages can literally contribute a lot for the PMI estimation, post-mortem interval estimation. So not only blowflies, there are other indicators like the beetles, the mites, ants, the wasps. These have different roles in the procedure. It's not like everybody is coming in the fresh state and just laying egg and leaving. No. Okay, decomposition, stages of decomposition is divided into several states. I hope you all know that is the fresh state, blotting, active decay, advanced decay, and the skeleton stage. So in each stage, the insects, the fauna attracting the dead body will be different, and the reason for attracting the dead body will also be different. Okay, because blowflies may be feeding on your blood or maybe your flesh. Beetles might be feeding on our hair, our fibers available in our body. Okay, cockroaches may be not, attracted towards liquid, food or content. They'll be attracted towards the dry leftovers these insects have left over. And there are also other insects who actually come not to feed on the dead body but to feed on these insects larvae, like who the already existing insects are there, so somebody can actually come and attack them as well. So it's like a lot of species come and go. Maybe they stay, they die, they reproduce, they have food. A lot of species are around the whole procedure of decomposition, right from the fresh stage till the mummification stage. Okay, then there are several factors that affect forensic entomology. That again comes as one of the main reasons why forensic entomology is again not treated as an important branch of forensic science, because it has a lot of limitations and drawbacks. Because I belong to India, I'm from India, and we have diversity of land, and again, apart from culture, we are diverse with land, climates, flora, fauna. So it's a good part, but again, it's a limitation when we are seeing through the eyes of forensic entomology, because all these environmental factors, the temperature, the humidity, rainfall, the soil type, water type, everything affect the type of insect that is available on the particular area, right? So apart from the climatic conditions, accessibility is also one point, because just imagine a situation where there's a dead body that is on the top of the ground. Okay, it is clearly accessible to all the fauna there, but on the other side there is a dead body which is buried, let's say 6 feet under the ground. So obviously blowfly won't be able to reach. Okay, flies cannot. So it might uh, go through another, the stages will be different, but the timings might change, and all the fauna attacking, it can be worms maybe, which are like on majority there. There can be other underground creatures which contribute greatly, right? So accessibility is one thing. Then the clothes we are wearing, imagine a situation where a dead body is nude. Okay, there's no clothing, so it's easily accessible for the fauna. But on the other hand, if it's a winter season and the dead body is like with 4 or 5 jackets on, so again, it is difficult for the insects to search for the body openings and enter, and it's going to take longer breaks. So these all situations can be a limitation as well. Okay, but they can be, I'll come to the other slide, it can be thought and considered as advantages as well. Then there is a location. Obviously, as I said, in our country, we are like rich with land diversity and climatic diversity as well. Let's imagine that northernmost state of India, there it's always cold. Okay, and let's come to let's say the southernmost state, it's like really like summer season and all. So again, extreme climatic situations can change the days in which a body actually decomposes, and also the type of insects found there. Okay, not necessarily every insect which is on the northern side is still available on the southern side as well. So these variations are there. So again, let's come to what advantages or clues the forensic entomology or the insects actually can give. The first is the estimation of PMI, which is the postmortem interval, because as per the studies, it is stated that entomological evidence can still give clues regarding the death or regarding the crime even after 72 hours of death, which is actually a good time period and good score by the forensic entomology. Then there is detection of a body relocation. What if we have doubts regarding, is this location the primary crime scene, or is it a secondary, or was the dead body moved? Okay, then there's indication of wound size. As I told, the phone actually first searches for the body openings. It can be natural openings, it can be wounds as well. The blood and the other liquid factors actually attract the insects. Then there is toxicology analysis. Obviously, if I am dead, I die because of drug intoxication, let's say. Okay, so if a blowfly has infested on me, obviously that drug is now present in the body of the insect. So they can give an idea regarding whatever drugs, toxins, or poisons our body had. Okay, then identification of neglect or abuse. If the person is alive, not dead, but still if insects are infesting, this can be a signal of maybe abuse or medical neglect as well. Then there are environmental conditions at the crime scene, as I already told, temperature, humidity, exposure to other conditions like, let's say, rainfall, extreme snow, or extreme thunderstorm. Anything can affect the total cycle and the insects infesting. Okay, then possible cause of death can be a clue. Then burial, concealment evidence, as I have already discussed, and this also helps in wildlife crime scene investigation, because if animals are found dead while in between the wildlife crimes, let's say poaching or trafficking, okay, the insects infesting their dead body can also be of great help. And also regarding the seasonal death estimation. Now let's come to the challenges. As I've already spoke about the challenges. Environmental variability is one factor. Species identification again. Now the insects available in Ghana will be obviously different from the insects available in India. So as per these geographical distribution, we have to have a vast data of the species identification, and it become the capacity to keep the data strong and up to date is actually a great challenge. Okay, the other limitations include, again, limited regional data, delayed insect colonization. As I've already told, if it's a very cold area, let's imagine it's like minus 20 degrees Celsius. Obviously the body is going to take very long time to decompose. What if it can also stay like that for a very long time? And on the other case, if it's like very summer season or rainy season, the decomposition can even speed up. Okay, so the time, if I say a dead body will be mummified in next 56 days, it's not true. Okay, it depends upon the climatic situation, it depends upon what are the insects attacking, it depends upon where the dead body is, on the ground, under the ground, etc., etc. Then there is alteration of insect evidence, because what if everything is going well? Okay, after the second stage of decomposition, which is a blotting stage, one vulture has attacked our dead body. Okay, so now the normal stages of decomposition is altered, and now it directly went to maybe one or two steps or stages will be skipped now, and they are almost on the second last stage of decomposition. So this alteration can even happen. Then presence of multiple insect species, okay, like overlapping life cycles, or what if some different species of insect has infested for some reason, or they have been attacked by some other insects, so anything can happen. Then again, as I have said, influence of toxins and drugs is one thing. Then legal and judicial acceptance issues. This is what exactly forensic entomology is facing, because not in every country, literally forensic entomological findings may not always be considered. We'll have to defend a lot and go behind this a lot to confirm the results, and we have to go through a lot of expert disagreements, etc., etc. And if you also see online, there are very, very less cases which will be found which has been literally solved using forensic entomology. But still, it's not at all a developing branch. Studies have been conducting on, I've been seeing in our country itself, studies are being coming up, but let's see how much time it is going to take for this field to completely develop. So that's all about it. I hope I have not taken a lot of time. These are the few references. Please, now I am open to questions.
Thank you very much, Miss Madola. So she's open to questions if you have any questions. Okay, you can ask it. Any questions? Okay, Mr. Sally.
Please join the presentation. I didn't see something like
Sir, your sound is not audible. I mean, can you speak a bit more clear?
I'm saying that
Yeah.
the limitation of forensic entomology.
Yes, sir.
Can there be something like anti-forensic techniques? Maybe criminals killing a body and putting it in an airtight container to to increase temperature, which will prevent growing of insects.
Okay. If I got your question right, is like you want to know that because I discussed the limitation, like what if other species of the insects are attacking and disturbing the whole procedure of decomposition, can we put them in airtight containers or maybe on a safe spot and then try experiment? Is that right?
Yes, please.
Yes. So what exactly happens is, as we are focusing completely on forensic entomology, we literally need insects here, right? Okay, it's like when I was in my bachelor's, I have literally, sorry, master's, I have literally tried decomposing a rat dead body. Okay, then every time what I noticed is my rat dead body corpse was like being vanished after the third day. I didn't got the thing, like where is it going? Then I found that the snake is taking it. Then one time I just covered it with one heavy plant pot, and then what I noticed is now I've covered the whole thing with a plant pot. Now the normal insect which has to infest the dead body is not able to enter. Even though I was able to keep the snake away, which is the scavenger or the attacking species away, I was also creating a barrier between the normal species which has to infest. So if we do like that in a airtight container, actually we can't take the entomological study forward because the normal species can't get in, or it will like delay the whole procedure. Maybe if what if a housefly, the normal Musca domestica, let's say it is finding a way in normal time, if it's taking 10 minutes, in this situation it can take 2 days. So again, there's like the stage has moved on. The body is still not in fresh stage of decomposition. It might enter to the blotting stage. So this is actually a limitation, and this cannot be considered if we are going with the natural infesting of species. I hope I have answered your question, sir.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Philip.
Thank you so much. Thank you for clearly explaining about forensic entomology. So, and my question is about
yes, sir.
there have been claims and criticism about certain disciplines in forensic science using techniques and methodologies that aren't validated or not fully accepted within the forensic community, the scientific community. And as you clearly explained, the core principles of forensic entomology are really rooted in objective scientific principles. In your perspective, what really hinders admissibility of entomological evidence in various jurisdictions, even
Okay.
after lots of study explaining the reliability and validity of the entomological evidence?
Okay. So, sir, it was your voice was certainly glitching, but if I got your question right, you are asking me regarding the reliability, how reliable this forensic entomological evidences are, and how reliable, I mean, how nicely we can present that these evidences in court. Is that the question, sir? Is that the outline of the question? Yes, I hope yes.
Sorry?
Sir, your voice was actually glitching. So what I believe your question is the reliability of entomological evidences and how we are going to present them in the court. Is it right?
No, I'm really asking about what hinders the admissibility of entomological evidence in various jurisdictions, even after a lot of study explaining the reliability and validity of this
Sir, just
evidence.
a second, sir. Your voice is actually glitching. If it's okay, can you please type in the chat box? I hope that's not a problem. Can you please do that?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Yes, but till that time, I think there's already a question in the chat box. I can answer that. Thank you so much. Is there any analysis performed to insects in estimating the time of death of certain or observed the development? How? Yes, the whole procedure is dependent upon how insect evidence is collected, how they're preserved actually for detailed, the way in which we preserve an adult is different, the way in which we preserve a larva is different, and an egg is different, a dead insect is different, live insect is different. Then again, the way in which we collect a live insect can be different. And again, basically, we move forward with the reviewing and studying their life cycle, yes, as I discussed earlier. But then if we are actually getting in detail, like for species identification and all, which is clearly not the forte of forensic people, but still zoology people or the person who has been specializing in entomology can work on. They actually go for DNA profiling, or maybe species identification on different level, like genetics and all. So they can go behind and so that they can confirm the species. Okay, so these are the normal procedure.
All
Okay,
right.
so what
Thank
hinders
you.
admissibility of entomological evidence is the issue of investigation lapses such as biases, errors, or actually no. Okay, because it's not actually about biasness or something, because it's not human evidence. Okay, so we can't actually be biased. It's again insect evidence, and insects I always have thought, like, what if insects were able to speak? Okay, they can give clear information, okay, like witness testimony or something. But as they are not able to speak, and we are yet to study all the behaviors and all the procedure of their life cycle, etc., etc. So the person who is conducting or doing this experiment or the investigation can also get confused. Okay, so again, the law enforcement, the judiciary is not considering as of now. It's not like it's not considering. If there's no other evidence, obviously we have to go behind the forensic entomological evidences. But yeah, it's not considered as one of the best evidence from the crime scene because it can have the below before said limitations, because the climate can be different, the way in which I might be collecting is different, the way in which the other person will be collecting is different, the way in which okay, for example, if I was dead consuming cocaine, okay, cocaine overdose, and if a blowfly has infested on me, okay, it actually speeds up the procedure. Cocaine, so again, it's not running on the normal life cycle. So a forensic entomologist who is seeing the bug on the this stage of decomposition, or he might get confused because he is yet to find out that the body had cocaine. Okay, so that is how the evidences are being hindered, and this can cause a very great challenge when we present these evidences in court. That's why these delays regarding these evidences are being done. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Miss, please, the rest of the questions, I think you can answer them in the chat box for us. We are far behind time so that we can
Yes, yes.
proceed.
You can please take the questions and please let me know. I can send back the answers to the
Okay.
attenders. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
All right. So we'll proceed with our next guest speaker on the list, who is Mr. Frank Fiadufe. He is coming to talk to us on the topic unveiling the truths, the role of digital forensics and cybersecurity in insurance fraud investigation. I think yesterday we had similar from the primordial diligence cybersecurity.
Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, so we have some technical issues with one of um okay, so I'll continue with introducing our speaker for now. So our next speaker is Mr. Frank Siabife. Yes, so Mr. Frank is a cybersecurity intelligence officer of Primary Due Diligence Consult and the Deputy Operation Manager, where he leveraged his expertise in cybersecurity and digital forensics to solve cybercrime cases. He conducts claim investigation and develops cybersecurity policies. He is also a lecturer imparting knowledge in forensic science, digital forensics, and related disciplines to shape the next generation of professionals. As a director of Southpaw Society Ghana, Frank advocates for the rights of left-handed individuals, promoting inclusivity and awareness in Ghana. His dedication to excellence is evident in his CFA accreditation by the Cybersecurity Authority Ghana, which recognizes his proficiency in digital forensic and cybersecurity. Frank is an active researcher, contributing to advancement in his field. He holds a master's degree in cyber forensics from the National Forensic Science University in India, and he has published research in reputable journals. His advice role highlights his commitment to advancing knowledge, protecting the digital ecosystem, and championing societal change. Please, let's welcome Mr. Frank Jadife. Mr. Frank, please, you are welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maunyo. Please, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
All right.
Yeah, you are audible.
Right. So we'll just go straight as our time is far gone. Let me just. All right. I hope my screen is visible as well.
Yes, it is visible, sorry.
Pardon?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, sure. So I'll be speaking on the role of digital forensics and cybersecurity in insurance fraud investigations. As a claim investigator and a cybersecurity personnel, cyber forensics, I would say, I would leverage those two expertise, and then we'll have a discussion regarding the role of cyber forensics or say digital forensics in insurance fraud investigations, and then some problems or let me say that we encounter in these investigations. So going straight into the presentation. So insurance fraud, as my boss said earlier from yesterday, It costs billions annually. And she explained yesterday that for the sake of some people, if she is to ask how people feel about insurances, they will start to say very bad things about insurance because they feel their claims being due and not being paid, because insurance is deliberately wanting not to pay their claims. It is not that. It's because of some individuals that are purported to always commit insurance fraud. And we have come across these syndicates, a lot of people that are actually having these as a full-time job, to be putting up staged incidents, or let me say fraud cases in order for insurance gain. So this is able to lead to causing billions to these insurance companies annually. And therefore, they have come with the conclusion that they have to do insurance fraud investigations. So whenever a claim comes, even as they have to sometimes pay on business grounds, they try as much as possible to have some investigations done depending before they pay the insurances. And this has also led to the raising of insurance premiums, and that's making it very expensive. This includes fake claims, like I said earlier, staged incidents where people sometimes they actually plan to even burn their own cars, try to stage accidents, try to intentionally crash, or sometimes they don't. It doesn't even happen at all. Some buy these damaged vehicles and then they try to insure them with some lapses that we have in insurance, whereby because of the amount of money that is involved in certain insurance, they try to just believe the people on business grounds and then just do the claim, do the insurance for them without checking the vehicles or whatever it is they're insuring before doing the insurance for them. So about 2, 3, 4 months later, these people come back and say they want their claims. And sometimes, due to the amount involved, they are forced to do insurance claims. And that is how digital forensics come in handy, comprising with multimedia forensics and all that is involved. They come in together to put every arsenal they have to investigate these claims, to make sure, like I said, insurance is actually committed to paying genuine claims. Once the claim is genuine, they are happy to pay. For that, I can say they are happy to pay, but it's always at paying fake claims. So why digital forensics and cybersecurity? It detects manipulated evidences. There are some deepfakes, which is rising up these days a lot, where a lot of deepfakes are happening with videos and images. Some bring altered documents, especially having to do with injury claims. Some of them they have specific doctors that they go to and get some documents for themselves, and others to try to, through Photoshop, alter some documents that are already available, original documents, they alter it, and then present to insurance to pay. And sometimes before digital forensics came into the picture, once they look at these pictures on the face value, it is very easy for them to pay without even thinking twice, because the thing is presented to you. There was actually a funny case that happened today. I was just discussing with my boss. There is a claim that we're supposed to pay on the business grounds. We didn't even wonder about the documents that are involved, although we did our checks and everything. It checked out. But one document that I didn't check out because I thought it was genuine on a face value. During this, I was preparing to come and speak, so I tried to do some tests to see if those I can demonstrate some of those things here without using the original documents. Then I realized that that document is even fake to even start with. So it's going to be another work I'm going to do after here, focus and get evidence to support what I'm saying. Because my boss will always say that the rule of the game is evidence. If you don't have evidence, your feelings don't matter. My manager would tell you that your feelings don't matter. So it helps us to also recover hidden digital traces. I will say, for example, metadata, whereby some people try to now, people are so inclined with technology that they try to even use it to do their own bad things. Unfortunately, some are even able to change the metadata of their documents before presenting for pictures, videos of incidents that they are purported to have been involved in. They try to edit this metadata to suit their narrative, forgetting that digital forensics is always there to reveal these hidden traces. It's able to protect sensitive insurance data from breaches, of course, whether that's when cybersecurity comes in. It is not just about the claims at the end of the day, but insurance data is always very important to be protected as well from breaches. I think so many cybersecurity personnel have spoken regarding this aspect, so I wouldn't delve deep into it due to time. Okay, understanding insurance fraud. So with all these things I'm saying, someone would ask, what is insurance fraud? It is the act of deceiving an insurer for financial gain through false or exaggerated claims. Sometimes the claim actually happens. The incident actually happened, but some people exaggerate it to a level that so that they could gain more money from insurance. And some have the knowledge that, or they think that insurance has so much money, so whatever claim you bring, they just have to pay. I wouldn't support that assertion, because it's the money that you bring in that is being used to pay claims. So it is important that these investigations are done using digital forensic expertise to be able to reveal these crimes. Like I said, some of them genuinely did it mistakenly. Some has become as a syndicate or individuals that have grouped themselves to actually commit these crimes. So the common types of this fraud are the staged accidents, which are the fake collisions to claim damages, inflated claims whereby a claim actually happened, but they inflate it, as it happens mostly with injury claims, where there is an accident, people are involved. When insurance wants to pay, they have to get some documentation from the hospital. These people liaise with the hospital, and then they try to give them exaggerated disabilities percentages just to claim insurance. And sometimes some people get involved in an accident and then they try to damage the vehicle further to gain claims. We have identity fraud as well, people using stolen identities to file for claims. We have had several of that where accidents occur, people go to the scene and then they identify that some people are dead. And they pick their names and then they represent themselves as if they were part of the accident. Basically happens. Fake injuries, I think I spoke about that, submitting false medical claims. So the rise of cyber-enabled fraud, fraudsters using AI. So the document I was talking about right now, it was photoshopped. So all these things, there are sometimes that AI videos are provided as, of AI images are provided to suit their claims, thinking it will just go through. On the face value, it goes through, but now digital forensics has made things easier to help curb these criminals. And digital document forgery. Of course, we do a lot of document analysis in Crime and Due Diligence Consult, where we are able to analyze documents very well when it comes to claim investigations to make sure that our insurers don't pay ridiculous claims that are not even right. So we make sure that every claim that is being paid is right. Now, the digital landscape of insurance fraud, how fraudsters leverage technology. The first one is fake documents. I think I spoke countless times about this, where they digitally alter invoices, receipts, and contracts. There are some times that the incident happens, and then they have to go for what we call invoices or receipts from their mechanics, the garage that they had the car repaired. They come out with exaggerated figures and all. So, and then it happens in receipts and contracts as well. Now, deepfake videos and images, AI-generated visuals to support false claims. These are all very important in our analysis that we encounter. We actually identify all these things and make sure that if we tell our insurance to pay, it's on a genuine level. There's phishing and hacking, whereby people try to gain the information or details of people purporting or presenting themselves as if they are genuine, just to get their information and then use for claims. It happens during accidents. People go to the scene, try to help people, and then because they know the people have no idea about insurance, they pretend, gain information of the people, their names and everything, and then use it as if they are the ones to gain insurance claims. Unauthorized access to insurance data, of course, through hacking. Those things are possible. So this is an example of the incident that I'm talking about, bent vehicles that happen a lot. I think I want to do a little demonstration and then we go on. So I actually have some pictures from genuine cases that happened, but I can't use those pictures here because of how do we call it? How important those documents are in the cases. Some of them are still ongoing cases. Some of them are cases that are done, but we cannot put those images out there. So I'll use a picture that is available online, something that happened in the Ghanaian parliament recently. So I think there's multimedia. I listened to Venica Mom. I think she mentioned photo forensics. So I will just use that to demonstrate something little, and then we take it from there. I just hope I'm in time too. So actually, what happened in Parliament was that after the ministerial vettings, one of our ministers was in Parliament on his phone whilst procession was going on. And what happened was that the picture that he was on was photoshopped and replaced with a porn video, as if he was watching porn in Parliament. Whilst the normal one was he looking at documents. So we'll take a look at those two pictures, and then we will look at how the variation occurs for you to know whether the picture has been photoshopped or not. This is something that we encounter every day as digital forensics, whereby these pictures are provided us. So we have to also know that, whether it is true that it's a genuine picture or it has been photoshopped. So I'll go straight into this. This photo forensics says it's free. You can go online, just Google photo forensics. It comes up. It's one of the few forensic tools that you can get for free. So this is the picture. This is one of them. So let me first show you how the pictures look like. I hope my screen is visible.
No, please, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
No,
Yes.
we cannot see your PPT.
Oh, okay. Let me come back and then. Can you see now?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right. So let me first show you this before we go on. I want to still be in time, so I'm trying as much as possible. So, all right. So these are the pictures. So this is how the first picture looks. Please, can you see?
Yeah, we can see.
Yes, please, we can see.
So viewers' discretion advised. So this is how the picture looks. This is how it looks on his phone. Then this is the second one. Let me see. This is the second one. This is the second picture. So you can see the second one as well.
Mr. Frank, we can't see. You can only see a group of pictures.
You can only see.
You can only see your download. How do I call it? A couple of pictures, but not the exact picture you are trying to show us.
Okay, let me just. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. So this is the picture. This is the minister in parliament. And this is the thing he's looking at on his phone. So this is the other one. Can you see this one as well?
Yes.
Yes,
all right.
Yes.
Sorry about the content. So now we go back and then we come here. I hope you can see my screen though. So I come here and I select. So these two pictures, I have to select one of them. So I've selected one. And then I've loaded it in the photo forensics. Then I upload file. Can you see? Can you see how it's appearing?
No, it's not showing.
Okay, let me still go back again and select it. Okay. I think you can see it now.
Yes, please.
You can see.
All right, sure. So it has certain functionalities here that you can access to analyze your photos. So this is how this photo is looking. The one with the the porn video, sorry, this is how it is looking if you look at it. So now I will juxtapose this video with another. So let me put this here. Okay, so you can see both screens, right?
Yeah, we can see.
All right. So I'm loading the second one as well, the second video, the second picture, sorry. So this is the second one as well. And this is how it is also looking. So now you can pay attention to something. You realize that, so the first thing that is happening here is that both photos are photoshopped because it was taken in Parliament and then TV3 had to, 3 News had to work on it. So both pictures have been photoshopped before putting online. That's what happens. But then that is why you realize that there are this, all the pictures are, the whole picture is having these white grains all over. Have you realized that? The pictures are all having the white grains.
Yes,
So one of,
Yes.
so that's one of the things that you identify when dealing with photo forensics. When a photo is photoshopped, when a picture is photoshopped, you realize these grains are appearing. So now let's look at something. This is the original picture that has been taken. You realize that this image is appearing differently when compared to this one. You see the white grains here, and look at the white grains here.
Yes, yes.
So let me bring it up so you can see it clearly. So now look at the two of them, picture A and picture B. Can you see? This is becoming very whitish with the grains. Are you following?
Yes, that's
right.
Yeah.
So this shows that this particular image has been photoshopped again, although these whole pictures have been photoshopped. So first of all, if a picture has been offered you and you want to check if it has been photoshopped to even start with, you can go to the strings. When you go to the string, you can check, and then you see if it has been photoshopped or not. Let me go down and see. The string has details to show if the picture has been photoshopped or not. Okay, so you can see here, Photoshop 3.0. Can you see?
Yes, please.
All right. So here
Yes.
you can, and then here too, because that's also been photoshopped, like I explained earlier, you'll still see the string here as well, also having the same detail because they were both photoshopped before putting online. You can see the same thing here as well. So the same way, if you can try this after this presentation, and then you realize that you can use your own pictures that you captured from your camera. It will give you the device that you have used at the time, and it will give you all those things. That is one thing about. So if it is genuine, you will realize that it is all calm with no these grains will not be appearing. But if it is not genuine, you see how white is this side is compared to this one. So we get back to our presentation. All right. So somebody will ask, what is digital forensics? It is the process of collecting, analyzing, and preserving digital evidence to uncover fraud. Of course, there are several ways that we uncover fraud when it comes to claim investigations. Now, digital forensics is coming up handy because now that everything is moving into the digital space, crime as well has moved into the digital space. All the cyber professionals that are here will tell you. I think my boss, Lebi, was just giving a presentation. He was mentioning the cases that are happening in various countries. Ghana, you mentioned Ghana, Nigeria, and all other countries. That there are several cases happening when it comes to the cyberspace. Because now the traditional setting we once had, it is now going down the drain, and now everything is now revolving to the internet. So now even insurance cases as well are also moving to to the internet level where people commit crimes using the internet. That is supposed to help us improve our lives. It's also helping them improve their pockets. Exactly. So that is why digital forensics they have to always be on edge. As cyber threats actors, they have to be on edge to make sure that they always have these things covered up. Key areas in fraud investigation, we have data recovery, whereby we retrieve deleted or hidden files. There are some times that you go to a client or a subject to get information from them, and they tell you, oh, my file has been deleted because this happened, this happened, this happened. And then if they agree, you have to, of course, you can't force them. So if they agree, and at some points we have the law coming in to protect. My boss mentioned that yesterday, that unfortunately, sometimes the law comes in to protect criminals. So sometimes the law comes on our side, and sometimes it also helps them as well. And that's the beauty of democracy. So if they agree, they give you your phone, you're able to retrieve those hidden files for them, or the deleted ones. So it's possible. And the hidden files also can be deleted. The metadata analysis, where we examine timestamps, file origins, and modifications. There is a recent case whereby these timestamps and file origins are used to get some group of people that were trying to swindle us or dwindle, whatever way you call it. They were trying to commit insurance fraud. So we use this metadata analysis to actually get them. This metadata analysis, I think I started learning this even before I started digital forensics from my boss, Erasmus. If you are there, this is to you. And then forensic imaging, where you create exact copies of digital devices for investigation. There are sometimes that they willingly provide their devices to you, and then you have to use them. You create digital copies of it. That's what I always tell my students. But you don't always act on the original copy. You create digital copies, and then you use those copies to do your examination. Whereby various tools are available to us. You have the autopsy, you have the FTK images, all of them are there. Data recovery tools are also there that we use in digital forensics examination. Now, digital forensic techniques for insurance fraud detection, the log and file analysis, where we trace fraudulent activities. We have metadata examinations as well. I think I've mentioned this countless times. Device forensics, where we analyze the call logs, the GPS, financial transactions. We have network forensics, where we detect fraudulent claims submitted online. The network forensics, I think somebody from Invitech just spoke on that when he used Wireshark to do some demonstrations. These things are all very important in digital forensics. Now, cybersecurity's role in insurance fraud prevention. Now that we've talked about all this, now we want to know about the cybersecurity's role that they have in preventing this insurance fraud. The first one is securing sensitive insurance data. Of course, that is the first level where we protect the company. We always have, primary due diligence have this lecture series where we educate companies, especially the insurance companies and other institutions all over the country. We go and educate them on how to secure their data. I think when they were reading my profile, they mentioned that we build cybersecurity policies as well. So all this is key in securing insurance data. Detect phishing attacks and fake claims. These are things that we do on the daily, where we detect phishing attacks and then we actually detect fake claims as well. And make sure we cap it before it goes through the process. So it prevents. Yes, please. My time is up, right?
Yeah, 2 minutes to wrap up.
All right, sure, I'll finish. But we prevent system breaches that could lead to data manipulation. So data forensics has to do with the investigation aspect of things. The cybersecurity has to do with the protection aspect of things to prevent things from happening. And then even if it happens, how we are able to get back to normal businesses. But digital forensics has to do with the investigation of the actual crime that has occurred. So that leads us back to technical challenges that we encounter during our investigations as digital forensics. Yeah. So we have legal and regulatory challenges, where I mentioned earlier that my boss will tell you that sometimes the law comes in to protect criminals, which is very unfortunate, but these are things that we have to deal with on daily basis. We have investigative challenges whereby it has to do with things like lack of digital evidence. Some people tell you that Immediately the incident happened, my phone got missing. Or a week after the incident happened, my phone got missing. And then once their phone is missing with all the evidence that there is. So it is difficult to have to deal with these people. Some intentionally delete the original file and forward those that have knowledge of data, have knowledge of IT and all that technology. What they do is that they get the original picture of the incident and then forward it multiple times to their colleagues, and then they delete the original one. So when you ask them, they send you the forwarded ones, and they know that of course it lacks the metadata. So that is one of the difficulties that we face. And then one of the difficulties I want to talk about today, as correlating to the other challenges, is that I was just coming across this, that even with our metadata analysis that we do, whereby you check for the original contents of the file through whatever tools, that whether it's zip file or metadata to go, whatever you want to use, which are all free access tools. What happens is that even if the image is forwarded through WhatsApp, and then you get the forwarded message, the WhatsApp picture, which normally the data is supposed to be lost. When you forward that file again to yourself or to somebody through email, it retains the dates that you actually email the file to yourself or to someone. It retains that date, which is very dangerous. That might end up making you conclude on some levels that a crime has occurred when it hasn't. So these are challenges that we face, and we hope that, of course, devices, I think a speaker was speaking yesterday when he mentioned that a tool was costing around $120,000 for analysis. So all these things are challenges that we go through: availability of funds to actually do proper investigations, to get proper tools, and these are especially the legal and regulatory challenges about people's privacy. It's very important that they have to analyze. I think with this, when all these things are sorted out, digital forensics work in insurance investigation becomes easy for all of us. So thank you. This is my email. This is my LinkedIn profile. In case you want to contact me, whether for research or any other thing, if you want to contact Primary Due Diligence Consult, you can always do that. We are available online, whatever we want to do support. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Frank for this wonderful section. As your boss said, laws comes to protect criminals. That's why we forensics enthusiasts and then forensic practitioners, we are trying to break the gap between developing regions and then those already developed regions to also use that same law in order to make those criminal face the same law that they are being protected by. So if you have any question for Mr. Frank, kindly raise up your hand and then unmute yourself and then ask the question for he will answer it rightly. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Mr. Samuel.
Yes, Mr. Frank, during your presentation, you made mention of forwarded messages, let's say WhatsApp images, and that the time it has been forwarded may be retained or it can be retained. So I want to know if these forwarded images or files, you will be able to get the complete metadata of those files if we subject them to analysis, like to be able to identify the primary source of the image before it has been forwarded to maybe multiple media, maybe WhatsApp or email.
Okay. All right. That was somewhat right. So what happens is that WhatsApp automatically erases data, metadata or files. But then it still comes down to the type of tool that you are using. If it's a free access tool, there are some tools that are paid and they are more advanced. So when you get advanced tools, it helps. But what happens is that with the free tools, once WhatsApp erases the metadata, there is a original creation date. That is what the metadata shows you. Original digital creation date. And when you see that, it can be taken for the day the picture was taken. And it can be also taken for the new metadata that has been created. So there are certain tools that are able to help you. When it's an advanced tool, they are able to help you to actually cap these things. I am actually about to do a deeper research into this thing, probably write a paper or something. So if people want to actually come together to do this, metadata has become something that is very important, especially when metadata has to take away all our metadata, want to find a way to bring it back, the original one back. So that is something that is being worked on. I've been trying to do some research on that. So basically, it may be due to the tool you are using as well. And then sometimes just WhatsApp scraping all the images and creating a new one when you have to transfer through your email or something.
All right. Okay. So any further question can be redirected to the chat box, and then if you want any further explanation, as he rightly shared his LinkedIn profile and then his email account, you can contact Mr. Frank for more insights. Mr. Frank, thank you for honoring our invitation to present on this honorable occasion. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we move on to our next guest speaker for the day. For one or two reasons, the person cannot present live, but we are going to share a video of the person. So she's in the person of Primrose Natongo. She's a forensic psychologist and she's coming to talk about forensic psychology. So Primrose Natongo, GMBPSS, is a registered member of the British Psychology Society and a forensic psychologist with a background in industrial and organizational psychology. She holds an MSc in forensic psychology from the National Forensic Science University, India, and a bachelor's degree from Macquarie University, Uganda, and a diploma in mental health from the UK. She has extensive experience in law enforcement, healthcare, and social development, having served in the Uganda Police Force from 2015 to 2023 and volunteered with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and Uganda Red Cross Society. Primrose specializes in mental health, behavioral sciences analysis, and safeguarding vulnerable individuals. With certifications in mental health, behavior management, and forensic investigations, she is committed to promoting justice, security, and well-being in communities. As I rightly said, we hereby present to you the video of Miss Primrose Natongo. Thank you.
Good evening to you all. You're most welcome to this session on the second day of the first Forensic Science International Conference, and our theme of strengthening forensic science in developing regions. I'm Primrose Nantongo. I'll be your speaker for this session, and I want to welcome you all for this session, and I want to thank you all for the first day of attending and also endeavoring to attend the second day. I want to thank the hosts for giving me the opportunity to come on and deliver my topic today. As a forensic psychologist based in the UK, I'll be presenting on forensic psychology in general, and I'll be giving a brief about forensic psychology. I won't be going so deep, and just to give like a general view on what forensic psychology is, where it can be administered, who is a forensic psychologist, who needs to do forensic psychology, and what exactly and where is it administered, what exactly forensic psychology is, what is the history, how did it come about, and who like we have to know like the background of forensic psychology and how it came about to be forensic psychology, and how it has helped out like in different countries, in which sectors it has been used. So if you allow me, I'll be sharing my presentation today.
So, in this presentation, hoping everyone can see my screen. So in this presentation, as you can see, I'll be talking about forensic psychology in general, and clearly, as we start, as I earlier on introduced myself, I'm Natongo Primrose, and if you can see the GMBPSS, that is because I'm registered with the British Psychology Society. So that is my title under the British Psychology Society. And that's how I phrase my name, as GMBPSS, Natongo Primrose. So let's kickstart on our presentation and topic today. So what is forensic psychology? You look at, like, forensic psychology comes from two different words, and that is psychology and forensics. And earlier on, as our presenters of the 22nd, that was yesterday, they told us what forensics is. And we see that it's the use of science, application of science in investigations. And then when we see psychology, what is psychology? Psychology is a science, and in that science, it studies about human behavior and mind. So that is psychology. So when you combine forensics and psychology, we get the word forensic psychology. And forensic psychology is just the integration of psychology into investigations. That study of behavior and mind is what we integrate in investigations to study criminal mind and behavior. So that's how we come in with the word forensic psychology. So when we look at the basic word of forensic psychology, here we're looking at criminal mind and behavior. So how do we come about to study criminal mind and behavior? Because it has come up as a history. We have very many things talking about crime. We have very many things talking about punishment. So at this time, we are looking at crime. So if we are talking about crime in this sector, what do we really mean? We mean the integration of psychology, how we psychologists come about to read criminal minds and behavior. So in general, that is what they mean by forensic psychology. Like how I earlier on told you that forensic psychology has a background. How did it come about? We look at a man called Wundert, that there's a Wilhelm Wundert. Wilhelm Wundert was the father of psychology, and how he became to be the father of psychology is that he founded the first forensic psychology lab in Germany, and that was in 1879. And through that, he inspired very many psychologists and researchers like James Mackin. For him, he conducted the earliest research in psychology of testimony. And then we have Alfred Binet. For him, he was a student to Cattell, and under Cattell's research and studies, he applied all that research and studies into law and criminal justice. And then when we look at William Stern was the first psychologist. He was the first psychologist that studied about witnesses' ability to recall information. So when you look at all this history, it all comes down to psychology. It comes down to, like, dealing with criminals. How do we get on a criminal mind? How do we give testimony in court? How do we become experts in court? How does your knowledge of criminal mind and behavior help in the law and justice sector? Because in most cases, we are having criminals that it is out of their control, and they commit a crime, but it's really out of their control. They're not doing it because they want to, but it's because they're undergoing some phase, like they're undergoing some mental illnesses, some just under substance use and drug misuse, some are just they're born like that, some are psychopaths, some are like it's something that is pushing someone to commit a crime. Historically, they would look at someone's structure, someone's face, someone's fingers, someone's body, and they say, oh, this person can commit a crime. That is the historical part of it. But when we come back to reality, science helped us. Science made it easy, and it clearly brought it easier for the justice system, that it is not someone's structure, it is not someone's physique, it's not someone's body, it is not someone's appearance that the person is a criminal. However, we have underlying factors that can make that person a criminal. Some people, we have diseases like the psychopaths. That's a disease, it's a mental illness, and someone becomes a criminal because he's addicted to killing, someone is addicted to blood, someone is addicted to torture, someone is addicted, it's psychopathy, it's a disease. Some are facing schizophrenia and they hallucinate, and through those hallucinations, they end up being violent, and through that violence, it's a whole process, it's really a lot. So psychologists came up to really bridge that gap and say, no, people wouldn't just be taken to prison, let's push people to prison. He has committed an offense, so let the person just go to prison for this. No, so someone came up to say, no, it's not that. Let's see the reason. Why are people behaving like this? Why is someone's behavior like this? So that's how we came about to study normal behavior and abnormal behavior. So that we can balance. Yeah, when you look at a person, you can balance that, and you get to identify a normal behavior and an abnormal behavior. So out of these abnormalities, we are facing people committing crime. So that's how we came about to study forensic psychology. So that's how the whole history started. After the history of everything, because we're studying like the basic forensic psychology. So this is where we know the history. What's the role of forensic psychology? Now that we know the history, we know how people discuss bad, and give expert testimonial. So what are these roles? After knowing forensic psychology, forensic psychology is about psychology in investigation. So what are these roles? It's just forensic psychology is divided into four roles. We have the clinical role, we have the experimental role, we have the actual role, and we have the advisory role. And all of these roles are basically are applied in the same recently the education and health system. So we're looking at different roles. There are four roles. So you have the clinical sector. Clinical role applies in
Hello.
hospitals, police, correctional centers.
Hello. Am I the only one having that interference?
Because it's used to diagnose, it's used to assess someone's mental capacity. It is used to assess someone's mental wellness, someone's abilities. So under this, we find that in the clinical role, what does a forensic psychologist do? The forensic psychology will interview you, will assess you using different assessment tools. And through that assessment and interview, they will make a clinical judgment, whether you're okay or you need to have further consultancy from a psychiatrist, further referral, like from a psychiatrist, like from a medical doctor, physicians, or anyone, because it's through these assessments that the psychiatrists come up to undertake on other patients. Because in most cases, like in Africa, we have cases that have failed to secure justice. Why? Because we have underlying factors behind them. And people are claiming that this person, no, yes, the person did that, but since childhood, this person has been mad, this person has not been doing well, he has been facing phases of sicknesses and illness, he has been visiting mental hospitals, but in the African society, you can't really mention that the person has not been well. A crime is a crime. You have committed a crime. Not only African society, even here in the UK, someone has committed a crime. Yes. So, but however, if we don't forget that you are not yet a criminal unless you're proved guilty, so it gives us that chance to collect every substantial evidence to prove you guilty. So, part of the assessment is to be presented to court that criminals committed an offense. She murdered so and so. God forbid, she murdered so and so, but it wasn't in her mental state. She wasn't really well, because out of this assessment, she appears to be having schizophrenia. She appears to be a psychopath. She appears to be being a sociopath. She appears to be having mania. She appears to be, like all that is ruled out. So it all comes back to assessment and it becomes a clinical role of a psychologist. So experimental role, it's in research. Like forensic psychologists really carry out a lot of research. We do carry out a lot of research. And through that research, it has helped to formulate like dissertations. We have used that information to make dissertations, to make their theses, to make books. So those books are really helping out people in their industries, in their homes, and everywhere. So so that is the experimental role. We carry out very many experiences on patients and everywhere. Those who allow and permit us to put out their data is used as an experiment. Their data is used as research to help out other people in dealing with the issue of psychology and mental unfitness. So we look at the actuarial role. Actuarial role is forensic psychologists. They use that statistical data to inform cases. You look at the data collected and the the stories that you keep piling on a patient, because when you're dealing with a patient, you start from scratch. You don't go deep like, boom, now look, I look at Primrose, I think Primrose is having this. No, it's not a matter of that. You start from the ground, you start digging from the roots. Okay, this is Primrose presented to me. She's having this. They claim that she's not mentally well. She's not okay. That's why she committed that offense. I'm like, okay, yes, I've had that. But what is Primrose's history? What is her family history? How has she been behaving? That is all statistical data you're collecting. How has she been behaving in the past? How has she been doing her stuff? And how has she been presenting? Also presentation matters in someone's life. So you all look at all those matters, like how has she been presenting herself? How has she been carrying herself? How has she been ruling herself? So all that information really matters, and it's very important. So all that statistical data helps us to make a very good judgment. Like, from childhood, she has been having signs and symptoms of a patient who's schizophrenia. She has been hallucinating from childhood. She has been doing this. She has been doing that. She has been doing this. So when they look at all those characteristics, everyone comes back to their senses and they're like, oh yeah, this is the reason why she's doing this. I think she's having schizophrenia, and we can go ahead and make a judgment of presenting her maybe to the psychiatrist, and maybe the psychiatrist can help us rule out more. But however, according to the forensic psychologist, she is ruling this and this and this and this, and it's giving a clear view of what is really happening. Then advisory role, it's mostly in terms of investigations. It helps out on how to carry on an investigation strategies. So a forensic psychologist really helps out in terms of investigation, that is in terms of preparing investigation strategies, offender profiling, interviewing techniques, which we shall look at some point. All that is really, those are all the roles of a forensic psychologist. So we come back to the functions of a forensic psychologist. They're very different from the roles. So we are coming to the functions of a forensic psychologist. What are the functions of a forensic psychologist? A forensic psychologist is used in criminal investigations, like we said, interviewing, advising, creating investigation strategies. Those are all functions of a forensic psychologist. Criminal profiling. Criminal profiling means that you profile a criminal from their scratch, background, dig more, their history, everything. So you keep profiling their past cases, if they have been like habitual offenders, if they have not been, you keep like profiling who the criminal is. What is Primrose? Who is Primrose? Why is she doing this? What is the reason that she's a psychopath and she's interested in men of this age brackets and this short, this tall? So you keep profiling, and in that profile, it is when we get to know, oh, this is Primrose. You get it? Interviewing and deception detecting. Yep, that is our main role as forensic psychologists. We interview and detect deception. Deception is lying. Like in all methods, we use all the techniques, the tools, the interviews to assess deception. Assessment and treatment of offenders. Yes, here we treat and assess offenders. Expert witness. As an expert, as a forensic psychologist, make your report, and that report is used in court, which makes you an expert witness. Like they call out for your help to assist in an investigation, and whatever information you profile and generate will be used in court. And most cases in developed countries, that information has really been helpful, and most cases whereby they have failed to get evidence most times, and they have used the forensic psychologist, whereby we have criminals that break down and admit that they did the offense. But however, admission to an offense doesn't really make someone a criminal. Some people just get tired, and they really get tired of the whole process, and they end up just admitting for just the sake of admitting. Some are just paid that when you admit, your family will be looked after. So you have to detect, you have to really be on the line, you have to be understanding, you have to be vigilant when it comes to criminals during assessment, because there are very many reasons that make criminals admit to offenses. Yes, they haven't yet committed them, and those that have committed them, they start lying, playing you around. So in this case, as a forensic psychologist, you have to really be vigilant in the terms how you do your assessment, and through those assessments, we have the treatment of offenders. You have to treat the offenders through your methods, through your ways. Offenders have to be treated well. So academia and research, yeah, we mentioned it in the roles. We out of the data we collect from the different offenders, it is used in academics and research. And then as police psychologists, this is the main important thing. Our police officers also have stuff that go on with them and their families. Most times forensic psychologists are connected more onto police. So these are used like to carry out counseling sessions for police officers, to help out in investigations, to help the to help the criminal investigation departments, to help the criminal intelligence departments, with both criminals and the police officers themselves. So it is a very important field for police, and it's advised that most police should always have a police psychologist. That will really be a very important body in the organization. Like how we see any other organization, they always have psychologists. Some have psychologists. It's very important because also as we're human beings and we break down and we have our own issues, where and which issues affect our work, and it's not good in the occupational health and safety. So we really need to be healthy also, both mentally and physically. So it is advised really to have a psychologist in any organization. So the tools and assessment of forensic psychology. I know you may have had of some of the tools and may not have had some of the tools, basing on where we come from and where we are. But however, we have a number of tools used in forensic psychology, and these tools are connected to the physical and the brain, which I won't go so deep, but we have to know that whichever tool listed here is connected to our brain. That's why we are talking about human behavior and mind. So each tool used here has to be connected to the brain, because psychology mostly deals with human brain in big. Like everything you're doing has to be dealing with brain activities. And how is our physical and physio connected to the brain activities? So all these instruments we are seeing right here are connected to our brain, because in psychology we are dealing with brain activity. Deception is mostly in our brain. It's the brain playing around and trying to find every form of excuse to make you clean. So whenever we are dealing with forensic psychology here, we're dealing with the brain. So one of the tools we have is the polygraph. This is a very common tool used in most countries to deal with investigations in forensic psychology. We have the eye detection system. Eye detector system. It's for the eyes. They connect you with your eyes, and deception is detected through the eyes. The brain electro oscillation signature is dealing with brain activities. They connect you, like if you know the EEG, so they connect all those wires on your brain, and they detect brain activities. Formulate question, like take your story, part of the story and part of the criminal story. Formulate like different phases and prompts, which they make you listen to, and after listening to them, so the brain activities just keep going and going on to detect like deception. Then we have the psychology assessment test. There are very many psychology assessment tests, and being frank and sure that every country has its own psychology tests that they use. If you go in those hospitals, those clinical psychologists, they have their own psychology like assessment tests they use. So I won't list many, but I know there are very many, and each country has its own. So we have the NACO analysis. So when you look at the NACO analysis, it is the use of they use a drug and they inject the person, and they leave the person in a semi-conscious state. In that semi-conscious state, you have no control over your brain activities. You have no control over your mind and your body and everything. So in this state, you will only speak the truth. That is it. You will not lie, because you have no control over your brain activities. You have no control. So once the drug is injected on you, because it is the professionals that do it, that is the doctor does it. Not a psychologist. It's a doctor who does it. Measures the right measurements of medicine that go into your body. Yeah, and you go into that state. So the role of the forensic psychologist here is to come and ask you the questions according to the case, according to the matter at hand. So they ask you the questions and you answer. However, this NACO analysis has been debated on, because most criminals, some people have lost their lives over this assessment, and it is causing very many debates in court, where people are saying that they did it and without their consent. And all of us, the ethics of doing anything under forensics, consent is number one. Consent has to be there. Without criminal consent, you are doing really nothing, because that person will really beat you in court and say that you forced them to do something. And that case will be a dead case, and we never want to meet a dead case. So at this moment, we say that narco analysis is being debated on because most criminals actually say that they were forced to do what they don't want to do. So they were injected with drugs. They were not treated at the end. They were having permanent damages. So it's being debated on. That's why most countries really stopped using it because of its controversies and debates in court. Then the liar voice analysis, the LVA detects deception through voice. Yes, you might be good at lying and you know how to speak it out when you're lying, you know how to flow and everything. But however, the system really detects the situations whereby you would be lying. They won't interrupt your story. You will keep talking. They'll ask you questions. You will keep talking. So it detects stress, calmness, medium stress, high stress, low stress. So it just keeps detecting. So in those where it's detecting high stress, that's when the investigator comes in, like to stick more questions because we really need the answer. So we just keep pushing and pushing and pushing until we require what we want. So those are the tools and assessments of forensic psychology. Cases and accuracy. It has come back to say that forensic psychology and its tools have been trusted 98%. However, like how I mentioned, controversies have come up with the narco analysis system and the debates over because of human rights. That's the first thing, that people have a right to be in their right state of mind to give you everything they need to do. And so human rights has come up to debate on the narco analysis. So 98% trust is very good. 2% can be ignored. So accuracy, yes, I would go in for forensic psychology. And in another case, that forensic psychology can be used on any type of crime. Any type of crime. However petty it is, we can use forensic psychology because a case has never been petty because it has affected someone else, someone different. And the grade to which it has affected the other person, it may be too much and it has impacted on their lives. So we never take any case simple. So that's why we say forensic psychology can be used on any offense, though in most countries it's used more on the big offenses, that is the murder, the rape, the defilement, it has been used on those high profile cases. But it comes back to the view that it can be used on any offense. So, to qualify for forensic psychology, in my conclusion, 1, forensic psychology is very reliable, and it can be used in all sectors to detect deception. And 2, in order to do forensic psychology, you can start from your lower grade, go to your bachelor's and do forensic psychology as your BSc, or you can have a BSc in psychology and go and do a master's in forensic psychology. So it is all way through. So, and that's the only way. It's either forensic psychology because there's no other branch of doing it. So you either start as a forensic psychology in your bachelor's, or you go in for a master's of forensic psychology if you have a psychology background. It's very key and important to do forensic psychology when you have a forensics background. I mean, when you have a psychology background, because most of the stuff are taught on lower grade than the upper grade. So, to go back to where forensic psychology can be used. So, forensic psychology, like earlier on mentioned, I say that forensic psychology can be used in the prisons, those are correctional centers, and can be used in police, workplaces for interviews and screening of new employees, hospitals, that is what we call the clinical role. We can use them in hospitals for assessments of mental health behavior and sicknesses, and the rehabilitation centers. We can use it, the drug misuse centers, all forms of rehabilitation centers. So forensic psychology really can be used anywhere, and it's applicable as a psychologist. You're important everywhere, in schools, everywhere. We really need forensic psychology because it's really diverse. Because of its roles, it's really, really diverse. So it's very important to apply for forensic psychology everywhere you are. And as a forensic psychologist, I know it is not an easy sector that we can find back in our homes in Africa. It is something that is just growing. Forensics is something that is just growing. But however, it should be looked into to have forensic psychologists. It's very, very important to really look into it because it will really help in our investigations. Forensics is quite a very big topic. It's quite a very big thing that we have very many branches and sectors in forensics really. But however, when it comes to criminals are really, some criminals are really, really core in that you can do whatever you want to do to them and you never get an answer out of them. You can carry out. They're really so smart. But however, in some countries, we have got to realize that those hardcore criminals have been go through forensic psychology. There are very many cases we look at and we really see that through forensic psychology, we have got the criminals down and they have broken down and really admitted to their offenses, have taken police officers to the scene of crime and they tell them, you know what, I did this from here. You don't need to question me anymore. You know, it is a form of interrogation that helps really to break down criminals. It's done in a neat way, in a neat manner. Risky, yes, but however, it's very important to have a forensic psychologist in our sectors. It's like any other branch of forensics, like how we look at the principles of forensics. You know, everything like we do, it leaves a trace. It either leaves a trace in someone's mind, it leaves a trace on your fingers, it leaves a trace whatever you leave the trace. But everything matters. Every criminal mind matters. We need to understand that aspect, the importance of criminal mind and behavior. We need to understand the importance of why people commit crime. We need to understand the importance of what is really pushing them, what is really causing it, and what is really coming into their minds while they're doing that, and what is their history of doing that. We need to really understand that not every criminal is a criminal. I think you get to understand when I say that not every criminal is a criminal. They have other underlying factors forcing them to become criminals. And that's what we really need to concentrate on. Let's not just judge someone and just seeing the person and we say like, yeah, this person really is committing a crime because that is what they were born to be criminals. That is their lifestyle and everything. No, they may be undergoing something in their minds. They may be undergoing experiments. You know, childhood, how we have grown and how we have been brought up really is different. That's why we're having a huge number of people growing up as psychopaths, because of their childhood torture and everything. So if they have grown up and they feel like hurting someone is very okay, because while they were growing, that's what they faced. That's how their life was. And you don't blame them actually, but you blame how they grew up, how their lives were, how you really need to know their history. So when we are dealing with criminals, really, let's understand their history. How did they come up? How did they grow up? Who are they? You know, let's pick interest and not just judge them with their behavior, with their like crime. Yes, their crime is very important. Like, yeah, they're about to be a murderer. But however, have I gone deep to understand why this person went through this? Why this person did this to that person? You get it? So let's try to understand, like engage them, understand them. You know, some really want to reform and they're not denying to have committed the offense, but if they feel that they need that urge, like to do something, you know, but that's something they want to do is not really good. So that's how forensic psychologists come in to assess those factors, those abnormalities in behavior, those abnormalities like that, the abnormalities in crime, the abnormalities that force people to commit crime, those abnormalities. So that's how we come up with the sector of forensic psychologists. I really want to take this opportunity to thank you all for listening to me. And I pray like through this presentation, we shall have someone, we shall have someone who is really interested in carrying on to be a forensic psychologist. You are free to contact me for more information. I'll share my information and my email with the hosts. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I couldn't have a live session due to unavoidable circumstances, but however, I've been able to present and give you my ideas. I'll share my my PPT with the hosts. Yeah, I really thank the Forensic Post for giving me this opportunity to speak out and reach out to you. I'm a member of Delamy Forensics, and yeah, and it's very important for us to understand forensics and pick interest in it, because this is where the future is. And I've seen it grow where I am. I've seen how it has helped us. I've seen how it has been so useful. I've seen how it has really changed the law and justice sector in these countries, and they really don't work so hard, but forensics has really bridged the gap. So if any mother bodies in our countries are listening, I would really suggest that let's really pay attention to it and add more information, educate Mustafa.
All right. All right. Okay, so if any one of you have a question, you can kindly drop it in the chat box as pasted there, and then add your email, account details. Your questions will be answered and then addressed to you personally. Thank you very much. So, fast forward, we proceed to our next guest speaker of the day, who is Mr. Benjamin Adra. He is coming to talk about comparative analysis of DNA extraction methods for challenging bone samples. That's insight into forensic applications. So, Mr. Benjamin Adra is a dynamic and result-oriented professional specializing in forensic science, biomedical research, and operational management with a strong foundation in biotechnology and investigative research. He possesses exceptional problem solving abilities, strategic leadership skills, and a keen eye for decision making. His expertise extends to managing complex investigations and ensuring operational efficiency in high pressure environments. He holds a master's degree in forensic science, that's biotechnology, from the National Forensic Science University, that's Gandhiga, India, from 2020 to 2022. His career has been marked by leading high stakes research and investigations into insurance fraud, vehicular theft, and organized crime, as well as overseeing daily operations and developing organizational strategies. Mr. Adres' research has been published in esteemed scientific journals, reflecting his dedication to advancing forensic science and biomedical sciences. He is an active participant in conferences, workshops, and seminars where he shares valuable insights and contributes meaningfully to industry discussions. His extensive expertise and research background make him a significant asset to any academic or professional discourse. So, without much ado, I'll present to you Mr. Adra. Mr. Adra, your audience. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Adra.
Yeah.
Okay. Please, you are audible now, so the floor is open.
Wait so I can share my screen.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, yes, hello.
Okay.
Yes. I'm trying to share my screen, but
Okay.
not getting the options. Hello.
Hello.
Can you assist me? I want to share my screen, but I'm not seeing the option to do so.
Okay. Okay. We will assist you with that.
Okay, thank you.
Use the share button below there.
Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, it's yeah, you're audible.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to thank the organizers of the Forensic Post for this opportunity to be among the main speakers at this conference. Without wasting much time, I just want to dive deep. The previous speakers have spoken extensively on forensics, cybersecurity, and that stuff, and I really appreciate my able sister, Miss Kritika, for extensive for at least diving straight little into the forensic biology. But I'm going about where we'll look at the comparative analysis of various DNA extraction methods on challenging bone samples and insight into forensic application. And I'll categorically talk about bent bones. So DNA extraction is a fundamental process in molecular biology that allows scientists, as you and I, to isolate genetic material from biological samples, such as soft tissues and blood and bones. When extracting DNA from bones presents unique challenges due to degrading, environmental exposure, and inhibitors, making it very crucial and difficult to extract DNA. At times, the methods we employ in extracting this DNA also counts to the yield of DNA, that means the yield of the able DNA. Why focus on bone DNA? So for forensic investigation, it helps identify victims in crime scene, mass disasters, and historical cases. Just like that of the fingerprints that Sister Kritika spoke of, where it helps in human identification. DNA from bones also helps in identify victims in crime cases, such as mass distractions as well. Also for archaeological and evolutionary studies. Also allows analysis of human remains to trace ancestry and migration patterns. So this presentation, I'd like to provide a comparative analysis of the various DNA extraction methods used in extracting DNA from challenging samples. And we're going to look at the following extraction methods: that's automated magnetic bead-based extraction method. We look at the sperm column or the silica membrane extraction method, or the click-based method, or as others will say. Look at the phenol chloroform isomer alcohol extraction method, and also the microwave-based extraction method. Let's take note. This microwave-based extraction method is a lab-developed extraction methods that we use in extracting DNA from bacteria. However, in a case study, we try to see if it will prove futile or is going to yield any good results when we use it in extracting DNA. So we're going to compare these 4 types of extraction. Yes. However, these extractions are not limited to the other extractions we have. Okay, so I just want to talk about these 4 extraction methods. Also, we will discuss PCR application and gel electrophoresis, which are essential techniques for DNA analysis and forensic identification. That's when it comes to quantification and purification of the DNA. That's when these methods set in. So the importance of DNA extraction from bone. So bone samples serve as crucial sources of DNA in forensic investigation and ecological studies. Unlike soft tissues, such as the blood, hair, follicles, nails, and other stuff, bones provide long-term DNA preservation due to their mineralized structure. Yes. You can all attest to the fact that the bone is, when considering hard tissues of the body, is considered as one of the hard tissues in the body, and so serve as a very conducive capsule to harbor the DNA. So challenges of bone DNA recovery. Over time, bones undergo degradation due to environmental exposure, bacterial contamination, and physical treatments, making DNA extraction very complex. DNA, as we all know, is a protein, and when it comes to protein denaturation, it's being affected by various factors, which temperature is one key factor that really degrades the DNA. So as we expose this bones to extreme temperatures. Yes, yeah, with the intention of trying to degrade the DNA to a point where we can try to see if there is a possibility to extract at least a little DNA from this bone for identification purposes. So this, like I said earlier, this discussion will provide a comparative analysis of the various DNA extraction methods that I listed above. So why are bone samples challenging? I want to believe in our little biological classes in our labs, we are always given soft tissues to extract bones from, to extract DNA from, and it comes out very easily once we're able to lyse the cells, and the DNA leaks out, and you prefer DNA, and we are all happy. And if you go for buccal swabs, that's very easy to extract DNA from your cheese, your epithelial cells, and other stuff. However, when giving bone samples or the tooth, let's imagine a dry tooth where the enamel and everything has been eroded, everything has been gone. And you have been asked to extract DNA from this. How do you extract this DNA? You use the same process you use for soft tissues? I would say yes and no. Yes, because yes, you are going to apply the same procedure. However, you need to treat the bones separately, especially before it can now go through the downside of the extraction processes. And also with bones, there are presence of inhibitors, something like calcium, uric acid, and other organic contaminants that interfere with the extractions downstream analysis. The bones, like I said earlier, is considered as one of the hard tissues in the body because it's composed of the hydroxyapatite, which is a crystal mineral structure which traps the DNA. That's what makes preserving DNA in bones very, very, very crucial. However, when extreme temperatures are given to this bone, this temperature degrades this DNA. So there's only minute DNA stored in these bones. However, you need to treat this bone very, very well. In order, you have to bypass the hydroxyapatite layer, break the bones to allow the DNA to be able to elude from it. So it requires special techniques, which I'll delve into in the next slide. Like I said, we are going to deal with bent bones. However, this is one aspect of my thesis, where we expose the bones to different temperatures and different conditions. But I decided to talk about that of the bent bones. There are other conditions where we subjected the bones to see how these extraction methods really are when it comes to extracting DNA from, let's say, bones that, let me say here, bones that are not I won't say value, but bones that are very difficult in order to extract DNA. Okay, so how do we extract DNA from bones? So one, the sample preparation process or the method. To clean the bone surface and you sandpaper it or using sandpaper scalpel. We do this just to take away the exogenous inhibitors that are around the bones. Now we'll now come to grinding the bones to fine powder using liquid nitrogen or mechanical milling. You also use a tissue lyser that will do justice to it. I think I have an image here. So you can see a tissue lyser here. These are the bone samples that were exposed to various temperatures, that is 150, 300, and 450 degrees. So you can see that, please forgive me, I don't think the image is very clear enough. If you can see it, please tell me you can see it. Can you see this?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, wonderful. It's small. Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah, so said that these bowls were subjected to different temperatures. You can see the coloring nature of the bone. You can say this is, I think, the 450 degrees Celsius bone.
Hello.
So this bone, This bone was broken down into powder using the tissue-lyzer that you can see here. Like I said, there were other bones that were subjected to other conditions. Yeah, hello? Hear me?
Yeah, please, can you put a slide in presentation mode? In that way,
Okay.
we can see it. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Please, you can
I'm
continue.
moving. I am moving. It is not moving.
Use
Okay.
the.
I think when I put it in the slide mode, it's not moving. Okay. But that doesn't matter. So grind the bone to fine powder. Then we're now breaking the bone matrix. That's decalcification using EDTA to dissolve the hydroxyapatite and release the DNA. So one may ask, what is decalcification of the bone? Okay. Remember I said earlier that when extracting DNA from soft tissues, the same process is used. However, you give special treatment to the bone. So decalcification is one of the methods that we use to decalcify the bone to remove the excess calcium from it and other inorganic components of the hard tissue. Okay, this is done by merging the bone, that's the powdered bone, into an acidic solution or a gelatin solution, which is the EDTA. It's ideal to use about 0.5 molar EDTA at a pH of 5, placed into a shaker to agitate it at room temperature for 24 hours with daily washing with deionized water. This deionized water will remove the excess ions that have been accumulated and then centrifuge at 2000 RPM for 15 minutes. So this is a treatment that you give to the bone in order to release the DNA from it. However, there have been protocols that suggest you decalcify the bone for 14 days with daily washing. However, with our study, we declassified it for a period of 21 days. Yes, and you'll see the results we had afterwards. Let's not forget, as these bones were subjected to that extreme temperature, it is believed that all the proteins or the DNAs have all been degraded. So it will be very, very, you'll be very, very skeptical to know how, in the end, you're able to get DNA from a bench sample. Okay. So we now extract the DNA and purify the DNA. We want to remove all the inhibitors and you now run for PCR and quantification, where you also analyze the DNA sample. So let's look at just an overview of the extraction methods I mentioned earlier. We have the automated extraction, which uses magnetic beads and selectively binds DNA for purification and elution. We also have the spin column base, which in our labs we call it the kit-based system, the silica-based system, where it uses a silica membrane to selectively bind the DNA in the presence of the chronotropic salts. Also, our old and our organic extraction method, which is the PCI, there's the PCI, which is organic solvent to separate the DNA from protein and lipid via the phase separation. Like I said, this is a lab-based method, that's a microwave-based extraction, which we generated in our lab. It's used controlled heats, exposure, and breaks open the cells to release the DNA. After we use the microwave to do that. After mixing the reagents, we place the reagent in the microwave, and we let the microwave do its own job. Okay. Like I said, this is part of a case that we did during my stay in NFSU. So bone samples were exposed with different temperatures, and after that, the various extraction methods were deployed on them. The automated spin, PCI, and the microwave method. However, after the extraction, okay, went for quantification. We quantified the DNA using the Gen 5 citation and also the qubit flow meter. After you've succeeded in extracting the DNA or the supposed extracted DNA, you need to quantify it, see if you have yielded good DNA or not. And you know that DNA has to measure DNA using the Gen 5 cytometry. You have to set the wavelength to 260 nanometers. That's the wavelength at which DNA can be measured. And we know for protein is 280. So the Gen 5 is being set for 260, the ratio of 260 to 280 nanometers. We know by DNA absorption is at 260, and the yield there is 1.8. So if you have a yield which is greater than 1.8, they are looking at possible high purity of DNA or RNA as a little above 1.8. However, if you have less than 2, then we are looking at possible contamination, either with salt or phenol or other protein contamination. So this was sort of observed as we did. It's observed that with the automated extraction, it provided the highest DNA yield across all the conditions, followed by the kit-based method, which is the spin column method, which was moderately effective. The phenol, that's the PCI, also showed decreased performance. However, the microwave-based method really failed us. It couldn't recover as much DNA, just inhibitors, and you can see in our gel electrophoresis that they were just smearings on the gel. Okay. So after the DNA was quantified, we now have to perform PCR and
Hello,
amplify.
sir.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am.
Yeah, please kindly wrap up within the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hey. Okay. So after the DNA was quantified, yes, we did the PCR to see that we needed to amplify the little DNA that has been recovered from the extraction, which we use 3% agarose gel electrophoresis. So we know that the PCR success aligns with the DNA yields and its purity. Okay, like I said earlier, the automated and the spin column ones yielded substantial DNA from the extraction. For seeing the PCR, which we used our own lab-based primers to develop. Let's not forget, the bones we used were goat tibia. We used the tibia of goats to extract this DNA. So we use primers for such goat tibia. So this is the agarose electrophoresis. So we want to check the presence of the quality DNA extracted from the cellular material on the challenging samples. The samples were run on the gel electrophoresis units with agarose gel. Like I said, we use 1% for after the extraction and 3% after the PCR was run. Okay, so there's no time. Let me just go straight. Okay. Is it clear? Can we all see the full screen? So this was the results. Yes. So over here was the result of the 1% agarose gel after the extraction of the DNA. You could see smearings in DNA, which indicate that yes, the presence of DNA, however, degraded in the way. However, when we amplify them using specific primers, we're able to get some nice bands, very nice, interesting bands over here. However, with that of the 450, due to the intensity of the bends, we're not able to extract, say, settable DNA. We're not able to do that. And you can see here in the lab base that nothing of that sort was seen. There was no DNA in the lab base, line 3 here. So with this, one could say that with automated magnetic beads-based method, that's the automated extraction, high DNA yields and purity thing due to the selective nature of the DNA binding site. Also works well with degraded DNA from the bone. Less manual handling reduces contamination risks. Yes, this is let me say semi-automated. Yes, semi-automated. You just have to do the part of your declassification. Declassifying the bone, you just input the sample into the machine and it does everything from your extraction to your eluded DNA. However, the automated DNA extraction method is very expensive. So the equipment is very expensive and not always accessible in low resource settings. Okay. But it's best and better for forensic analysis of bent bones, ancient bones, and mass disaster victim identification. Look at the spin column or the kit base, also reliable and widely used in forensic DNA lab. Remove most inhibitors, cheaper than the automated methods. However, lower yields than magnetic beads extraction. In that sense, this is fully manual. Human error can come in, setting whereby you might introduce, that is if you don't extract in a very clean and ideal environment, you might introduce your own foreign matters into it. Same applies to the PCI, that's the phenol chloromethylene alcohol, that's organic extraction. It's also good for ancient DNA extraction, as it is preserved the fragment for a very long time, and also for soft tissues. With this, it's very, very clear you could get a really ladable and settable DNA. Also, but however, the concern is that it's labor intensive and time consuming. Yes, I know how many of us have related DNA using this method. It's really time consuming. Also uses toxic chemicals like a phenol and a chloroform. However, you can also use it in ancient DNA, but not bent DNA, bent bones. So in conclusion, I would say that, okay, with the microwave-based DNA extraction, although it is rapid and fast, but it wasn't able to yield any better DNA from the bent bones. Like I said earlier, it is used in DNA extraction from bacteria and other stuff. So it's in reference to bent bones, this method is not ideal and shouldn't be tried because it's a waste of time. So no single method is best for all bone types. Okay, automated method excels for degraded and bent samples that are costly. Spin column extraction remains a practical and reliable choice, and further research is needed to optimize recovery from high degraded bones. So for future directions, we just hope and pray for improving DNA recovery. That's research into specialized enzymes and repair techniques for fragment DNA. It is my prayer that we will develop a chemical or a process where the declassification can go through it swiftly without, let me say, within a day, instead of the multiple days or the numerous days that you have to take in declassifying the bone. Also develop advanced extraction kits, new buffer systems and silica-based materials that will enhance the DNA recovery. Also use deep sequencing technology to recover short DNA fragments from compromised samples, where you have, let me say, denaturated or broken down DNAs, at least. And we know that the NGS will be able to amplify them, at least give us a sequencing technology that will recover all the fragments of these broken DNAs. So forensic and archaeological applications. Standardize a protocol for handling especially bent bones and aged bones in legal investigations and historical studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Benjamin for this wonderful presentation. We are highly grateful for having this invitation. Please, if there is any question, I'll take one or two questions, and then you can also drop it in the chat box for Mr. Benjamin to address it as well.
May I have a question, please?
Okay.
Since we have the affix for fingerprints extraction, do we have any automated way we can extract DNA without losing anything at all that makes it easier, aside the process of all, just like we have affix?
Okay, the office is the automated fingerprint verification system. I think the office has a database, already a database that you run your fingerprint sample to. Okay, so it runs across the other databases. However, I think DNA, we don't have anything like a DNA office. Okay, so that's why when you have a sample, look at the nature of the sample. In order to maintain the integrity of the sample, you use the right method to extract that DNA from that sample, in order not to lose that sample. I don't know if you get me.
I didn't really get you,
Unlike
sir.
the office, okay, the office is an automated system, okay, for identifying fingerprints. So the office has a database of some fingerprints. Okay, so the DNA, I think the genetic commission here in West Africa also has a DNA database. A database that so when you go to a crime scene and you are able to collect a let me say a biological sample, you successfully extract DNA from it, and you want to identify. Okay, you can run that with the database that we have in order to identify the victim or the living organism it is. However, in Ghana here, I don't think we have that database that has all the genetic makeup of individuals living in here. So it's very difficult to run a search on a database we don't have when you come across a sample on the crime scene. It's a biological sample.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. So any further question can be sent to the chat box for Mr. Benjamin to address it. Mr. Benjamin, it was a nice invitation for you to be here. Thank you very much for your time, and then we hope to, form more collaboration with you in the future. Thank you for your time.
So thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we move on to our last speaker for the day, who is my own lecturer, Mr. Lawrence Yene. He is currently working as a lecturer in the Department of Forensic Sciences at the University for Development Studies. He is also an accomplished medical laboratory scientist with over 13 years of work experience at the Ghana Health Service. Additionally, he is a member of both the Ghana Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists and the Ghana Science Association. Um, he is coming to talk to us on the topic investigation and analysis of hanging cases, a forensic perspective. So, without much ado, Mr. Lawrence, please, the floor is open. Thank you. Hello, sir. Hello. Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. You're audible. You may proceed.
Yeah. So, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay, let me share my slide and then I'm
Okay.
coming. Just some minutes.
Okay.
Is my slide visible?
Yeah, we can see your screen, but the slide is not visible. We can only see the files.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Okay.
So good evening to you all.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, could you use slide mode?
Okay, I'm coming. Is it okay?
No, please. It's so. Put it in slide mode. Like
I've just done that.
presentation mode. Rather.
Yes, I've just done that.
Mm.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Still, you can't see it. Is it okay now? Hello?
It's not on slide mode yet.
But you can see the screen.
Right now, the slides are not showing.
They are not showing.
Yes, please.
Hey, what is the problem? Okay, I'm coming. Just a minute.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Um, yeah, you may proceed.
Yes, please. It is.
It is.
You can see.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So I can go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
you
can.
can.
Okay. So good evening to you all from Ghana. I'm sharing with you investigation and analysis of hanging cases, a forensic perspective. So we are looking at the perspective of the forensic, and then here are some of my links. You can connect with me or you can find me there. Now the question is, what decision? Who made the decision? What is the decision? Is it criminality or just someone who decides to say, oh, let me end my life? So that is something about hanging. It's a two-way affair. So by way of introduction, we have hanging and its types, pathophysiology, postmortem and autopsy findings, the different forms of hanging or cases, crime scene investigation, case study, and then conclusion and some key takeaway. So why investigating hanging? Why do we associate it with criminality? These are some of the bordering questions. Then the objectives will be to understand the various forms of hanging, to reveal the criminality aspect of hanging, and to appreciate the mechanism leading to death in a typical hanging case, to understand the need for investigation. Now, we all know, we've been hearing of hanging, hanging, hanging. You go and then in the traditional setting, some of the security apparatus will hear of hanging and then they'll report it. The newspaper will start, circulating that, oh, a child or an adult man or what is hanged himself. Why is hanging so special to us as humans? So is it that it is a criminal act? Why do we investigate it? That is where the question is coming from. So hanging is a form of death caused by constriction of the neck. So it's a form of, strangulation where the neck is constricted. And you know what the neck does? The neck is the, I mean, let's say the pathway where nerves and then veins supply certain vital ingredients to the brain. And you know, the brain is part of the central nervous So when the neck is constricted, the pathway is constricted, what happens to the brain? Because the brain depends on certain vitals. So that is it. And then we have some statistics. You know, these are some statistics we can look at. I intentionally added that of India because we have a lot of Indian friends here. US, Turkey, India. I mean, you know, India is highly populated. 60,952 persons committed suicide by hanging in the year 2015 alone. And this number represents 45.6% of the cases of suicide. Now, we have different classification of suicide, I mean hanging. We have the complete hanging, whereby the whole body is suspended in air. None of the body touches, parts of the body touches the ground. Or
Mr. Lawrence, sorry, your presentation is not coming.
It's not coming. Oh, sorry. Has it been long? Is it everyone?
Yes, same here.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought it was my network.
Yeah. Oh, so you couldn't see?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Oh, that's serious. Forgive me. I thought. Is it there?
Yes, please. It's
Yes,
not showing.
yes.
But
It's
not
showing.
on. Okay, it's showing. So you can see, right?
Yes, but not
Yes,
on
please.
presentation mode. If you could put it on
Whenever I
presentation.
send it on presentation mode, I don't know. Is it there?
No, please.
Yes, it's
Is it
there.
there? It's
I
there
think
now.
you
It's
can
there,
zoom
but
out.
it's still not on presentation mode.
It's
But
still not on. But is it not visible?
It's
Wait.
visible.
I,
Oh, it's
I
visible.
think we can work with this one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Sorry for that. I tried putting it there, but I don't know why. So classification, we're talking of complete hanging, where you can see a footage. I don't know if those using cell phones, if you can do a little bit of zooming, you can see the image. This footage you see there, it says that example of incomplete hanging or partial hanging. The person hanged himself, probably, and then the toe is touching the ground. Sorry, that is the incomplete hanging. An example. We've dealt with the complete hanging. That one, there is none of the body parts touching the ground. It's totally suspended. The body is totally suspended, and gravity is pulling using the weight of the what? The body. So you can see the difference there. Because of time and other things, I couldn't add other footages. Now we have another classification, and that depends on the knot, the characteristics of the knot. The knot is the ligature. When you tie the ligature, the noose, the knot is that, let me put it, round ending that you tie after trying to hang yourself, that kind of thing. You either make it loose or fix. So we have two types. Some of them, they leave it loose so that you can fit in every situation, and others are fixed. So the knot is a characteristics, and then we have to use it to classify the type of hanging. And in here, we have typical hanging, where the knot is situated at the occipital region of the neck or the nape of the neck. let's say the occiput, I mean, in a layman's understanding. So the knot is at the back or at the occipital region. And then we have the atypical hanging. Here, the knot is situated at any other side other than the nape of the neck. So these two characteristics alone can help an investigator to narrow conclusions. I mean, the line of investigation when investigating a case of what? Hanging. And then this is the other type. I always bring the other types. Yeah, the atypical hanging. You can see that here, the knot that I'm talking of is just at the chin. And then the other one just at the other side of the ear, the right ear. So you can see that one. And then we classify based on intent and or circumstances. That is where we talk of suicidal hanging, homicidal hanging, and then accidental hanging, as well as judicial. The suicidal hanging, assuming the person.
Sorry, it has gone again. Oh.
Yeah, same here.
Taking off his or her life. So that is suicide, a personal decision. Then
Hello.
homicidal.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
it's not visible.
It's not visible.
Yeah, it has gone off again.
Is it okay now?
No, the slides are not showing.
The slides are not shown.
Yeah.
Yes, they are not showing, please.
Oh, that's serious. You see, MK kept me because I submitted last. So these are some of the things. Okay. I'm coming. Are they showing? Is the
No.
slide showing now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
sure.
It's not showing.
Oh,
You may
okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So we're talking about homicidal hanging, where there's a foul play or a simulation. You see, so homicide means killing of another person. So someone can kill someone and then go and hang the person. I mean, try to instigate something different. So if you are not a good investigator, and then your findings, if you don't know how to conduct findings on such cases, you might assume that the person killed him or herself. So that is it. And then the accidental, I mean, this one, they are in a normal, I mean, they are rare, they are not common, but they occur normally in I mean, real life. And then we have the judicial hanging, which is a form of punishment in certain jurisdiction. I don't think Ghana we practice it, and where they hang the body to die. And then we have the pathophysiology. And then under pathophysiology, we look at mechanisms of death. And then we look at the effect on organs. Mechanism of death include asphyxia, cerebral ischemia. We have vagal inhibition, congestion, and then congestion due to venous blockage or occlusion, fracture in vertebral or cervical vertebral column using the cord. You see, when the ligature is one on the neck, there will be a fracture. As we move ahead, you get to know the bones will shift because of the depending on the weight of the body. So mechanisms include asphyxia, we say airwaves compression, the trachea and then the larynx, the windpipe, they will be compressed. So there will not be supply of oxygen to the brain and other vital organs like the heart or the lungs and other things. They won't receive oxygen. And this will cause cellular death. In the cellular death, we either have programmed death, or which is apoptosis. We know apoptosis is a programmed physiological occurrence to deal away with cells that are not needed. But in this case, the cells are forced to die premature because of an external actin. So that is where we talk of asphyxia, and then we talk of venous congestion. So the veins that supplies blood to the brain are congested. I mean, causes congestion, and then there will not be blood flow. The blood will be stuck at one side, which will cause other secondary characteristics that you get to know when we move. So obstruction of the venous return causes pooling of blood in the brain, leading to hypoxia and then unconsciousness. At least you should know that when your brain is no more functioning, that means, I mean, the other parts of the body will not function because it is the center of every activity. Then combined effect, where we have both asphyxia and venous those combining factors leading to what? The person's death. Then mechanism continues. We have cervical anemia, that's ischemia of the cerebral column. Cerebral anemia. So occlusion of arterial blood flow leading to coma. And then we have reflex vagal inhibition, pressure on the nerves leading to what? Cardiac arrest. And then we have fracture or dislocation of cervical vertebra. And the figure below, you can see the neck, the cervical vertebra. I mean, it starts from 1 to 7. And we have on the picture, if you can zoom it, you will see that from 4 to 5, there is a break, a gap. That is due to what? Pressure of the body, the weight of the body, causing that vertebra shift. So there is an injury there. And then we're looking at postmortem or autopsy findings. So any death which is regarded as unnatural legally mandate referral to the coroner. The coroner is an official appointed to investigate certain cases, especially death. It could be a forensic pathologist or medical officer or whatever. And then, so objective of a coroner, a colonial post-mortem examination is primarily to determine whether the death was what? Natural or unnatural. The cause and manner by which death occurred, and whether an inquest is necessary. So you go to certain decision, they ask for coronary inquest. That means they want some findings to be performed. So we're looking at external finding under postmortem. Ligature mark, oblique, continuous or broken impression, often above the what? Thyroid cartilage. You all know where the thyroid cartilage is. You've done anatomy. Then dribbling of saliva, a hallmark of antemortem hanging, mostly the suicidal hanging, the antemortem one. Those ones you see dribbling of saliva due to sphincter muscle weakness or inactiveness. Not only saliva, you get to know that other things too happens. Petechial hemorrhage, tiny red dots on the face.
Hello.
And eyes. Yes, are you talking to me? Okay.
Yeah, please, 5 minutes to wrap up.
So petechial hemorrhage, and then we have congestion of the face. That's the puffiness, facial edema, because of the blood accumulated there. There will be other chemicals, that will absorb water, and then it will cause this puffiness on the face. And then other parts of the body, other organs. Then we have internal findings like AMSAT signs, that's the tearing of the carotid artery. Then we have Simon's bleeding, that's the hemorrhage beneath the vertebral ligament. Then we have also fractured hyoid bone. The hyoid bone is just a bone that is suspended, the only bone that is suspended, and it's around the chin, just below the chin is the hyoid bone. So other forensic signs could be bloody froth from the mouth and nostril, protrusion or biting of the tongue, relaxation of sphincters leading to swelling of clothes, and the differentiation of hanging from other causes. The strangulation, but strangulation, I mean, hanging is a form of strangulation anyway, but strangulation in the normal circumstances, we don't use a ligature. We don't use a ligature. Normally, people apply it as choking somebody, or I mean, using manual means to hold someone's neck. I mean, to deprive him from or her from getting oxygen. And then we have antemortem and postmortem. So the mortem where antemortem where the person decides to, I mean, hang him or herself. But the postmortem one is when someone try to hang somebody he has killed or she has killed, or after causing the person to die, you go and hang the person. That is the post-mortem hanging. Then suicide, homicide, or accidental. These are all under the hanging and then the strangulation. Then we have crime scene investigation. How do you investigate the crime? The traditional way, you all understand that the most important thing that mostly they do is to go and carry the body, just pick the body and then send it, wrap it and send it to the morgue. And then the pathologists will then do the investigation. But in this modern time, we don't do that. You conduct investigation on the field. I mean, photographs might be taken, protection of the scene and other things. I mean, we all know how to do these things. And then also examination of the scene. Then also collection of what? Evidence. Evidence could be either written notes or ligature materials, any other thing, weapons around that you find on the field. Now, this is a case example. This one has been investigated, and we all know. This is a typical what? Hanging, because it has been investigated. I mean, already it's an Indian case. The case shown is that of a man who is 34 years, married with a child. And according to history or case, the person was, depressed. I mean, poverty and other things. That is psychological depression. Those kind of psychology people will have to come in here. But ours is to understand the manner in which the person died. So depression, yes, he hung himself. And you look at the ligature, the knot is at the back. That's the occipital region. And then if you look at the picture very well, there is the tongue is out, which is a typical what? Example of what? Hanging. And then look at the suicide note. The note tells the reason why he hanged himself. And look, don't be deceived by seeing a note at the site, thinking that the scene where the person has written, it could be somebody who did it. So these are some of the things we have to, that's what document examination must be, confirmed to know that the person really did it. So you can see that forensics, you have a lot of work to do in this age. Now, these are the findings. I won't go over it again. These are the findings, the external finding for that case, the internal findings for that case. And then some conclusions and takeaway because of time. So ligature mark characteristics helps determine the type of material used and whether foul play is involved. Then internal findings such as hyoid bone fracture and soft tissue injuries aid in differentiating what? Hanging from strangulation. Toxicological analysis is essential to detect alcohol or drug that might be used. You understand? So the person might have taken some drugs, to induce death, or somebody might have used the drugs, to kill the person, and after that hang the person. So you have to do, toxicologists must come into play their role. The presence of substance can indicate incapacitation or underlying psychological factors. When there is a struggle before death, you can understand. If somebody comes to you and wants to kill you, there will be struggles. So you have to investigate all these things on the hanged body so that you get to know that this one, there was a foul play or not. These are some of the things. So you can see some wounds sometimes on the person, and so the victim is not alive. But you, as an investigator, you hold it a duty to do this, to conduct this thing, to come to a conclusion, a nice conclusion. So research and emerging perspectives, re-evaluation of classical science, like the faces sympathetic for forensic diagnosis. That is another line that we can use. And then incorporation of what molecular and biomedical markers to establish vitality. And then leveraging digital technology like 3D imaging for enhanced documentation. Then some references. Thank you. And then if you have any question.
Hi. So if you have any question, kindly ask your question as you are far behind time. But if there's no question, I would like to hand over the section to Mr. Who is the director for the forensic post. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for having you on this program. Okay, somebody's having a question. Mr. Fatal, your question.
My question is just about the last statement, which says we can use digital tools to enhance document for analysis. So I wanted to ask if those documents will be accepted in legal context, maybe in the court. Because sometimes judges reject photoshopped or enhanced documents. I want to know if it will be accepted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Fatal.
please.
Mr. Fatal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so your
Yes,
question
sir.
again, be clear. You want to know that if digital tools could be, accepted
The last
in
statement
the...
was not the digital tools per se. The last statement was that we can use digital tools to enhance documents for analysis. And I'm asking, if you use the digital tools to enhance the documents, will it be accepted in legal context?
Oh, it's not for admission at the law court. It's not for that purpose. It's for you to be able to what? Do your work in the lab. You understand? For you, the investigator, but not necessarily for the legal, what do you call it, court or law court. No.
Okay. Okay.
Are you okay?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other?
All right. If there's no question, Mr. Lawrence, thank you for honoring this invitation to be our guest speaker for the first Forensic Science International Conference. We hope to explore more with you. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Welcome.
Okay, so I'll hand over the section to Mr. Muntawakilu, who is the director for the Forensic Post, the brain behind this whole, international conference. Mr. Muntawakilu.
Okay, all right. Lucy, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, I'd like to just take a moment to encourage you all to stay connected with the Forensic Post, even after this conference. We are actively engaging on social media where we share updates on events like this. So I would encourage you all to follow us on the various social media. We are available on LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, X, or Twitter. Yes, but we are more active, I think, among all the social media on LinkedIn. If I recall vividly, one of the audience, Elizabeth, encouraged graduates and students, especially, to have LinkedIn account. I know most of us don't want to be on LinkedIn because we find it not as nice or pleasant like TikTok and the rest. But LinkedIn is a way to grow professionally. Over there, you get to meet professionals and then you interact with people who are already in the field, and then they can guide you to grow in the area of forensics, especially if you are getting started. So I entreat each and everyone here, if you're a graduate or a graduate or a student, try as much as possible to have a LinkedIn account. And another bonus tip for the graduates and the students is try and get mentors. Like the area of forensic science, even though it has been in the system for very long, in some places it looks like something novel or new, and then getting mentorship is kind of very difficult. So you have to push. I encourage you all to get someone to guide you in your um in your, let's say, in your journey or endeavor to grow within the forensic arena. It can be tough without mentors, and you may find yourself getting confused at one point or the other. So that is another bonus tip for you. This conference is just the beginning. Moving forward, we plan to organize more lectures. In the past, we've organized monthly lectures. We are trying to rebrand the monthly lectures and then have it in a different light. It's going to be much more nicer than what we did previously. We'll have more conferences like this. We'll be giving workshops and training, especially to students and graduates who or people within the law enforcement. We'll be organizing training programs in the future, which are going to provide more of like education and professional development to people within the forensic area, whether you are a newbie in the forensic or already you are there as a pro. We are also excited to announce that plans for our next international conference like this is already in motion. And this is, since this is our first time, we couldn't get everything right. There were certain things that we had to realize as the event was going on. But we promise you that the next one is going to be at least 3 times as interesting as this. You have a lot of panel discussion. People can share more ideas, and then the whole thing is going to be very, very great. I can assure you that. So stay connected with us in on the various social medias. I have shared some links already on the chat box, so you can check the chat box and then just copy it and then paste it on your WhatsApp and try to connect with us on all the various platforms. And very soon, I know when you check right now, you wouldn't see a website. I didn't want to mention, but I can assure you that before the middle of this year, I'm even giving you the maximum. You will find our website being on the system. When you type the Forensic Post or TFP, you would find us online. And then it will be, I have something that we'll be launching the website, and hopefully we'll be organizing a session like this to do the website launch, where we tell you what the website is going to entail, what we want to do, and how we intend to help people grow forensically or in the area of forensics. It's going to be a lot and a massive launch, so stay updated. This is just it just came out. Um, I'm so excited about the how the experience is going to come on. And I'm also inviting you to be part of our growing community, contribute to discussion, and engage with us in shaping forensic science. Thank you once again for your support, and we look forward to staying connected. I appreciate you all for staying. Thank you.
Thank you,
You are highly welcome.
All right, so all too soon, we are bringing our first Forensic Science International Conference to an end, which was themed Bridging the Gap, Strengthening Forensic Science in Developing Regions. So, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, collaborators, and sponsors and participants, as we bring the first Forensic Science International Conference to a close, I want to take this moment to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this event a remarkable success. Over the past 2 days, we've engaged in insightful discussions, exchanged valuable knowledge, and built meaningful connections, all in pursuit of advancing forensic science, particularly in developing regions that you all can attest to that fact. So, to our keynote and guest speakers, your knowledge, insight, and expertise have been truly enlightening. Your presentations have inspired critical discussions and provided valuable perspectives that will drive forensic science forward. To our audience as well and presenters, your contributions have enriched this conference, and we appreciate the dedication and effort you put into sharing your research and experience. A special thank to you, our sponsors, partners, and supporters. Primer Due Diligence Consult, Delamy Forensic, Invitech Global, GH Scientific, and the Forensic Science Students Association of Ghana for your unwavering support. Your belief in the vision of this conference has been instrumental in making it possible. To the organizing committee, your commitment, hard work, and seamless coordination have ensure the smooth execution of this event, and for that, the forensic post, we say we are truly grateful. And then to our participants, whether you joined us via Zoom or YouTube, your engagement, questions, um, and your enthusiasm as well have made this conference an interactive and meaningful experience. Your presence has reinforced the importance of fostering collaborations and innovation in forensic science. While this conference may be coming to an end, our collective efforts must continue beyond these discussions. The insight gained here should serve as a catalyst for future research, stronger policies, and enhanced forensic practices in our respective regions. I encourage each and every one of you to remain engaged, build on the connections you've made here, and collaborate with your peers. Let us all continue advocating for the development of forensic science in underrepresented regions by supporting education, funding, and policy reforms. Most importantly, let's take the knowledge and inspiration from this reference like conference and turn it into actionable steps within our institutions and communities. So, on behalf of the Forensic Post, I extend my heartfelt appreciation once again. Thank you for your time, your contributions, your dedication to advancing forensic science. We look forward to future engagements, as the director said, and hope to welcome you again in our next edition. Until then, all of you may stay safe, stay inspired, and keep pushing the boundaries of forensic science. With that, I, Lucy Fusaini, officially declare the foreign, like the
Lucy,
first
a quick one.
foreign. Okay.
Hello, Lucy, a quick one. Can we please address there's a question in the chat box. Can we address it quickly? It's about getting the presentation slides of the conference. Mr. Munta, can you please address this issue first?
Okay. The slides.
Yes, someone is asking if it can be shared.
Yo, Sonia,
Okay, so it's me.
what's up?
Okay. The slides, I think he will share it with us. He will work on that. Mr. Munta. Okay, so to the person.
So you will not get slides because some of the speakers said they will be able to give slides. Yeah.
Okay.
And those who, if you check on each and every presenter, most of them presented their email. So if you are reviewing, the audio will be, the recording will be available for view. You can go back to our YouTube live stream to go back to any session you want to recap on. And even in that, most of the speakers had their emails there. If you want the slides, you can email the speaker directly and make a submission. I believe some of them will give it to you, some of them too won't.
All right. Thank you. So I think that issue has been addressed. So with that being said, I, Lucy Hussein, officially declare the first Forensic Science International Conference closed. See you all next year, and then see you in our more exciting events as well. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye-bye.